You're good, Hilo-Gen. Everyone knows that. But even you're not Bai-Gen reborn. Tonku Din is above our level, at least for now. Tonku Din was a first-rank fist of the mountain. Duels between green bones were usually fought between those of roughly equal status. It was poor form to fight someone beneath one's own level, and simply unwise to challenge someone far more heavily jaded than oneself. It was possible to win against someone with a significant jade advantage, just as it was possible to prevail against an opponent who was twice one's size. Possible, but unlikely. Kane said, "What sort of grudge do you have against Tonku that it can't wait?" "Nothing personal. I barely know the man, though I don't especially care to." Tonku Din had a reputation for being an excellent fighter and an organized fist, but also a petty human being, someone easily angered by criticism, who would punish subordinates or abandon lantern men for offending him in minor ways. Hilo explained the situation to the Makes and his reasoning behind the need to act urgently. "Granda can't make Shay marry a dead man." Even Kane and Tar looked a little taken aback at this, although they couldn't argue with the logic. Kane rubbed the back of his neck and blew out a contemplative breath. "One-on-one is too risky. Maybe we could take him together in an ambush." Hilo shook his head. "We can't have anyone thinking that Lon whispered his name to me. Lon has to stay on Granda's good side until the old man finally steps down, so it has to seem unplanned." When the Make brothers looked at each other with undisguised skepticism, Hilo snapped, "Don't ever sit in front of me with a look that says you're giving up right away. Think about the charge of 20. My own father found a way to do the impossible at the cost of his own life because failing wasn't an option. When something has to be done, there's always a way to do it." This was to become something he was known to say to his many fists in the years to come. The following third-day afternoon, Hilo and the Make brothers drove into mountain territory and visited a bar in a neighborhood they knew was controlled by Tonku Din and his fingers. Hilo strode into the Black Goose, set his sheathed moonblade on a table, and declared to the bartender, "My friends and I aren't here to cause trouble. We're just looking to have a drink or two." Hilo and the Makes sat down and each ordered a beer. They drank and talked and ordered more beers, followed by a bottle of hoji. After 2 hours, the bartender went to the back of the building and phoned Tonku Din, who arrived 15 minutes later to see what the trouble was with the no-peak greenbones who weren't leaving a mountain property. When Tonku arrived, Hilo's face lit up and he motioned the mountain fist over to their table. "Tonku-Gen, come have a drink with us." Tonku looked at the several empty beer and hoji glasses on the table and said, "I think you've had enough, Kaul. You realize you're in the stump, don't you? It's time for you to go home." He rested a hand casually on the hilt of his moonblade. "That's not a very hospitable thing to say to family," Hilo replied. "You're going to marry my little sister, aren't you? We're going to be brothers, so my home will be your home, and your home," he gestured around the bar, "will be my home." Tonku blinked in surprise, then leaned his hands on the table, glancing at the Makes before lowering his voice to Hilo. "How do you know that?" "Tonku-Gen, you don't know what you're getting into. My little sister's spoiled. My grandfather told her the good news, and she came to me crying her eyes out, saying that she didn't want to be married off to a pig-faced brute." The thought of Shay coming to him with any of her problems, much less in tears, was so amusing to Hilo that his grin was genuine. If Tonku had an especially good sense of perception, maybe he could sense that Hilo was spinning a tale, but it didn't really matter. Tonku's face flushed dark at the insult. Nevertheless, He seemed to reconsider his tone with Hilo. Pushing aside a cluster of empty drink glasses, he made space for himself at the table and sat down. Neither of the makes shifted over for him. Kane scowled at the newcomer blearily. Tar was resting his head on the table, using his arm as a pillow. Tonku wrinkled his nose and said to Hilo, "Look, Kaul, neither of us has a choice in the matter, so let's not get off on the wrong foot with each other. I'll treat your sister well. She'll have money, a nice house, whatever she wants." "That's exactly what I told her," Hilo exclaimed with vigor. "And I also reassured her that you're not nearly as stupid or ugly as people say you are." She still wasn't happy, so I promised to talk to you in person to clear a few things up. Hilo tossed back the hoji in his glass, then leaned forward and raised a finger, taking a long time to gather his thoughts. "First of all, I'm frankly relieved that she's going to be your problem and not mine anymore. But if you ever hit her, I will kill you. Second, your pussy hunting days are over. I don't want my little sister catching some nasty disease from your wandering cock or being treated like another one of your whores. Third," he squinted blearily at Tonku's face, which was reddening with anger. "I can't remember what the third thing was. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Let's have a toast to our impending brotherhood, you prick." He stole Tar's glass and poured a shot of hoji for Tonku and then himself, spilling half the pour over the rim onto the sticky table. Tonku stood up. "You're drunk out of your mind," he said with disgust. "Get out, and come back with your ear in a box when you're sober." When no one at the table moved, Tonku seized Hilo by the upper arm and began to pull him out of his chair. Hilo yanked his arm away. "Don't fucking touch me!" he shouted, his bloodshot eyes blazing, spittle flying from his mouth. "You Tonkus used to be goat-fucking Southerners, and now you think you're at the level of us Kauls? You think you can push my grandar around and get what you want from us? You don't deserve us." The roughly dozen other customers in the Black Goose had been eyeing the table with the green bones nervously, and now many of them took their drinks and food and moved to tables farther away from the confrontation. The bartender cleared his throat and said, "Tonku-gen, do you want me to call anyone?" Tonku answered without turning around, "No, don't bother." He was taller and larger than Hilo, and now he loomed over the younger fist like he was about to wrap his hands around his future brother-in-law's throat. "I'd heard you were a reckless, arrogant bastard, but I didn't expect you'd be so pathetic. I thought you'd be more like your brother, but you're an idiot pup, and from what I hear, your little sister's a whore who runs around with foreigners. I bet no other man will have her. It's your family that doesn't deserve ours. If not for your grandfather, you'd be less than trash." Hilo staggered to his feet. "Tonku-din, I offer you a clean blade." The mountain fist snorted in derision. "I don't duel drunken boys." "Coward," Hilo spat. "Piss drinker, dog fucker. Take my clean blade or I'll trash this building, you pussy." He put his face right up to Tonku. Knife or blade? He saw the inevitable decision being made. Tonku's eyes went black with malice. The man's thick jade aura was shrilling with eagerness to send this offensive young no-peak fist to the hospital. "Blade," he said. "Right now." It was not ideal. Hilo had hoped Tonku would issue the challenge to him, so he could choose the Talon knife. Despite his reputation for being thin-skinned, Tonku had resisted the baiting better than Hilo had anticipated. Hilo grabbed his moon blade and kicked the make's chairs. "Come on," he said. "I'm dueling." He weaved his way out the back door and into the alley behind the Black Goose. Tonku Din followed, drawing his own weapon. Only now that he was about to face the man in combat did it truly strike Hilo that there was a good chance he could end up dead or maimed, the jade torn from his body. Clean-bladed duels were unpredictable, and even if Tonku Din didn't intend to kill him, he might be angry enough to do so in the heat of the moment. The mountain fist wore twice as much jade as Hilo, a row of studs in the cartilage of both ears and stacked bracelets on his wrists. Hilo could tell, simply from the way the man moved and the confident manner with which he held his moonblade, that he was an opponent to be feared. Hilo had not spoken of his wild plan to anyone other than Kane and Tar. That could hardly be helped, but now he regretted not having said some small thing to Wen before he left. He wondered, abruptly, if his own father had said anything to him and his siblings before he'd left to fight for the last time. Hilo held his moonblade out to the Make brothers, who both spat on the metal for luck. "If I die, tell my family I fought well," he declared to Tonku and the more daring bar patrons who were watching from the mouth of the alley. The combatants touched their blades to their foreheads in salute. Hilo attacked immediately, rushing in light with a blindingly fast hurricane of slices. Tonku parried the cuts expertly and countered with precise, powerful strokes, shearing Hilo's weapon with steady, battering force. It took Hilo all of 3 seconds to grudgingly admit that Tonku was more skilled with the moonblade than he was. He wasn't surprised, but that didn't make the fact easier to swallow under the circumstances. Staggering back from the man's strength, Hilo repositioned his stance and attempted to create defensive space by throwing up a quick deflection. Tonku twisted his body and dispelled the energy with a perpendicular cross-deflection before Hilo's wave could travel even an arm's length from his body. Hilo pulled in his jade energy for another try, but when the tip of his moonblade dipped, Tonku's weapon darted instantly into the momentary opening, slashing him across the top of his sword arm. Hilo steeled in time to prevent a terrible gash, but it hurt badly. "Where's your shit-talking now, Kaul?" Tonku asked with a smirk. With a snarl, Hilo charged Tonku with the fury of a bull, slashing and hacking. Tonku kept his steel up, flexing and shifting it with each of his opponent's attacks. When Hilo's energy began to wane, and his arms started to shake, Tonku exploded forward and broke through his defenses with ease, cutting the younger fist across the ribs, and then nailing him in the face with the pommel of the moonblade. Hilo swayed and fell against the wall, hanging on to his weapon, but clutching his injured side, and blinking through tears of pain as blood poured from his nose. He retched and spat. Kane yelled convincingly, "Hilo-gen, concede before he really hurts you!" "Listen to your friend, Kaul," Tonku suggested, lowering his weapon. The fury in the man's jade aura was ebbing with the satisfaction of seeing his arrogant opponent in great pain and so thoroughly outclassed. Tonku's energy hummed confident and steady. He could fight like this forever. Hilo sucked in a wounded breath along with his jade energy and leapt light at Tonku, who tossed up a deflection that threw Hilo against the brick wall. Hilo managed, somehow, to steal against the impact and still hang on to his weapon as he crashed to the floor of the alley. "You really want me to kill you?" Tonku asked. From the corner of his blurry vision, he glimpsed Tar taking an alarmed step forward before Kane stopped him. Hilo shook his head as if clearing cobwebs from his eyes. He'd told the Makes that he held no personal grudge against Tonku. Now, Hilo saw the man's scornful thoughts written clearly across his face and in the relaxed set of his shoulders. "You're a stupid kid, a thug, that's all." And he found it easy to summon a real sense of hatred. Hilo crawled to his feet and came forward again like a stubborn mule. Tonku sighed. He caught Hilo's sluggish downstroke, and they clinched close, blades locked. Hilo spat in Tonku's face. The man flinched, and Hilo, who had deliberately not employed channeling once in the entire fight so far, sent a spear of destructive energy straight toward the man's sternum. The unexpected suddenness and power of the attack caught Tonku off guard. All his steel came up into his chest like a door slamming, and with stone-cold, sober precision, Hilo went low and slashed open the man's femoral artery. Tonku's eyes flew open in abject astonishment as blood emptied down his legs upon the asphalt. Without any sluggishness or hesitation, Hilo's left hand seized Tonku by a fistful of his hair, jerking forward with all his strength to bring the man's throat down onto the edge of his moving moonblade with a horrible sound. For several seconds after Tonku's body hit the ground, Hilo stood panting in a fog of adrenaline, barely able to believe he'd done it. The small group of spectators from the Black Goose stared at the scene open-mouthed. Hilo recovered his wits. Raising his moonblade, he wiped it down the inside of his sleeve. "My blade is clean." Clean blade or not, he needed to get back to No Peak territory as fast as possible. The bartender had already run back into the building, no doubt to alert other members of the Mountain Clan, who would arrive within minutes. Hilo couldn't count on the Makes for much help. They were both extremely drunk, having surreptitiously consumed Hilo's alcohol for him over the course of hours. A squeeze of lemon juice had made Hilo's eyes bloodshot, and a whole spicy pepper had made him sweat and raised his heart rate. So when he confronted Tonku, he would appear to be what the older fist expected of him: drunken, heedless, unworthy of a real fight. Later, Hilo would recall, as if in a disjointed dream, the frantic rush to collect Tonku's jade and get all three of them back to the car, followed by the madcap drive with one hand on the wheel, and the other staunching his wounds with wads of cloth that Tar tore from his shirt and handed to him from the back seat. The amount of jade Hilo claimed in that one day made him the most heavily jaded junior fist in all of Janloon. Kaul Sen was apoplectic. He harangued his youngest grandson for being an impulsive lunatic and had him whipped so severely that Hilo was bedridden for 3 days. Even lying around in pain, Hilo was rather satisfied with himself. His grandfather could whip him all he liked, but he couldn't put his plans back together. He couldn't bring Tonku Din back to life. The only problem, as Kane wisely reminded Hilo, was that he'd now made a mortal enemy of Tonku Ushijan, the slain fist's father and horn of the Mountain Clan. A clean blade notwithstanding, the man was not going to forgive the disingenuous murder of his only son, and would surely find some justification and means to kill Hilo in the future. Hilo was secretly and profoundly relieved 1.5 years later, when Ait Ugantin died from a stroke, and his adopted daughter, Ait Madashi, shocked everyone by immediately killing Tonku Ushijan and his closest fists. Hilo didn't know much about Ait Mada, but she'd inadvertently done him a great favor by eliminating the one man Hilo feared would be his most dedicated enemy. By that time, Kaul Sen's wife had passed away, and Shay had fallen out with the family and fled to Aspenia. A few months later, weary and despondent, the torch of Kakon retired at last. Within a year, Lon named his younger brother as his horn. At age 25, Hilo was the youngest horn anyone could recall. At times, when faced with difficult decisions, he would think back to the duel that had dramatically earned him his jade and reputation, and he would remind himself that sometimes the most obvious solution required only the willingness to take the most unreasonable of actions. 2 Greenbone guards of the Mountain Clan escorted Hilo through the front doors of the Ite mansion. It was not a place Hilo had ever expected to visit, and he couldn't help but look around curiously at the expansive entryway with its inlaid wood flooring, mounted antique weapons, and landscape art. It was precisely the sort of home Hilo expected from a wealthy, powerful, unmarried, and childless tycoon. Stately and well-designed, everything in its proper place, but lacking any human warmth. The 2 fists motioned Hilo to a stop in the foyer, where he waited, perceiving the approach of that long-hated, dense red aura. 2 other men pulled open a pair of wooden sliding doors, and Ite Madashi stepped inside from the garden. The doors shut behind her. Hilo glanced left and right as an additional pair of greenbones appeared silently from the hallways that stretched to either side, bringing the total number of Ite's bodyguards in the room to 6. "A little excessive," he commented wryly. He'd come completely unarmed, with no blade or knife or gun. "It's been my experience," Ite replied, "that no measures are excessive when it comes to dealing with you, Kaul Hiloshudan." Ite was more paranoid than she used to be. Hilo recalled that she used to go around without bodyguards at all, as if to make a public statement of confidence in her own jade abilities. She did not do that anymore. "I'd like to speak alone," Hilo said, as one pillar to another. When she regarded him with deep incredulity, he spread his hands. "I didn't come here by myself to commit suicide, and I think you'll prefer that what I say remain private." Ite's mouth flattened into a line. "One would think that your arrogance would at some point cease to surprise me." She spoke to her fists. "All of you, wait outside." Jade auras humming with suspicion, the other greenbones in the room reluctantly withdrew, although Hilo had no doubt they were lurking just out of sight and would return in less than a second if they so much as perceived him sneezing aggressively. The pillar of the mountain crossed her arms expectantly. She was wearing a gray woolen dress and a long black scarf that covered the puckered scar on her neck. Ite never hid the disfigurement of her left ear, which she had sustained in battle with Shay, but ever since the Janloon bombing, she'd concealed the reminder of how 1 second of carelessness had nearly ended her life. Hilo came straight to the point. "Shay's a prisoner of the Faltus Barukan. They captured her, my wife, and 2 of my fists in Laolo City." Ite showed no surprise. The clans had kept a close watch on each other's activities for so long that by now the mountain surely knew something was amiss in No Peak. "I had nothing to do with it," Ite replied. "Your weatherman took a risk by going into Shatar and making enemies of the Barukan. What did you expect? Although I hear your wife is already safely back in Janloon, you must have paid dearly for her return, but surely you have even more jade and money to offer to the Faltas to secure the release of your weatherman." Hilo said, "Their demands are a ploy. They let Wen go to make me believe they're sincere, but they're not. They've already killed one of my fists. After they get everything they want, they have no reason to return Shay alive." "Because you will surely slaughter them, regardless of whether they return her or not," Ite pointed out. "Not that I disagree. I would do the same in your situation." Hilo paced slowly toward his old enemy. I have to ask myself, he said thoughtfully, why would these Barukan pig-fuckers take such a big risk? Why aren't they afraid of what I'm going to do to them? They must have some reason for believing that they'll be protected. That reason, Aitjen, has to be you. I've already told you I had nothing to do with it, Ait said impatiently. Her glare warned Hilo to remain where he was. You can perceive I'm not lying to you. You may not have planned or ordered it, Hilo said, coming to a halt. But you're still the reason. The Faltus gang works for your allies, the Matios, but I'm guessing they're tired of being in second place and want to move up. If they get valuable information out of Shay that benefits all the Barukan, they can count on the Matios to keep them safe. Hilo's back teeth came together, flexing the line of his jaw. They'll mail you Shay's head in a box, expecting your approval and protection as well. So when I peel back everything, you're still the reason why my sister will be dead in a few days. Ait blew out a soft chuckle, as if she'd solved a simple puzzle. So you've come here to tell me that if your weatherman dies at the hands of some opportunistic Barukan criminals in Leolo City, you'll blame me and wage war against the mountain? No, Hilo said. I've come to ask for your help. For the first time in Hilo's memory, Aitmata was too surprised to give an immediate reply. She stared at him for some time. Why on earth and under heaven, she asked, with the slow, deliberate rasp of drawing a rusted blade, would I help the man who stood by when I had a knife in my neck, happily watching me die? You would have gladly done the same if it were me, Hilo said. I should have you killed where you stand right now, Ait declared. After you're dead, the Barukan will kill your sister, and that will be the end of the Kauls, the end of this long and hateful war between the clans, with the mountain victorious. You could do that, Hilo admitted. At least, you could try. Let's face it, neither of us is the warrior we used to be, Aitjen. But we could still have a good go at it. I'm in your house, unarmed and surrounded by your fists and fingers, so it wouldn't be much of a fight. But I like to think I could still do some damage going out. Hilo's voice did not rise or fall, but it hardened to a sharp point. After I fail to come out of your house, my cousin Andon, who's sitting outside in the car, will leave here and walk into the offices of the John Loon Daily and in front of KNB cameras to explain exactly what happened on the day of the John Loon bombing. The entire country will know that Kaul Shaylin-san saved your life when no one else would, and you repaid her by murdering me and letting her die in a foreign country at the hands of Barukan scum. Ah, yes, I'll be lambasted and condemned in the press, Ait scoffed. They'll call me vile names. I'll suffer poor public relations for a while. All things I've endured before, and a small price to pay for the immeasurable satisfaction of your death. Even now? Hilo asked quietly. When people can look to the Coben family? Ait's expression lost only a touch of its confident scorn, but her jade aura swelled and bristled, evidence enough that what he said had struck a nerve of truth. It had become well known in Green Bone circles that Aitmata and her adoptive nephew's family were not always in alignment. Right now, Councilwoman Coben Tin Bet was co-sponsoring a bill in the Royal Council that would ban further immigration from Shatar, even though her pillar had remained silent on the issue, so as not to jeopardize the mountain's alliance with the Matios. Times had changed. Itmadashi was in her 60s and no longer viewed as indispensable to the mountain clan. With a strong, popular 30-year-old man waiting to succeed her as pillar, she needed the complete confidence of her clan if she was to remain in power. She would make compromises she might not have considered earlier in her reign in order to uphold her leadership and delay the inevitable rise of her own heir. Just like Granda, Hilo thought. Nevertheless, Hilo could read the black calculation in Ait's eyes, one that he could entirely understand. Perhaps it would be worth any risk to finally win. After all these years, she intoned with all her usual cold scorn, is there anything you believe I won't do if I have to? No, Hilo replied. I half expected you'd kill me as soon as I walked in the door. But you didn't, which means my suspicions were right. His stare was steady and honest. You're not a machine after all. As much as you'd like to see me feeding worms, you would feel something after the Faltus torture Shay to death for information that they'll sell to you. I don't know what kind of a human being can imagine facing the gods with that on their soul. And we're all human, even you. He saw the nearly imperceptible shift in her posture, a subtle defensive stiffening of the shoulders and neck, a shadow of doubt. Hilo lowered his voice. You have far more men on the ground in Shatar than I do. You have power over the Matios. You can intervene. You can condemn the Faltus. If the men who took Shay realize they have no one to defend them, that we'll hunt them like animals, then the situation becomes very different for them. With long strides, Ait walked to the window and looked out at her garden, with the willow trees drooping over the gazebo. I don't control the Matios, she said, her back to him. I've allied with them when it's been advantageous, but they're not a clan. They're not truly Kekanese, they're Barukan. They may decide they don't care whether I approve of their actions or not, and choose to side with the Faltas. Hilo came up behind her, stopping at the point where their jade auras scraped against each other like shelves of granite along a fault line. The Itmadashi that I know doesn't take no for an answer, not from anyone. Those who do stand in her way. Hilo opened his hands in self-vindication as he stood in her foyer, have to be ready to die. It's why you're the only one in the world who can help me right now. The gods have always had a sick sense of humor. Ait let out a soft, derisive laugh and touched the scarf around her neck. She turned to face him. In that regard, Kaul, you and I are in complete agreement. After all these years, Hilo said, repeating Ait's own words, is there anything you believe I won't do if I have to? With the grim dignity of a man stepping up to the executioner's blade, Hilo lowered himself to his knees in front of the adversary he'd spent decades of his life trying to destroy. Help me find my sister and bring her back to Janloon alive. Your debt will be repaid. A life for a life. Whatever happens between you and me in the future, we'll call that fair. Shatar will be yours completely. I'll pull no peak out of the country and leave it to the mountain for as long as I am pillar. Hilo touched his clasped hands to his head in salute. I swear this to you, Itmadashi, pillar of the mountain. On my honor, my life, and my jade. Chapter 48. Debts and Losses. Shay's captors dragged her out of the tub full of jade and deposited her onto the linoleum floor of the bathroom. The smooth, cold surface under her cheek was a tiny, tantalizing relief, an ice cube in an inferno. A needle slid into the vein of her arm, and seconds later, blessed, cool liquid salvation spread through her body as the SN2 hit her brain. It was never enough, of course. Small doses that temporarily abated the worst of the physical agony, keeping her lucid and preventing her from falling headlong into the madness of the itches. The short Barukan leader with the green skull pendant bent over her and removed the gag that kept her screams muffled. She had never hated anyone in the world more than she hated him. Not Aitmata, not Zapunyo, not anyone. "Give me names," he said again. "The names of your white rats." "I've already told you what I know," Shay rasped. Even her tongue felt hot and swollen. She wanted to writhe on the floor, to claw at her face, anything to alleviate the feeling of heat bubbling under the surface of her skin. When she was inside the tub, at least there was the almost transcendent delirium of jade energy. Lying on the ground in chains, she didn't even have the strength to lift her head off the floor. "You've only told us some of the cops and officials we already know are in your pocket. You'll have to do much better than that," her tormentor said regretfully. When Shay didn't answer, the Barukan sighed and motioned for the men wearing the lead gloves to lift her back into the tub. Shay twisted and gasped. "Wait, please! I'll tell you, if you give some of the shine to him." She looked at Dudo. The fist was dying. Having already suffered a head injury, he was in no way able to bear the lethal level of jade overexposure. When Shay was in the tub, even through her own throes, she could perceive Dudo's heart intermittently racing out of control, then crashing to dangerously low levels. She'd been forced to watch him scream and thrash, vomit and convulse, but after that ceased, he was deathly still, barely breathing. "The bastard snapped my friend's neck!" The Barukan leader poked Dudo experimentally. The fist did not move at all. "If you really want me to use up my expensive shine on him, you'll have to give me something that's actually valuable." They were going to die anyway. She had the blood of so many on her hands already. What were a few more? "The second captain of the Matios," she began. "Anito?" one of the men in the room exclaimed. "I don't believe it." "Not him," she said. "His younger brother, the delivery man." Someone nearby let out a curse. "That fucker's dead meat." The Barukan leader leaned in eagerly now. "Is that true? Who else?" "You know I'm not lying," Shay said hoarsely. "Give Dudo the shine." The man looked over at one of his subordinates and shrugged, as if to say, "Why not? He's gonna die anyway." The thick-lipped second-in-command took out a syringe and emptied the contents into Dudo's arm. Shay had no idea if Dudo was too far beyond help at this point, but she imagined that at least it would ease his suffering. A few seconds after the shine went into his bloodstream, the man jerked and began to breathe more steadily, a sign of life at least. "Other names," the Barukan demanded. Shay gave up another white rat, the wife of a gang leader, and couldn't even muster the will to wonder what would happen to the woman. When she didn't cough up any additional names, however, they put her back into the tub. After a while, they took her out again, gave her another dose of SN2, and asked her more questions. The process took on a certain familiar predictability. How slowly could she offer up information, in exchange for enough shine to stay sane and alive. Whenever she was in the tub, she wanted to give up. She was drowning in jade energy the way a person might drown in their own blood. It was impossible to describe the feeling. Every particle of her being was boiling over, and the only way her primitive nervous system could interpret the sensation was itching. Itching in the soles of her feet and the palms of her hands, itching on the inside of her legs and down her arms and all over her scalp, itching inside her mouth, on her eyeballs. She understood now why the disease drove people mad, why they mutilated themselves and threw themselves into the sea. Shay forgot who she was and wanted only to die. But when they gave her shine, she would come back to herself for long enough to think, I have to give Hilo time. Hilo would find them. He would not be fooled by the Baruchan's ploys. If there was anything she had faith in besides the gods, it was her brother's cunning vindictiveness. So every moment she was lucid enough to think, she prayed silently and fervently, Yato, Father of all, help me, help my brother. She had to live. She would not leave Woon to raise Tia alone. She refused to fail her gentle daughter in the way that Green Bone parents too often failed their children, the way her father had failed her before she was born, the way Lan had failed Nico, and Andon's mother had failed him, by dying, drowning in blood and jade. What is the Yumon deal? Tell us about the Yumon deal. This was new. She hadn't heard this question before, at least she didn't think she had, although it was getting harder and harder to remember. They'd moved her to the living room at some point and dumped her in an armchair, her limbs still tightly bound. It must be nighttime. No glimmer of light bordered the covered windows. The faces in front of her swam in her warped vision. Moving mouths seemed to stretch in slow motion like those of grinning demons, melting like hot wax, grotesque and abstract. Someone slapped her face. Her head lolled back, and her tongue protruded. Give her some more, the Baruchan leader said. More shine. There was no way they could have done this 10 years ago without killing her. Thanks to Espenian medical advancements, it was much harder to die from SN2 overdose. Shay thought this was terribly funny, and began to laugh uncontrollably. Crazy bitch, the Baruchan growled. They threw water over her, and when she stopped sputtering, the man said again, The Yumon deal. What is it? What's the mountain's big plan? We know they're cutting in the Matios somehow. I have no idea what you're talking about, Shay slurred. A small, still-functioning part of her brain stirred weakly. What were they talking about? The Matios are moving money to the mountain, the Baruchan leader said slowly and impatiently, speaking as if she were an imbecile. What are they getting for it? You're the fucking weatherman of No Peak. You know what Ite is up to, don't you? Did she? She knew. She knew what they were saying must have something to do with... With what? With something that had once seemed clear and important, but that was now impossibly out of reach. I don't know. Tears spilled out of her eyes and down her face. She was so tired. I don't know. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Throw her back in the tub, the Baruchan said with weary anger. Hands began to lift her yet again, and the last of Shay's willpower unspooled as rapidly as a thread on a spindle. No, she sobbed. No, 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 no. Somewhere in the house, a phone rang. From the third-floor room of an apartment building down the street, 400 meters away, Vin Salunu set up his Fullerton TAC-50 sniper rifle well back from the open window and closed his eyes as he adjusted the aim. The windows of the house he was targeting were completely blocked. Every once in a while, someone peeked through the slats of the closed front blinds. All the other windows were covered with black plastic. At this distance, he was at the farthest edge of his range of perception, which meant he was confident no one inside the house could perceive him in turn, but he'd also never placed a perception shot from so far away before, and with the stakes so high. Lote's voice came to life in his headset. "Vin, what's going on in the house?" The Horn was waiting in a vehicle on the street below with several other fists, ready to attack under cover of darkness. "There's 6 people in there right now," Vin said into the radio mic. 2 of them aren't moving. I think the other 4 are the Barukan piss rats we're looking for, along with the 3 others who are standing or pacing around outside as lookouts. Vin heard the mountain Greenbone behind him in the apartment mutter, "Can he really perceive that from over here? I can't perceive shit." And Kenjo replying, "Quiet, let him concentrate." Vin found it a touch unnerving that one of the 2 men guarding his position was a member of the Mountain Clan, whose name he didn't even know, but that was not the most unnerving aspect of this situation by far. The Pillar had struck a deal with Aitmata, who had in turn struck a deal with the Matios Barukan to betray the kidnappers in the Faltus gang. In short order, the Matios had provided a list of all the known Faltus safe houses in Laolo City within an hour's drive of the spot Shay and Wen had been taken. When the private plane carrying the Horn and a dozen other carefully chosen no-peak greenbones landed in Laolo City, the information was waiting for them, along with a contingent of mountain greenbones who'd been tasked to help in the search. Reconnaissance on all 7 of the addresses was conducted via drive-bys at a cautious distance. Vin doubted any Keko-Shatarian Barukan would have the training to perceive farther away than the length of a relay ball court, but they would certainly have sentries patrolling around their position. Tato, whose talent and perception was second only to Vin's, thought she sensed the weatherman inside one of the houses. Vin confirmed that it did feel like Kaul Shay's aura, although it was flaring erratically, and he could not be completely sure it was her. Photographs of the building were taken from a distance, and the images faxed back to John Loon. Wen hadn't seen the outside of the house, but she could describe the size and layout of the main floor based on what she was able to remember. It aligned with the shape of the house Vin was now concentrating on. All evidence told Vin they had the right place. Eyes closed, finger on the trigger, breathing as lightly and steadily as possible, he could sense the different jade auras inside the house vibrating with strong emotion. Fear, pain, anger, urgency. From this distance, they were like colored tea lights dancing in his perception. Fortunately, the walls were merely stucco and insulated drywall, not brick or concrete, but he had no way of knowing how thick the windows were, or if there was furniture in the way that would stop a rifle bullet or change its trajectory. Ideally, his target would be directly in front of a wall or window, and the timing of the whole operation had to be perfect. As soon as the first shot went off, the men inside would know they'd been found. They would kill the prisoners, unless Lote and the other greenbones in the car arrived in seconds. Vin's hands were steady, but beads of sweat ran down his forehead and over his closed eyelids. He blotted out the energy of every other living thing around him and narrowed his perception until it seemed he was stretching his senses down a very long tunnel. Don't fuck this up. In his headset, the Horn's voice spoke to everyone. We move on Vin's signal. Something's changed, Vin whispered. At this point, one of the jade auras was so weak, he was quite sure it was near death. Another wasn't much better, flickering and blinking in and out like a bad light bulb. The four others, however, which had already been vibrating with unusual stress, now flared with extreme agitation and hostility. People were moving around, slipping in and out of Vin's narrow field of fire. The fist drew a bead on the strongest, most energetic jade aura he could perceive. As his finger curled over the trigger, he sensed his target's energy turn murderously dark. "Go, now!" Vin hissed into the radio. He exhaled, held his breath, and fired. When the phone rang, the Barukan were startled. They looked at each other as if questioning who among them was expecting a call. "Who the fuck?" The man with the jade nose ring stomped into another room and answered the phone. The others waited. They left Shay slumped and gasping in the living room chair where they'd been interrogating her. When the phone clicked off and the man came back, the blood had gone out of his face. "That was Choyulo," he said numbly. "He said the Matios have turned on us. He said we have to let these green bones go and get out of here." Stunned silence. Then the short leader exploded. "Does he think this is some sort of fucking video game? That we can hit erase and start over? Choyulo said the Matios would have our back if we got heat from John Loon, and now he's saying they're gonna fuck us over? After we lost 4 guys? What the fuck?" The Barukan broke into heated argument, punctuated with shouted Shatarian and profanities. Shay struggled feebly to understand what was going on. "If the Matios have sold us out to No Peak, we're worse than dead." The young man with the neck tattoo swallowed noisily. "We better do what Choyulo says." "Fuck Choyulo," the leader shouted, eyes bulging from his head. "And fuck the Matios. I'm sick of being second to those Orticon pussies. None of them could have pulled this off. Once they know about the information we've got, they'd be out of their fucking minds not to back us up. Otherwise, we go straight to Aitmata in the mountain." "What if Ait's in on it too? What if she turns us over to the Kauls?" the man with the nose ring murmured, his eyes starting to dart back and forth fearfully. "She wouldn't do that. She hates the Kauls." The lead Barukan crossed over to the closed window and pushed down on the slats of the aluminum blinds, creating a tiny crack through which he peered out onto the empty, moonlit street with narrowed eyes. Satisfied that all the guards were still in place, he turned back to his men with a fearsome glare. "We're all in this together, so none of you can turn chicken shit now, you hear? Go pack up the money in Jade. Kill the guy in the tub if he's not already dead. We're gonna get out of the city first. Then we'll bargain with the Matios." "What about her?" asked the young man with the tattoo, looking at Shay. The leader stared down at her. Shay saw the heartless calculation made in a few seconds. He couldn't expect mercy even if he let her go. She was more a liability than an asset now, and would slow them down. "We didn't get everything we wanted from this bitch, but we got enough," he decided, and drew a knife to slit her throat. Shay's body seemed to move with a will of its own. In a final instinctive bid for survival, it flung itself forward like a suffocating fish flopping on the deck of a boat toward the water and the tiny chance of living. Shay crashed to the floor, knowing that her final spurt of defiance was useless, simply a trapped animal response. She twisted onto her side, staring up with mute hatred. The man with the knife snorted in amusement at her struggles and took a step toward her, then jerked and stumbled, as if he'd been punched in the back. The knife tumbled from his fingers to the carpet. Shay followed the movement of his empty hand as he raised it in confusion to his chest, and then she saw the 2 exit wounds that had punched through his body, a pair of darkening flowers in the front of his black t-shirt. The other Faltus stared in disbelief as their captain's body hit the floor with a thud. Then they broke into a panic, drawing pistols and pointing them at the broken window as they dove behind furniture and flattened themselves against walls. "They shot Batillo!" someone screamed. How the fuck did they shoot him? The blinds and black plastic now worked against them, obscuring their attackers. Look outside the window, the man with the nose ring ordered. You look outside, someone else hissed, but he edged along the wall toward the glass. 2 more gunshots punched through the side of the house. Everyone ducked as the man by the wall dropped to the ground shrieking, clutching his shoulder. The front and back doors of the house burst open with tremendous noise as they were torn out of their frames. The largest windows shattered inward from the force of steeled bodies. Gunfire erupted as the Faltus unloaded their pistols at the Greenbones crashing into the house without any pretense of restraint. Everything around Shay erupted in deafening violence. She blinked at the mayhem as if it were happening in a dream. The young gangster with the neck tattoo grabbed for her, trying to use her as a shield to save himself. Seizing the ropes binding her, he began to drag her across the floor with him, pointing his gun and screaming over the tumult. Stay away or I'll kill her! I swear I'll— Shay writhed frantically, catching the man in the shin with a flailing kick that made him yelp with pain. He lost his grip for a moment and reached down to seize her again, but the hand with the gun came off his arm and spun end over end. The moon blade that had severed it flashed back around and sank into the space between the young man's neck and shoulder, opening his torso with a meaty diagonal cleaving. Shay made a muffled noise as his blood sprayed across her hair. A final gunshot reverberated elsewhere in the house, and then the fighting was abruptly over. Lotjin's face appeared over Shay, breathing hard. He was wearing a bulletproof vest, and his moon blade was streaked, glistening red. Sweat plastered his wavy hair to his forehead. The horn dropped down to his knees and broke the padlock on her restraints. Shay-Jen, he said hoarsely as he unwound the chains. Thank the gods in heaven. Tears filled Shay's eyes at the sight of Lot's face. On weakened arms, she tried to push herself up into a sitting position, but couldn't manage it. Her entire body was shaking with violent relief. Are they dead? She asked. All of them? She was thinking of the safety of all the white rats whose names she'd surrendered. All of them, Shay-Jen, Lot reassured her. We'll get everyone responsible. 2 Greenbones that Shay didn't recognize appeared next to Lot and helped him to cut the ropes off her raw, bruised wrists, then her arms and legs. They brought over a stretcher and lifted her carefully onto it. Shay was too weak to protest the gentle treatment as they carried her out of the house that had been her prison for days. She gasped at the shock of cold air and the sight of so many Greenbones moving about under the orange streetlights. Where had all these people come from? She knew some of them, but other faces were unfamiliar. Kaul, Jen, said one of the strangers, inclining his chin and touching his forehead as he helped her into the back of a car. Itmadashi sends her regards. A month after the ordeal, Shay was still unable to wear jade. Weeks of being treated with high doses of medical-grade SN2 had cured her of the itches, but the first time Woon had wrapped his arms around her, she'd cringed merely from the nearness of her own husband's jade. Andon assured her that every examination showed she was physically recovered, but with tears in his eyes, he told her that her body might never tolerate wearing green the way it used to. As the one member of the family who knew better than anyone what it was like to be scarred by jade overexposure, he explained that it was not so much a physical issue as a psychological one. Shay knew he was right. She suspected she would have nightmares for years to come. She reminded herself of how comparatively lucky she was. Taco was buried in Widow's Park. Dudo had survived, miraculously defying all odds, but he was deeply damaged. He would likely need antipsychotic medication and therapy for years if not the rest of his life, and he would never wear jade again. Wen visited the unfortunate man and his family every week. No Peak's foray into Shatar had been a disaster, a loss of years of work in the course of 3 days. They did eke out a few final satisfactions. With the mountain's support, No Peak's fists remained in Laolo City for another 2 weeks, long enough to find and kill another 32 members of the Faltus, wiping out the entire upper echelon of the country's second-largest Barukan group in a spree of unstinting violence that the police ignored as an outbreak of ethnic gang conflict. Shortly afterward, Wen received word that Diamond Light Motion Pictures had agreed to release Danny Sinjo from his contract so he could star in CinemaShore's tentpole feature film, Black and Green. One evening, as Shay sat with Hilo in the courtyard of the Kaul estate after the sun had gone down, she asked him, "Have you ever heard of the Yuman deal?" He shook his head. "What is it?" Shay frowned. "Something I heard. Maybe nothing. I don't know yet." Without her jade senses, the garden seemed oddly lessened, like a washed-out painting, and being near Hilo without being able to perceive his aura was strange. She studied his face, wondering if it was even more peculiar for him to see her once again after so many years without any jade at all. For the first time, she noticed flecks of silver in her brother's hair. "What did Ait promise the Matios to gain their cooperation?" she asked. "She killed the proposed immigration ban." Hilo put his feet up on an empty chair. "She sent word to the mountain loyalists in the Royal Council that they were to make sure the bill was voted down." Shay nodded. The defeat of the legislation ensured the border would remain porous between Kaikon and Shatar. The Barukan could continue to travel freely between the countries, sending their relatives to Kaikon to work legally or illegally. That was something the Matios would value above any alliance with the Faltus gang. "The Kobans must have been livid." Councilwoman Kobin Tin Bet was one of the most outspoken proponents of the widely popular view that Orticon refugees had increased crime in Kaikon and Barukan immigrants eroded traditional Green Bone values. Now, her own pillar had scuttled the legislation she'd been advancing in the Royal Council. Shay was pleased the isolationist measure had failed, but seeing the shrewd old widow being so plainly put in her place, she couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for her. "What can the Kobans do?" Hilo said with a shrug. "As long as their boy is a pillar in waiting, they can't afford to get on Ait's bad side too much. It was the same with Lon and Granda. You didn't see it up close the way I did." Shay waited for an accusatory glance to come her way, but it didn't. Hilo was staring off into the distance. "Ait can control the Kobans as long as she has other options. I'm sure the Iwe family hasn't given up hope that she'll pass the leadership on to her weatherman." "Ait Mata won't be quietly stepping into retirement." "No," Hilo agreed, turning his eyes slowly toward her. "Overall, I don't think she's unhappy with how things turned out. The alliance with the Matios renewed, the Kobans back under her heel, the Shatarian market under sole mountain control. And Ait's debt to the Kaul family erased. Shay knew what saving her life had cost Hilo in his soul. She'd never doubted her brother's ability to take lives or to give his own for the clan. She'd never imagined he would go on his knees to beg his worst enemy for help. In his mind, it would have been a betrayal of all the fists and fingers who'd fought for him and given their lives under his leadership. She thought about saying something, voicing an acknowledgement of what he'd done, but the idea of putting such feelings into words between them seemed trite, distancing, even insulting. They sat in silence. After a time, Hilo asked, "What will you do if you can't wear jade again?" Shay touched her bare wrists, unsure how to answer. She thought of Tia, asleep in her bed, and of the simple, profound joy that existed in seeing her daughter's face and hugging her tight. Having nearly been deprived of that, she couldn't muster any great regret over the loss of her Jade. During her life, she'd earned plenty of green, taken it off, reclaimed it, lost much of it in combat. Jade was her armor and her weapon, but it was not a part of her, the way it was with Hilo. She missed her abilities, but she was not empty, not any less of a person than she would have been if she'd lost an arm or a leg or an eye. It was strange, Shay thought. Greenbones revered Jade, but it was not the gems themselves that were worthy of reverence. Jade had meaning because of the type of person one had to become to wear it. Jade was the visible proof that a person had dedicated their life to the discipline of wielding power, to the dangers and costs of being a greenbone. She did not require proof anymore. She was past needing to carry her green as a coveted mark of status and credibility, one that declared to everyone that she was equal to her brothers and worthy of being a Kaul. She had 2 decades on the top floor of Ship Street to do that for her. She had work to do now, to rebuild from their losses, to guide the clan and the country toward growth and progress, to keep it safe from outside threats, but also from the perils of its own worst impulses. "What will I do?" she asked quietly, turning to her brother and touching her hands to her forehead in salute to the pillar. "My job as weatherman of No Peak." Chapter 49. The Prince's Stand. The 22nd year, 12th month. For Rue's birthday, his friend Dano invited him to a party in the Dog's Head district. "It's at this place called the Little Persimmon, and it's going to be a great crowd," he told Rue as they walked to class. "You should come. These guys I know really want to meet you." "Really?" Rue wasn't accustomed to getting any attention on his own, but he guessed that with Nico and Jaya gone from John Loon, he was the only one of the younger Kauls to take notice of now. "Sure," Dano insisted. "Anyway, KK, you could stand to cut loose a bit." Rue supposed his friend was right. Midterm exams were around the corner, and Rue had been studying until late into the night for weeks to catch up. His third-year classes were more difficult, and there had been a lot of stress in his life over the past year. The terrifying abduction of his mother and his aunt had caused him to miss classes right at the beginning of the school year. That summer, Typhoon Kit, the worst typhoon in 30 years to hit the East Amaric region, had pelted John Loon for 3 days, causing enormous damage. John Royal Campus had been closed for a week, and even after it reopened, Rue had spent all his time outside of classes helping with the No Peak clan's cleanup and relief efforts. The latest problem was that his dog Coco was going deaf and blind in old age and had several teeth removed last month after difficulties eating. Rue tried to go home every weekend to see him. On top of everything else, Rue was torn about what to do when he graduated next year. He'd decided to major in public policy. Time spent living on campus away from the clan and getting to know the other students in the Charitable Society for Jade Non-Reactivity had cemented a realization that he'd been born as the luckiest stone eye in the country. Sometimes he felt like a walking paradox, possessing all the privileges of being a son in a ruling Greenbone family, despite his deficiency, and suffering few of the indignities that other non-reactive people experienced, especially the Abuke. It seemed only right that he consider how he could use his position to help others. Rue thought he might like to work for a non-profit organization with a goal of getting involved in political advocacy, but he wasn't sure his father would approve. When he was in a good mood, the pillar was receptive to Rue's ideas, but at other times he would respond impatiently. "You're too idealistic, son. No Peak is a Greenbone clan, not a charity house." After the disastrous loss of the office in Shatar, The most pressing need was on the business side of the clan. The best way for Rue to contribute to the family would be to work for his Aunt Shay after graduation. The weatherman had already suggested she would be pleased to have him on Ship Street, and Rue's mother had reminded him sternly, "You have to put your family first before you think to help strangers." Rue decided to take Dano's suggestion and blow off some steam. The little persimmon, being in mountain territory, gave him a moment's pause, but he was 21 years old now and not about to inform his parents of every minor risk he took by crossing clan district boundaries like an ordinary adult. When he arrived at the address Dano had given to him, he went up to the second floor and found the lounge to be a dive with dim lighting, red benches around a small dance floor, scratched wooden tables, and a black bar with mini lights strung behind a mirrored backsplash. Dano excitedly brought him over to meet a lean, sharp-faced man working behind the bar. "Tadino here didn't believe me when I said I knew you." Dano tapped the bar top. "Pay up on that bet, KK." The man named Tadino leaned closer. "Are you really Kaul Rulinshin?" He had an accent, Shatarian, and to Rue's surprise, a circular burn scar on his left cheek. Rue dug out his driver's license and showed it to the man, who laughed and said, "I'll be damned. All right, Dano, I'll pay you in free drinks." He poured the Meech a generous shot of Hoji and touched his forehead to Rue in salute. When he grinned, his puckered scar stretched and pulled at the corner of his eye. "I've always wanted to meet one of the Kauls in person. You could even say I'm a bit of a clan mag addict." The comment made Rue dislike the man. The cheap, trashy magazines that printed clan gossip and photos of Green Bones had been unkind to Nico. Although, to be fair, they were unflattering to everyone, even Ait Otto. Clan mag photographers had had their camera equipment smashed, vehicles set on fire, and even bones broken by irate Green Bones, but apparently the money was good enough for them to continue their activities. Tadino didn't notice Rue's grimace. He prodded another man sitting at the bar, a pale, sullen fellow with a crooked face who was presumably a regular at the Little Persimmon, as he was alone and studying his half-empty drink. "Hey, you hear that?" Tadino said. "This is the Pillar's son. Show some respect." The unsmiling man glanced at Rue and warily touched his forehead before returning to his beverage. Tadino was not done. He shouted above the music and waved a young woman over to the bar. "Junie, guess who this is?" he exclaimed. The woman's thin, tattooed eyebrows rose under the fringe of her straight bangs, and her full red lips parted in appreciation. "Tadino, this shitty bar is more cut than I gave you credit for. I didn't know Kaul Rue came here slumming." She sidled up to Rue and gave him a nudge with her hip, lowering her voice to a sultry, suggestive whisper. "Come find me on the dance floor whenever you're ready to show off your moves." She took her drink and sauntered back into the crowd. Rue was tempted to follow her, but he drew Dano away from the bar and whispered, "How do you know Tadino?" He was aware that his friend led a freewheeling lifestyle and did not always keep the most reputable company. "We met through the Immigrant Rights Watch," one of the organizations Dano was involved with. It extended assistance to refugees. "Tadino's from Ortico. He used to be in a Barukan gang, and he's been through some rough times in his life." Rue said, "Do you know why he was branded?" "Don't tell me you believe in that barbaric policy," Dano exclaimed. "Green Bones have branded thousands of innocent people for having foreign blood or an accent or for simply being in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's heinous." "I'm not saying I agree with it." Rue wanted to point out that Dano was, as usual, generalizing about Green Bones. The enthusiasm for branding people suspected of anti-clan activities was driven by one large faction in the Mountain Clan and not uniformly followed even by all of the Mountain's own fists. But that wasn't the point. Dano was so outspoken and righteous, so quick to see every branded person as having been wronged, that Rue was concerned his friend would one day be caught with actual clanless criminals and, through no fault of his own, end up with a red-hot pipe against his face, or worse. "You have to think of yourself," he insisted. "You could find yourself in the wrong place at the wrong time too, and with the wrong sort of people." Rue had not forgotten that his own sister had been ready to assume the worst about Dano, even to bring his name up to Lotjin. "Don't worry about me, KK. Just have a good time, all right?" Dano pulled out a small plastic bag of black powder. "Hey, you want to do some sand?" When Rue shook his head, Dano shrugged and said, "Let's get you another drink then." Reluctantly, Rue dropped the subject, though not before resolving to talk to Dano about it again, some other time. Tonight, it would only ruin the mood. They were here to enjoy themselves, after all. He asked for another hoji, this time with ice and a splash of anise. On the dance floor, there were plenty of pretty girls, but Junie was the most striking, in a short black skirt and tall nylon boots. The plunging neckline of her sequined tank top showed off a tattoo on her chest, a black arrow pointed straight down into her cleavage. She smiled at Rue with invitation and danced in front of him, moving to the music in tempting ways. After his second drink, Rue was feeling relaxed and daring. He put his hands on Junie's hips, and they danced together, drawing closer with each bass throb from the speakers. She slid her leg in between his, pressing the top of her thigh against his warming crotch as they ground their bodies together in the dark. Rue was a little embarrassed by how excited he was that this beautiful woman was throwing herself at him. He suspected that Nico and Jaya got laid more often than he did, and while he'd never envied the social climbing advances his siblings had to put up with, he still wondered, sometimes jealously, what it would be like to enjoy all the advantages of his family name. To have status as soon as you walked into a room, to have women want you, to carry the greenness of an entire clan and thus always be more than yourself. That's what it would be like, he decided, to be a true prince of No Peak. Nico and Jaya took their place for granted, but Rue didn't. When the perks occasionally did come his way, why shouldn't he enjoy them to the fullest? Junie's breasts pressed against him, and the scent of her perfumed sweat filled his nostrils and rose up into his brain. Rue moved his hands down her back, over her waist, onto her buttocks. His rising desire was like a spreading liquid heat suffusing him from groin to fingertips. She was what he needed tonight, to push aside all his worries, to stop thinking so much. Junie wrapped her arms around his neck, and the warmth of her cheek tingled against his. Her lips brushed his ear. "Come on, I want to show you something." Taking him by the hand, she pulled him off the dance floor. Rue looked around for Dano, catching a glimpse of his friend on one of the red benches with two others, snorting sand off a tray. Giggling, Junie led him around the side of the bar, where, to Rue's surprise, behind a purple curtain, there was another room with a couple of sofas and mirrors hung all over the walls so that whichever way he turned, he saw flushed, bright-eyed reflections of himself. "Wow, a secret room," Rue said, grinning. "I wonder why it's here." "Who cares?" Junie grabbed him and they kissed, their colliding mouths hot and hungry. She tasted of vanilla lip gloss and lychee rum soda. "No one is going to bother us here." "Stay here by the bar and make sure they don't leave," Tadino hissed to Barrow. "I'm gonna run outside and make the phone call. Just keep an eye on things." I'm not gonna stand here and listen to those kids fucking, Barrow said sourly. Most of tonight's young crowd in the Little Persimmon was blissfully drunk or high. A few were passed out on the benches, and others were slipping out of the lounge in pairs. But Tadino had only let Barrow have one drink. We've got to stay cut, he insisted. Tonight, we're going to start the next clan war and turn everything around. Tadino rushed out to the payphone on the street to call Koben Ashi and inform him that his girlfriend was at the Little Persimmon Lounge and some stranger was laying his filthy hands all over her. Koben Ashi, a mid-ranked fist in the Mountain Clan, son of a prominent councilwoman and a close cousin of Ait Atto, was a jealous bastard who would beat the shit out of any man who so much as looked at his woman for too long. According to Junie, she and Ashi were broken up at the moment, but apparently Ashi never got these notices. Every man in the Mountain Clan knew Junie was a poisonous flower and wouldn't touch her, which was why she sought other places to fool around. She didn't seem to mind that Ashi put her conquests in the hospital, and in fact, she was always back together with him shortly thereafter. Barrow had to hand it to Tadino. It was a wildly unlikely but clever setup, the sort of risky thing that Barrow himself might have come up with when he was younger. As a bartender, Tadino met a lot of people and heard a lot of gossip about both clans. He'd seen Junie at the Little Persimmon before, and when he discovered that he knew a college kid who was personal friends with Kaul, he'd come up with a plan to put the pieces together. We've been stepped on like shit for long enough, Tadino said. They had to fight back, to do something about the relentless persecution heaped on them by the clans. Starting a wildfire of clan violence would relieve the pressure. It would allow the CFM to regroup and recover. Barrow approved of the scheme, but he still had doubts. Over the years, he'd taken every possible run at the Greenbones. He was a killer and a thief, a grave robber, a smuggler, spy, and terrorist. It was a wonder he was even alive. Did he have anything left in him to try again? He wanted to believe he did, that his smoldering inner fire could be whipped up anew. On the other hand, it would be a whole lot easier to stay away from it all and drink. You don't have to do anything, Tadino pointed out. You just have to keep those kids here and make sure no one interrupts them. And then stay here as a witness. How about that? You can fuck things up for the clans by barely lifting a finger. That possibility was appealing enough to Barrow that he agreed. Koben Ashi would arrive at the Little Persimmon and unknowingly hand the Pillar's stone-eye son a savage beating. Kaul was sure to respond with ferocious retaliation, and the fragile cooperation the clans had maintained since the John Loon bombing would shatter. Since Tadino had closed down the bar and left it unattended, Barrow helped himself to another glass of hoji. Through a crack between the purple curtains, he could hear and see Junie and the Pillar's son making out. Junie's skirt was hiked up to her hips, and the buttons of Kaul's shirt were undone. They were all over each other, oblivious to being sorely used by people they didn't even know. Barrow was accustomed to feeling sorry for himself, but sitting at the abandoned bar, listening to the wet, smacking sounds and moans of desire, he felt a pathetic kinship with the young man in the room next to him, whose uncle he'd opened fire on with a Fullerton machine gun on a dark pier a lifetime ago. At the age of 40, Barrow had come to the cynical conclusion that he'd always been a piece of detritus tossed about on the tides of fortune. Good luck and bad luck were two sides of the same betting chip, thrown carelessly onto a cosmic games table to prolong the inscrutable amusement of the gods. Yet he was not the only one the gods abused. Even the Pillar's son was a pawn to fate. Hey, don't be a pervert, Junie called to Barrow. Close the curtain, will you? Junie's short, sexy hair and her heart-shaped face reminded Barrow of Emma. Or maybe they seemed alike because she too was leading a clueless man by his cock. Emma was long dead, blown to smithereens, but Barrow still resented her. Now he disliked Junie as well, just from looking at her. Emma had been a bitch to Barrow, but she'd been nice sometimes too. She'd let him fuck her, if only because she was planning to die. When Barrow was very drunk, he thought maybe he missed her. Maybe he even missed Sampa and Cheeky and Moot. When Barrow didn't move, Kaul got up, holding the top of his pants closed with one hand, and went to draw the curtain shut himself. Barrow said, "She's using you, KK." The young man had a flushed, stupid grin on his face. "Fine with me." "You dumb kid. You think you're calling the shots?" Bitter contempt spilled thoughtlessly out of Barrow's mouth. Youthful, naive, reckless confidence was something he'd once believed made him special and would get him everything he ever wanted. "She has a boyfriend, that one. Kobin Ashi, a fist of the mountain." Kaul paused with the curtain in his hand. He glanced back at Junie, then again at Barrow, as disbelief, and then dawning comprehension slackened his face. Barrow sneered with savage delight. "You've been set up, KK." Footsteps pounded up the stairs and into the lounge. Kobin Ashi stormed past the few remaining partygoers, his head swiveling back and forth, his eyes wild with insensible fury. Two of his fingers were right behind him, as was Tadino, who shouted, "Back there, Kobin Jen!" and pointed at the curtained room by the bar. The fist pushed past Barrow, yanked the curtain aside, and saw Rue backing away with his pants undone, and Junie sprawled half-naked on the sofa. With a murderous curse, he seized Kaul by the throat and hurled him out of the room against the bar. Rue crashed into the bar top and fell, hitting his head against a bar stool on the way down. Sparks burst in his vision, and a ringing sound erupted in his ears. Dazed and crumpled on the sticky floor, his first ridiculous thought was to fasten his pants before trying to get back up. He fumbled stupidly with the button and managed to do up his fly before Kobin Ashi seized him by the back of the collar, pulled him off the ground, and threw him into another wall. Shouts of surprise and alarm broke out. Most of the meager crowd still left in the little persimmon grabbed their belongings and ran for the exit stairs. They knew how inadvisable it was to be anywhere near a furious Greenbone. "Who do you think you are, touching my girl, you little piss rat?" Kobin snarled. "After I'm done with your face, you'll never get laid again, fucker." Junie stumbled out from behind the purple curtain, pulling down her skirt and crying, dry-eyed. "Ashi, he's just a kid. He didn't know any better. Don't kill him." Rue staggered to his feet and raised his hands to defend himself, but he couldn't possibly match the Jade-fueled speed of a Greenbone. Kobin hit him in the stomach, doubling him over, then kicked him to the ground. Rue wheezed with pain, clutching his midsection. From the corner of his eye, he saw Dano shouting and trying to wobble drunkenly to his defense, but the bartender, Tadino, grabbed him by the arm and held him back. "I'm so stupid," Rue thought in agony. "Stupid, stupid, stupid." Stupid to trust Dano. Stupid to come to this party in mountain territory and let down his guard. Stupid to think for 1 second that just because he was a Stone Eye and the least of his father's children, that he would be spared the attention of enemies. Kobin grabbed a nearby bar stool and snapped off one of the wooden legs to use as a club with which to beat Rue unconscious. Kobin's 2 fingers watched with slightly anxious but unsurprised expressions. One of them said, "Ashi-Jen, this kid isn't even a Greenbone. He's not worth it." Rue dove frantically out of the way as the chair leg came whistling down. It missed his head and struck his shoulder. His entire arm went numb. They don't know who I am, he realized. His family had always kept him out of the spotlight, and his face was not in the clan mags. He was barely known to anyone outside of No Peak circles, much less in the Mountain Clan. The man with the crooked face had been right. Rue had been set up. But so had the Coben family. Rue threw himself behind a table. The enraged fist kicked it out of the way and raised the chair leg again, but the obstacle had finally given Rue the 2 seconds he needed to yank out the compact talon knife he carried sheathed inside his rear waistband. Coben's eyes flicked down at the sudden appearance of a weapon, and in that moment of distraction, Rue cried out, "A clean blade!" He scrambled into a fighter's crouch, his talon knife held up in front of him, blood trickling from his nose. "My name is Kaul Rulinshin, son of the Pillar of No Peak, and I offer a clean blade." Kobayashi paused with the chair legs still raised. His eyes flicked from the talon knife to Rue's face. The fist's cheek twitched as he exchanged glances with his 2 fingers, who stared at Rue with dubious astonishment. Coben swung his head back toward Rue with a growl. "Don't be a fucking clown. The No Peak Pillar's son in a place like this?" "It's true," Dano babbled, finally breaking free of Tadino and stumbling forward. "He really is Kaul Rue. We came here to have a good time, that's all. He hasn't done anything wrong. He didn't know who she was. He's just a stone-eye college kid." Coben's knuckles whitened around the chair leg. He wheeled on Junie. "You little whore. You found out he was a Kaul and you couldn't keep your legs closed? Are you trying to get me tangled up with No Peak, you bitch?" The woman's face lost all its color. No, Ashi, I would never." She fell to her knees, crying for real now. "He came on to me, and I was afraid to say no." "That's not true." Rue's eyes glittered with outrage. "Koben-jen, I had no idea who she was. I hope you can perceive that I'm not lying when I say I didn't mean to cause you any offense. But you attacked me without even bothering to find out the facts, so you've caused offense too. The only way to settle this is with a clean blade." Coben frowned. "Even if you're a Kaul, you're not green. You can't duel me." Rue shook his head. "Not you. Him." He turned his attention toward Tadino and pointed at him with the tip of his talon knife. "You set this up. You asked Dano to bring me here tonight. You introduced me to Coben's girlfriend without telling me who she was, and you called the mountain here to hand me a beating." Rue's expression was so fearsome that everyone left in the room could now see without a doubt that he was indeed the son of Kaul Hiloshudan. "I've never met you before tonight, so I can't see why you'd hate me. You must have wanted to use me to harm my family. I take that personally. So you can fight me now, or you can answer to my father later." Tadino bolted for the stairs but didn't get far. Coben's 2 fingers moved with the exceptional speed of Greenbone's and caught him by the arms, dragging him back into the lounge and forcing him to face Rue. The bartender's lips were pulled back in a frightened grimace. He appeared dumbfounded at the way his plot had so abruptly unspooled and unexpectedly reknit to ensnare him instead. His eyes darted around the room, but found no help anywhere. Dano seemed as fearfully bewildered as a hare trapped in a fox den, and the crooked-faced stranger from the bar hung back. "Choose your weapon," Rue demanded. According to Dano, Tadino used to be a Barukan gang member. The man didn't look weak or cowardly. In fact, he seemed like someone who'd been in his share of scraps before, not a person that most people would normally want to fight. He was larger than Rue by a comfortable margin. but he hesitated at the sight of the talon knife in Rue's hand, the way the younger man held it with easy confidence, having been trained by his father from a young age. No weapons, Tadino replied. Bare-handed, he held the physical advantage. Rue spoke to Kobayashi. Koben-gen, if I fight a clean-bladed duel with this man to settle our grievance with him, will you agree that there shouldn't be any offense remaining between the two of us, and that our families don't have to get involved? He held his breath for Koben's answer. In the panic of the moment, he'd blurted the challenge of a clean blade because it had been the only way to reclaim control of the situation, to defend his own honor when it seemed he wouldn't be given any chance at all. Now, though, he truly wanted to punish Tadino. If Rue was going to face his father after this fiasco, he wanted to say he'd fought a proper duel to preserve his reputation, not that he'd been beaten black and blue for groping the wrong girl in mountain territory. Nico had already broken their Da's hearts so badly. What would the pillar think of him, and what might he do to the Kobens for such a humiliating incident? Kobayashi seemed to be considering the same thing. Yes, he said. I agree. Rue sheathed his talon knife and wiped his bloody nose on his sleeve. Ordinarily, he was inclined to think generously of others, so when he encountered genuinely malicious people, his temper was ferocious. Offer up any prayers you have to the gods, because a bare-handed duel isn't gonna hurt any less, I promise you. Seething, he touched his forehead in salute to his opponent, without offering so much as a nod of respect. Why did you do it? Tadino's features contorted as he bared his teeth. He touched the angry circular scar on his cheek. Why? Why does a rat try to bite the dog that's killing it? Do you know how many people I've seen beaten or branded or taken away? Look at my fucking face. He spat on the ground. There was supposed to be a revolution. The Janloon bombing was supposed to kill all the clan leaders, and the clanless future movement was supposed to build a new society. Tadino's words were thick with venom, but he seemed near tears. You know why I read the trashy clan mags? I keep hoping to see you green bone dogs finally kill each other off. I'm not a green bone, Rue said. He attacked with 4 strikes to the head in quick succession, 2 jabs, a left hook, and right cross that grazed Tadino's cheek as the man dodged instinctively, protecting his face. Rue dropped a blistering shin kick across his opponent's thigh. Tadino hissed with pain and swung for Rue's face, then his body, hitting him repeatedly before driving his shoulder into Rue's chest and trying to pin him to the nearest wall. They struggled in a clinch, both trying to jam each other's limbs. Rue took one of Tadino's sharp knees to the stomach, and all the breath in his body whooshed out in a grunt as he folded forward. His eyes watered fiercely. He was already hurting in a dozen places from being knocked around badly by Koben, and every blow he took from Tadino made it worse. But Rue was accustomed to being weak and fighting anyway. He'd never attended Kaul Academy, but the pillar would not let his son grow up without a martial education, so Rue had been given plenty of training by his father, his uncles, his family's stable of private coaches. He'd done knife-fighting drills and shooting practice and sparring matches with Green Bones, whose abilities he could never equal. Although he was no match for a fist like Kobayashi, against another man without Jade, he had every advantage afforded by preparation. He was also 20 years younger and much fitter than Tadino, who was gasping after only a couple of minutes and a few hits. Tangled up close with his opponent, Rue kept his wits. He ducked his head between his folded arms and used the tip of his elbow to nail the larger man in the sternum and ribs several times, hard. Tadino's grip on him slackened. As they broke apart, Rue threw a wicked back fist that smacked Tadino in the jaw, sending him staggering back, holding his face and cursing. "You clanless dog," Rue said with contempt. "You deserve worse than a branding." Tadino ran at Rue and tried to take him to the ground with his greater size and weight. Rue leapt backward, sprawling, seizing Tadino around the neck in a headlock. The two men crashed to the floor. Dano made a muffled noise of alarm, and the mountain greenbones stepped back, pushing chairs out of the way. Tadino, red-faced, tried to wrap his meaty arms around Rue's waist and flatten him to the floor. Rue moved too fast for the other man. He swung his whole body around and threw a leg across his opponent's back. Riding astride him, with one arm wrapped around the man's neck, he swung furiously, punching Tadino in the ear and the jaw, dropping the tip of his elbow repeatedly into the back of the man's neck, snarling. Tadino collapsed to his stomach, putting his hands over his head to protect against the blows. Rue switched to burying punches in the man's kidney. In desperation, Tadino tried to buck Rue off, to roll away. Rue put his feet down and loosened the grip with his legs, just enough for the man to turn over, then leapt on him again with the weight of a knee in the man's chest and continued wailing on him, hitting him in the face repeatedly. Tadino sputtered blood and cried out, "Stop! I give up!" Rue did not stop. No one else in the room moved to stop him either. "I concede," Tadino gurgled. "I said I give up! Stop! Stop! Stop!" "You thought you could fuck with me because I don't have Jade?" Rue punched Tadino again, flaying his knuckles on the man's teeth. "You want to fuck with my family? With the No Peak clan?" He did not really intend to kill Tadino, but he was soaring high on adrenaline and principled wrath, and he was going to make sure the man got every bit of what he deserved, that he served as a message that even the Kobans could not misinterpret. Rue might be a Stone Eye, but he would not be a weak link in his family. He was his father's son. He would not back down from any fight or be used by anyone. You did not fuck with any Kaul. Barrow had seen many terrible things in his life, but what happened next would never leave his memory. Tadino, panicked, believing he would be beaten to death, tried frantically to push Rue off, shoving at his chest and hips. The bartender's hand fell upon the loosened talon knife sheath in Rue's waistband. In a flailing, fateful instant, he seized the hilt of the weapon and slashed wildly at the man on top of him. The talon knife caught Rue across the neck, and the fine steel opened the side of his throat. For a second, no one understood what had happened. Both men stared at each other in shock as blood poured down Rue's shirt and onto the man below him. With astonishment, Rue clutched his neck and toppled over onto his side, his mouth opening and closing. Junie let out a choked scream. Dano collapsed to the ground in shock. "Shit," Koban Ashi whispered. "Fucking shit." The mountain fist dropped to his knees and clamped his hands to Kaul's neck, trying to channel into the young man. But it was no use. The cut had been too clean and deep, and Koban was no green bone doctor. Barrow stared into the frightened eyes and saw the life inside them go out. Tadino scrambled backward on hands and knees, the talon knife still clutched in his hand. His face was a ruined red pulp, his nose crushed, and his lips split open, but the whites of his bruised eyes rolled about the room, trying to find safety. They landed on Barrow, begging. His mouth opened to plead, but no sound came out. Koban sat back on his heels, his hands and sleeves sticky and red. His face was draining of blood as quickly as Kaul's body. One of the mountain fingers said, in a tremulous voice, "What do we do, Koban-Jen? If the Pillar of No Peak blames us?" Kaul Hilo will kill everyone in this room, Coben said. Tadino tried again to escape. He was too injured to get more than a few meters. Coben threw a deflection that knocked the man over. Then he seized Tadino by the throat and held him at arm's length as if taking a goose out to the chopping block. You chose an empty-handed duel, but you drew a talon knife, Coben said. You dirtied a clean blade. Your life is worth less than nothing. He was going to kill me, Tadino sobbed through broken teeth. I'm a Coben, the fist breathed. My cousin is the goddamn heir to the clan. I'm not taking the fall for this. I can't. He glanced down again at Kaul Ru's body, and then at his fingers. Barrow had never imagined the faces of powerful greenbones could look so scared and desperate. Dano was on the floor, crying and retching. Junie stumbled up to her boyfriend, her makeup smeared with tears, and clutched his arm frantically. Ashi, I don't want to die. Please, let's run away together, right now. Ashi, I love you. Coben backhanded her viciously across the face, and she fell to the ground, stunned. If we run, we're fucked. Coben dug a shaking hand through his hair. My family will help us. My ma's on the Royal Council. We have to prove to the Kauls that we had nothing to do with this fuck-up, you hear? Nothing! Barrow should have left with everyone else in the club when he'd had the chance. He'd never had the good sense or normal human instincts to walk away when he should. Now, Coben's fingers were blocking the only exit, so Barrow had no choice but to watch as Coben dropped Tadino to the floor and began to break his arms and legs. Considering that Tadino was already so badly injured from the duel, one wouldn't think he'd last as long as he did. The man screamed and thrashed and begged for his life, but in the end, he couldn't move at all. He was a sack of cracked bones and twisted limbs, staring at nothing when Coben finally snapped his neck. Junie cowered in terror when her boyfriend turned away from Tadino's shattered body and came over to her. Ashi, please, no, she whimpered, tears and streaks of mascara running down her face. I only wanted to make you jealous because I love you. Don't you still love me too? Coben wrapped his hands around his girlfriend's throat and squeezed with all his strength, choking her to death in minutes. What do we do about them? Asked one of the fingers, looking at Dano and Barrow. Dano was curled on the ground, nearly catatonic with fear. He'd pissed himself. Coben nudged him with a foot. You were Kaul's friend, weren't you? We'll turn you over to No Peak and they can decide what to do with you. He yanked Dano partially upright and leaned over him. But you have to tell them. You saw everything, and you have to tell them what happened here. Got it? Coben looked over at Barrow for the first time. And who the fuck are you? Barrow turned his head, taking in the carnage of the little persimmon, the blood and bodies, the broken and scattered furniture, the smell of piss and fear. A vast and yawning emptiness swirled through Barrow like a dry, howling wind in an empty town. Kaul Ru's youthful, unmoving face seemed to stare at him sadly and with grave accusation. Bad luck, it seemed to say. Always bad luck. I'm just a regular at the bar, Barrow said. I'm nobody. Nobody, Coben repeated, then chuckled with an edge of mania in his voice. All right, Mr. Nobody. Here's what you're gonna do if you want to live. Go out there and tell everyone the truth, understand? Every lantern man, policeman, news reporter, you tell them what you saw. I never lifted a finger against Kaul Hilo's son after I found out who he was. It was the clanless scum who were responsible. The same sort of people who carried out the John Loon bombing and killed my own Da. It was one of them. I made him suffer before he died, and I killed my own woman for her part. You tell everyone, you hear me? They'll believe you. They'll believe in nobody. One last time, Barrow thought. Bad luck to good. One last time. Sure, Barrow said. I understand. And he did understand, with an uncommon clarity that made him want to laugh himself to death and spit in the faces of the gods on his way to hell. It wasn't a purposeful and powerful fortune that had always swept him along in its inexplicable currents, that trapped him in suffering, yet in the oddest moments protected him. It was insignificance. Barrow clasped his hands together and touched them to his forehead in salute. I'll tell them. It was bad luck for everyone. It was fate. He walked, unmolested, out of the little persimmon, down the narrow stairs, and into the night. Chapter 50. Terrible Truths. Hilo woke all at once, with the vague awareness that something, a noise or unusual energy, had tripped his senses while he slept. The feeling of unease thickened as he lay still in the darkness, stretching out his perception as far as it could reach. It was not his Jade abilities that convinced him something was wrong, however, but a flickering gleam of light against the bedroom windows. Headlights of a car, coming through the gates of the estate and up the driveway toward the house. He got out of bed without waking when. Closing the bedroom door quietly behind him, he went down the stairs. By the time he reached the foot of the staircase, the car was arriving in the roundabout, and his hyper-alert perception picked out 4 men in the vehicle. One of them was his cousin Andon. When Hilo opened the front door, he saw 2 of the clan's fingers get out of the parked car. They didn't move toward the house, but remained standing by the vehicle, guarding a slumped figure in the back seat, and letting Andon walk up alone to meet the pillar. This detail told Hilo immediately, even before he saw his cousin's face, that something terrible had happened. Over the years, it had become common knowledge within the clan and among its observers that Dr. Emery Andon had the pillar's ear, that Kaul Hilo trusted his cousin perhaps more than anyone. If there was a particularly sensitive or difficult subject to broach with the pillar, Andon would be the best one to do it. So in the few seconds that it took for Andon's steps to carry him to the house, Hilo had a brief window of time to prepare himself for why the doctor would be arriving in the dead of night. When he saw Andon's harrowing expression illuminated in the yellow light of the house, he said nothing but stepped aside and let his cousin enter without a word. Hilo closed the door and turned around. Andon didn't sit down or take off his shoes. He stood in the foyer before the pillar. His face was haggard, and his eyes were swollen, and despite being the one sent to deliver the news, it seemed he couldn't speak. "Hilo-Jen," he began, but struggled visibly to go on. A wave of prescient grief swept over Hilo like a tide coming into shore. "It's okay, Andy. Just say what needs to be said." The unexpected gentleness of the words affected Andon like a violent physical blow, rocking him back on his heels, but they broke down the dam in his throat. "Rue was killed in a duel tonight." Hilo blinked. When the terrorists' bomb had gone off and the Kakon Jade Alliance building had collapsed on top of him, the sensation had been unlike anything he'd ever felt before or could even describe. The ground under his feet coming apart, the momentary weightlessness, then instant muffling darkness engulfing him, along with a pressure so intense that he could barely move or breathe or even think. What he felt now was similar, although it happened invisibly and without a sound, a shattering disintegration that was silent, private, and complete. The one thing that kept him tethered to the awareness of the moment was Andon, standing in front of him. His cousin's sorrow was palpable, but he was doing his best to control and hide it, so as not to make things any worse for his pillar. Hilo took 3 steps into the living room and gripped the back of the sofa, leaning against it until he regained enough control to look up into his cousin's face and speak. "Tell me what happened." Andon sat down on the edge of an armchair facing Hilo and told him everything he knew. He'd been on call, but napping in his apartment, when his pager went off and he was summoned to the hospital. The shock he experienced after expecting to deal with an ordinary patient emergency, only to learn instead that the body of his nephew had been brought in by fists of the mountain, must have been extreme, yet he'd come prepared to speak as calmly and factually as he could manage. When he was done, he stood and with shaking hands poured himself a shot of the strongest hoji in the cabinet. The entire time, Hilo had listened and not said a word. The onset of agony was more intense than anything he could have prepared for, even after the deaths of his brother and brothers-in-law. Yet a small but conscious part of his brain remembered that Wen was still asleep upstairs in their bedroom, and that knowledge alone kept him from waking her by collapsing to the ground and howling like an animal. He spoke at last. "Do you believe the story?" Hilo, of all people, knew that with a strong enough motive and planning, a clean-bladed duel could be manipulated, the murder might have been arranged. Yet even as he asked himself feverishly, who needs to die, he could not see the logic of an enemy at work. Rue's death accomplished nothing for the mountain, even less for the Barukan gangs, or the crews, or anyone else. Rue was not a greenbone or an heir to the clan's leadership. He was not a threat or an obstacle to anyone. All he had been was Hilo's son. Andon said, "The man in the car outside is Rue's friend from college. I was wearing my jade when I talked to him and to the Kobans separately, and I didn't perceive any deceit. I'm not saying there was no ruse, Hilo-Gen. Lotjin's men will do their own interviews and investigation, and if there's anything suspicious, they're sure to find it. All I can say is that from what we know so far, it seems—" Andon swallowed hard before looking into the pillar's face. "Right now, it seems like an accident. I'll beg for death if I'm wrong." Outside, it seemed as if the world had ceased moving. Hilo came around the sofa and walked past Andon toward the stairs. The pillar placed a heavy hand on his cousin's shoulder as he passed. "Thank you, Andy," he managed to say, quietly. Then he went upstairs to wake his wife, and to tell her that their son was dead. The city of Janloon waited for the murderous rampage. No one was more reliable than Kaul Hilo Shudan when it came to retribution, and for the death of his son, surely there would be some terrible vengeance to be taken somewhere. Jaya spoke for many of No Peak's expectant warriors when she arrived home from Toshan with a dozen of her fingers and threw herself at her father's feet, begging tearfully, "Da! Tell me who we should kill, and I'll do it." No one had an answer for her. Rue had offered the clean blade. The Horn's men turned up no evidence that the mountain nor anyone else had plotted Rue's death. The college student who'd been with Rue at the club had been questioned so many times that he was near mental breakdown, and his story was corroborated by another eyewitness who spoke anonymously to the police. At Shay's urging, Hilo spared Dano, whose only crime was that of being a worthless friend. Although they might be tangentially blamed for what had happened at the Little Persimmon, there was no evidence of a wider resurgent scheme by the clanless future movement. After years of relentless persecution and the loss of foreign support, the CFM was already in its dying throes. Tadino's attempt to goad the clans into war had been a desperate last gasp. The day after the tragedy, The pillar had gone into his study with his weatherman, his horn, and his cousin Andon. Hours later, they emerged, red-eyed and grim-faced, and Hilo had given orders to the clan. Until the circumstances of Rue's death were fully understood, there would be no retaliatory attacks on the mountain, no whispering of names, no shedding of blood without approval. He made it clear that his orders might yet change, but they were to be obeyed. Everyone in the clan knew it had been the pillar's advisors, all of them level-headed and prudent, even at a time like this, who had together been responsible for his decision. On the morning of Rue's funeral, Councilwoman Kobin Tin Bet arrived at the Kaul estate with several members of her family. The heavy-set, matronly widow was in her 60s now, still on the upswing of her political career despite recent frictions with her own pillar. She wore a white shawl, and her face was dusted with white mourning powder. With her was Ait Otto, a college graduate at long last, and recently engaged to a member of the Tem family. Hilo agreed to come out of the house and meet them in the courtyard with his horn and weatherman in attendance. "Call, Jen," Councilwoman Kobin said, saluting Hilo deeply and without any of her usual smug maternal manner. The woman seemed truly nervous, wetting her lips and fidgeting with her shawl. "My heart aches for your loss. Our clans and our families have opposed each other in the past, but losing a loved one is a universal suffering. Please accept the deepest condolences of the Kobin family." Ait Otto followed Kobin Bet's lead, saluting Hilo solemnly. He cleared his throat. Without any cameras around, he seemed uncertain of exactly where to stand and which direction to face. Otto glanced warily at all of the no-peak guards nearby before speaking. "Call, Jen. I wish we were meeting under different circumstances. My aunt, Ait Mada, has asked me to convey her assurance as pillar that she's questioned my cousin and his friends and found them innocent of any ill intention in this tragedy." The three men in question, Koben Ashi and his two fingers, came forward and lowered themselves to their knees in front of Hilo. Their heads were wrapped with gauze and bandages. With eyes downcast, they each offered up a small, black wooden box in their uplifted hands. "Call, Chen," said Koben Ashi. "I beg forgiveness for failing to save your son from the scheming of clanless dogs who tried to bring down both our families. I hope it brings you a small measure of comfort that your son's killers suffered greatly before I ended his life. I nevertheless deserve to die. But if, in your great mercy, you spare my life and those of my blameless fingers, I will be relentless against our mutual enemies." The words came out stiffly and with little inflection, having clearly been rehearsed. A flicker of familiar emotion crossed Hilo's face, a wrathful light across the eyes, a twitch of the mouth. For a moment, everyone watching on both sides thought he might draw his talon knife and kill all three men where they knelt on the pavers. And why not kill Ait Otto as well, while he was at it? The courtyard was immobile with held breaths. Koben Ashi paled, but kept his eyes on the ground. The black box trembled slightly. Then the shadow of violence was gone from Hilo's eyes. The Kobens had not come with any protection, but they had counted astutely on the fact that the Pillar of No Peak would not cast any taint of bad luck on his son's funeral. Hilo reached out and took the black box containing Koben Ashi's severed ear. He accepted the ears of the two fingers as well. He did so without speaking a word. "May the gods shine favor on you for your mercy, Kaljen," murmured Councilwoman Koben. All of the Kobens retreated as hastily as decorum allowed, their relief palpable. It wasn't merely fear of No Peak's retaliation that had caused them to distance themselves from the incident so forcefully and to take the extraordinary step of humbling themselves before the mountain clan's greatest enemy. Rue had been a jadeless stone-eye, barely out of his teens. The Cobans were a proudly traditional Green Bone family with political clout and their sights set on clan leadership. Any implication or even lingering suspicion that they had broken Aisho might severely tarnish their reputation. Kaul Hilo's acceptance of their gesture was an exoneration, a statement to everyone that there would not be war. Everyone in the Kaul family knew it wasn't the decision Hilo wanted to make, but it was what Rue would have wanted. Rue had always championed compassionate causes, always maintained that No Peak bettered not only its own Greenbones, but all of Kakon, had been absolute. He never doubted that his father could make anything happen. In the wake of his death, Rue would never want his family's actions to harm ordinary people and reflect badly on the clan. Wen stood silently by her husband's side at the funeral and accepted condolences from the long line of mourners. She leaned heavily on her cane, but she no longer cared whether she appeared weak. She was weak. After 2 days and nights of vigil, she could barely stay upright. But she would do this. She would bear this miserable duty with Hilo. Rue always knew his father loved him. Hilo has that at least. Wen couldn't say the same for herself. If only she could have one last minute with her son, she would ask him to forgive her for being so hard on him all these years. She would tell him that every time she'd been critical or impatient, it had been her fault, not his. She'd worried for him because he was a stone-eye. She'd seen herself in him, and on some shameful level, she'd begrudged him for not being the heir she'd hoped to bear. Now he was gone, and she would never get the chance to tell him that she was proud of him. Rue had always seen himself as whole, even when she could not. He'd been confident and generous, and he'd never allowed discontent over his deficiency to define him, the way she had. Wen hated herself for letting sorrow make her resent even her own husband, especially since she could barely recognize Hilo. The warmth in his eyes, his lopsided boyish grin, his magnetic energy like that of a star burning in the sky, all of it had been snuffed out like a candle. He seemed as inhuman as a marble statue. He acknowledged the clan loyalist who approached with nods, occasionally a hoarse word, nothing more. Wen let her gaze drift in slow detachment over the rest of the family, dressed in white clothes and grief, until her eyes fell upon the figure of her 81-year-old mother-in-law, hunched under thick blankets on a plastic folding chair. Kaul Wan Rhea seemed completely lost in her own world, mumbling quietly to herself. It was unclear whether she knew what was going on. At the pitiable sight of her, Wen ached with numb, bone-deep kinship. Why not escape reality when it was so unbearably cruel to wives and sisters and mothers? At last, all the guests departed, and only the Kaul family remained in the heaven-awaiting cemetery. The afternoon temperature was dropping. A wintry breeze tugged at hats and scarves as it moaned through the trees of Widow's Park. Wen thought about stepping into the open pit of her son's grave to join him at the bottom. Shay bent down and chose a few of the flowers that had been left behind. She handed them to Tia, who threw them onto the closed casket. Shay bent her head and whispered, "Lon will be glad to meet his nephew. He'll take care of him." Hilo's hands closed into trembling fists at his sides. When he spoke, his voice was coarse and disused. "The minute that boy was born, I should have given him away to some other family. Only Wen and Shay, standing beside him, heard his savage whisper. Some good but jadeless family with an unknown name. What was I thinking, raising a stone eye into this life? She knew Hilo was only trying to wish away his pain, but the words lanced Wen's heart. You don't mean that, she breathed. She realized she could still feel fear. Fear that she would lose Hilo as well, that he would become unrecognizable to her. Rue's death had been an avoidable and meaningless accident. That was the terrible truth staring the family down. Green Bone warriors counted on deaths that meant something. They gave their lives for honor, for Jade, for the brotherhood of the clan. Rue had been steeped in Green Bone culture from birth. Its values had shaped his entire existence, had made him as green in the soul as anyone. But he was not a Green Bone. Now he was dead, because he'd acted like one. Wen, of all people, understood that folly. I did it all wrong, Hila went on in quiet anguish. I encouraged him. I gave him as much freedom as I could. I made him believe he could do great things, accomplish anything he wanted to. Hilo closed his eyes. Lies! Whether you wear it or not, there's no freedom when you're surrounded by green. I wish... The pillar's voice cracked like a brittle twig. I wish he hadn't dueled. If only he'd been a coward. Just once. Wen reached for her husband across what felt like a vast and lightless gulf. She put her hand into his. At first, it remained limp. Then slowly, Hilo's fingers closed over hers. Tears stole Wen's vision and painted tracks in her white face powder. Rue had idolized his father. He could never be a coward. He'd fought without steel or perception or any abilities that might have saved his life that night. And he'd won. Perhaps that was the great tragedy of Jade warriors and their families. Even when we win, we suffer. At last, Woon said gently, It's getting late. We should go. As they turned away from the family memorial, a lone figure came up the path toward them. Wen heard Andon suck in a breath. The sun was behind the approaching man's back, and for a few seconds, Wen couldn't see his shadowed face, even though she recognized his silhouette, the way he walked, the set of his shoulders. Nico was dressed in a black suit and white scarf. His hair was longer than it had been, and his face had changed as well. It was leaner and stubbled, and there was something in his eyes that had not been there before, a slow, haunted softness. He'd been 20 years old when he left Kakon, but he looked as if he'd aged a decade in the nearly 3 years he'd been away. Nico walked past all of them and stood at the lip of his brother's grave. Tears welled in his eyes, and he let them run down his cheeks without wiping them away. Wen recalled that as a child, Nico rarely cried and would often hide in his room when he did. I'm sorry, Rue, he whispered. I should have been here for you. We should have gone to college together. I was wrong about so many things. I'm just so damned sorry. Nico turned around to face his staring, silent family. With slow steps, he went to Hilo and knelt in front of him. Uncle, I'll never be as good a son as Rue. I've done things, inexcusable things, but I've come home again. Wen had not seen her eldest child since the family dinner the night after Rue's graduation. The muffling grief that had encased her for the past week split open under a surge of feeling. Without thinking, Her feet moved, carrying her to him with quick steps. When he looked up at her with those large, watchful eyes, her heart flew into her throat. "Ma," he said. Wen drew her hand back and slapped Nico hard across the face. The sound of it rang out like a gunshot. Nico turned his face, but didn't flinch as the red mark of Wen's palm rose on his cheek. Shay stared at Wen in shock, and even Jaya made a noise of exclamation. 3 years, Wen exclaimed. 3 years with no visits, no phone calls or letters, nothing. After his initial employment contract with GSI had ended 10 months ago, no one in the family had heard from him. Who knew what he'd been doing all this time? "I deserved that," Nico mumbled. "I was thinking only of myself when I ran away. Rue tried to tell me, but I—" Nico's face buckled with emotion, and he didn't finish. Composing himself with effort, he raised his eyes to Hilo, who stared down at his nephew, an unreadable mess of emotions raging across his expression. Nico clasped his hands together and brought them to his forehead in salute. "The clan is my blood, and the pillar is its master. Will you forgive me and accept me as your son again?" Without waiting for Hilo's answer, Nico drew a talon knife from the sheath at his waist. Drawing a fortifying breath, he grasped the top of his left ear and sliced downward with the knife, cutting into the groove between his ear and skull. Hilo's hand shot out and seized Nico's wrist. Their eyes locked over the knife. For a moment, neither man moved. Blood streamed down the side of Nico's face, running down his neck and soaking the collar of his shirt. He was trembling with pain. Slowly, the pillar loosened his nephew's fingers from the hilt and took away the talon knife. "You never stopped being my son." Hilo closed a hand fiercely on a fistful of Nico's hair and kissed his brow, then lifted his nephew's scarf and pressed it against the damaged ear, holding it in place as a bloom of red spread across the white fabric. "We all make mistakes. Sometimes terrible mistakes we can barely live with. But we learn from them. And maybe—" his voice collapsed. "Maybe we can forgive each other." Third Interlude. The Charge of 20. In the final year of the Many Nations War, the Empire of Shatar relied heavily on its control of the East Amaric Ocean, with the occupied island of Kakon being its most significant asset. For this reason, the Charge of 20, a famous event in Kekanese history that is rarely studied by outsiders, is considered by some experts to be a far more important turning point in the global conflict than it's given credit for. The One Mountain Society's attack on the heavily fortified Shatarian military base near present-day Lukong was nearly a complete disaster. Shatarian spies provided early warning of the assault, so the element of surprise was lost. Instead, the advancing Green Bone warriors were met with heavy artillery and twice the number of expected defenders. Leaving a small force inside the base, the Shatarians sallied into the surrounding area with superior numbers, encircling the rebels' position. When Kaul Dusharon realized that he and his men were trapped and facing slaughter, he gathered together 20 of his strongest greenbones, himself included, and 60 of his weaker and less experienced followers. "This is the true test of our brotherhood," he said. "Only together, in our most dire moment, can we reach for the power of heaven and turn the favor of the gods." The 60 less powerful men willingly gave their jade to their commander and their more skilled peers. Wearing far more jade than their bodies could normally handle was asking for death from the itches, but health effects were of no concern. That night, The 20 chosen green bones cut their tongues on their knives to seal their commitment. Together, they struck the lightly defended Shatarian base with so much savagery and extraordinary Jade ability that surviving eyewitnesses claimed they leapt over walls and moved too fast for their enemies to see, that bullets flew away from them and they killed soldiers with a single touch. 20 green bones brought down the gates and slaughtered nearly 300 men before they were finally slain. Kaul Dusharon's torn body was hung from the watchtower. Several contingents of Shatarian soldiers rushed back to help defend the base. When dawn broke, the exhausted troops saw the entire force of the One Mountain Society descending upon them. Believing that every green bone would be as terrible and nearly unkillable as the 20 sent in advance, the defenders panicked. Many of the soldiers were not even Shatarians, but Tuni, Yuiwans, and other poorly trained conscripts brought from other parts of the empire. In the first wave of the attack, they fled or surrendered. The One Mountain Society spread news of the heroic charge of 20 across the country through secret radio broadcasts, print, and word carried through the country's network of lantern men. Within days, all of Kakon was in open rebellion against the remaining occupation forces. 2 weeks later, the beleaguered Shatarian military officially withdrew from Kakon. At Kaul Du's belated state funeral, his grief-stricken father declined to speak, asking his comrade, Ait Yugontin, to do so in his place. "Good men are remembered with love by their friends," declared the Spear of Kakon. "Great warriors are remembered with awe by their enemies." Ait brought the hero's 2 small sons and his pregnant widow onto the stage and declared that Kaul Du's descendants would be forever favored by the gods. A new martial school would be built and named in his honor to train generations of future greenbones to protect Kakon and carry on his legacy. Chapter 51. Enough. Lula kept her eyes lowered as she was ushered into Ait Madashi's presence. "Please let it be today," she prayed silently. "I can't do this anymore." She stepped through the rising midday heat into the shade of the gazebo and sat down in her usual spot, hands folded in her lap. She glanced up briefly. The pillar of the mountain was wearing a bright green silk scarf that complemented the jade coiled around her bare arms. For a woman in her mid-60s, Ait was still admirably fit. Her skin was wrinkled but not saggy, and the gray in her hair was blended into silver highlights. When the lines around her eyes tightened, however, Lula thought she looked ancient and terrifying. The pillar uncrossed her legs and smoothed a crease in her linen pants. She lifted a pitcher and poured cool mint tea into a glass, setting it in front of Lula before pouring one for herself. The gesture of regard for an honored guest made Lula's breath catch with hope. She glanced at the thick stack of paper that the pillar had been examining and could see that they were transcripts. Pages and pages of dense text with only a few pertinent sections highlighted and marked with red tape flags. They represented hundreds of hours of recorded conversation from the meetings and phone calls of Art Wiles, CEO of Anorco Global Resources, gathered from wiretaps and recording devices that Lula had hidden inside the Espenian executives' houses. "How's your family, Lula?" asked the pillar. "They're very well, Aitchen," Lula answered quietly. "My mother's new medications are helping, and now that we have the nurse coming in as well, my sister is able to work again. They're happy in the new house." It was appropriate that every time they met, the pillar reminded her of her family's greatly improved fortune. "As always, they pray for the gods to shine favor on the mountain, and they thank you for your generosity." "They ought to thank you," Ait said matter-of-factly, leaning back and sipping from her glass. It's your work for the clan that has rewarded them. Sharply, look at me when I speak to you. You know I hate that demure expression you use. Lula firmed her lips and forced her eyes up. I'm sorry, Ait-jen. It's become a bad habit. She'd learned that the foreigners liked it when she acted awestruck in their presence, but right now, she was not acting. How could she not be nervous when sitting across from the forbidding woman who controlled her life completely? What have you learned since we last spoke? Premier Walter has officially approved the cabinet appointment, Lula said. Mr. Wiles will take office as Secretary of Foreign Trade at the end of the month. And he will step down as President and CEO of Anorco? Espenian law requires that he do so to avoid conflicts of interest, but he'll maintain a controlling stake in the conglomerate and remain President Emeritus of the Munitions Society. As for Operation Firebreak, he's putting his Keko-Espenian business partner Jim Sunto, the head of GSI, in charge of the contract with the War Department. The pillar nodded. And what of his arrangement with the crews? He'll continue to launder money for the Baker Street crew for the usual cut. The crews will still buy jade from Anorco at a guaranteed set price and move it onto the black market. In addition, Mr. Wiles will receive increased monthly payments for being Joran Gasson's influential friend in Adamant Capita. Wiles had never told her any of this directly, but Lula had pieced it together over time, eavesdropping on phone calls with Joe Boy, asking about Wiles's childhood friends from Port Massey, noticing that when they traveled to Marcucuo, he had meetings with Espenian men in dark suits who left behind briefcases of bundled thalliers. Wiles is taking greater precautions now to keep the association secret. He won't meet or communicate with Gasson directly anymore and won't be seen near him. The Espenian press portrayed Art Wiles as a devoutly truth-bearing self-made man who had come from a poor family in a tough neighborhood of Port Massey and risen to wealth and power through business acumen and savvy investments. Lula, who had out of necessity done her homework on the man, was surprised that Espenians wished to believe this fairy tale, or at least conveniently ignore whispers and evidence to the contrary. Kekanese people know that no man rises without patronage and protection. The oligarch Wiles owed his early success to the Baker Street crew, the largest, wealthiest, most politically well-connected organized crime outfit in the Republic of Espenia. Aitmata hadn't known this for certain when she first found Lula and placed her in the foreigner's path, but the courtesan's discoveries had not surprised her. Obtaining enough recorded proof to make this knowledge useful, however, had taken years. Lula's hand shook, rattling the ice cubes in the glass as she drank down the cool tea, trying to drown the anxiety curled in her stomach. Each time she'd come to Ait's mansion to make her report, she'd left with the pillar's words dragging down her steps. We don't have what we need yet. You'll have to go back and get us more. So she had, over and over again, to be the foreigner's mistress. She took his cock into her mouth, her pussy, her ass. She pretended to love it, to love him. She learned to lie fluently in Espenian, to whisper that he was the best lover she'd ever had, that she was so lucky and grateful he'd noticed her and made her his woman, given her such nice things and treated her so well. She accompanied a man 40 years older than her on business trips and stayed with him in 5-star hotels. She planted bugs in his houses in Marcucuo and Corandi, but not Espenia, because he had a wife and family there and another mistress, so she could not be seen in that country. She pretended to convert to the Church of One Truth and went to services with Wiles, mouthing the foreign words of worship to a foreign god and seer. She coaxed him into talking about his friends, his businesses, his political ambitions. She pretended to struggle with Espenian, to not understand all the things he spoke of, so he talked about them freely, with the sense of safety a person feels around their cat. When Wiles was away from Kakon, Lula could pretend she was free. She could take singing lessons and dream about going to college and one day having a real career as a music teacher. She could be with Sumi and imagine a future together. Sumi wept over the trap they were in and vowed she would wait, but Lula knew no one's resolve was infinite. Every time the phone rang and it was the foreigner summoning her back to his house, their fragile illusions of happiness were snuffed out. She asked the question she'd been dreading. "Do you have enough, Aitjen?" Aitmata considered the stack of evidence in front of her, one of the many that Lula had provided for her over the years. "Do I have enough?" The pillar gazed out across the perfectly still pools and carefully arranged rocks of her garden, her expression thoughtful and distant. "Is it ever enough?" Her eyes drifted back to Lula and lingered on her as if she were a mildly interesting sculpture. "How old are you?" 24, Aitjen. She'd been 17 when Wiles had discovered her. An expression Lula did not fully understand passed like a shadow across the pillar's face. Nostalgia? Pity? "You're still a young woman," Ait said. "Enjoy it while you can." It was the closest thing to an acknowledgement of her sacrifice the pillar had ever made. Lula had given up 7 years of her youth to be a foreigner's whore, a white rat for the mountain clan. She suspected she was the only one of the clan's many rats to report to Ait directly, a great honor, surely. She was grateful for what the clan had provided to her family, and she hated the pillar with the quiet and resigned hatred a rabbit has for its captors. Aitmata motioned one of her Green Bone bodyguards over and asked him to bring her a phone. "You've done well, Lula," she said. "I have what I need. Go home to your family. You won't need to worry about the foreigner calling for you again." Lula dropped from the bench onto her knees and pressed her forehead to the wooden decking of the gazebo. "Thank you, Aitjen," she choked out through tears. She sat up and saluted with trembling hands. "May the gods shine favor on you." The bodyguard returned and passed the handset of a cordless phone to the pillar. Ait was no longer looking at the other woman. She was flipping through a small book of notes as she dialed. The weeping courtesan might as well not exist anymore. As Lula rose to her feet and backed out of the gazebo for the last time, she heard Ait speaking into the receiver. "Iwe-jen," said the pillar. "It's time we made those arrangements we've been planning." Chapter 52. A Search Ended. The 26th year, 5th month. Nico entered the slum house in Coinwash and wrinkled his nose at the smell of urine in the stairwell. The poorest parts of Janloon were not as bad as some of the most desperate places he'd seen in his worldly travels, but they were still the sort of place nearly everyone would avoid, including Greenbones. Too dark to see green, as the saying went, literally in this case, as the lights were burned out in the hallway. The 2 Greenbone bodyguards that the pillar had assigned to him followed close behind Nico up to the 2nd floor, where he found the unit he was looking for and knocked. There was no answer, but he could sense someone inside. He knocked again. "Go away," came a muffled voice from the other side. There was no lock on the door, so Nico pushed open the flimsy barrier and stepped into the room. A middle-aged man in shorts and a stained t-shirt was slumped on the threadbare carpet in front of a dilapidated sofa, watching a small tube television that rested on top of an upside-down wooden crate. The smell of mold and stale beer pervaded the windowless space. Several empty liquor bottles lay discarded on the floor. The man glanced up at Nico with incurious hostility. "Are you Betin Rotanoden?" Nico asked. The drunk grimaced with one half of his face. The other half remained slack. "No one calls me that," he snorted. He looked away and took a swallow from the bottle of beer in his hand. "Who the fuck are you? Are you from the government?" "I'm from the No Peak clan," Nico said, "and I have some questions to ask you." That got the man's attention. He jerked up straight and stared at Nico alertly now, his bloodshot eyes bulging to the size of lychees as they came to rest on the long string of jade beads around the visitor's neck. "You're—" The man blinked twice and wet his lips. "You're one of the Kauls." Nico motioned for his bodyguards to remain in the hall. He walked across the tiny room and turned off the television. Noticing a step stool against the wall, he moved it before sitting down on it, facing his interviewee, who remained where he was on the floor, still staring with disbelief. "You weren't an easy person to find, Mr. Betin," Nico said. "Barrow," the man corrected sharply. "I never used that other name, and I don't know anything to the bastard who gave it to me. How do you know it?" His heart rate had shot up. Even Nico could perceive that, though he didn't seem frightened exactly. Unnerved, perhaps excited. "Do you know who I am?" Nico nodded. He took a digital voice recorder from his pocket and placed it on the edge of the crate next to the television. "You're Catfish. You were a spy for the Espenian military who fed them information on the clanless future movement for several years up until the Janloon bombing. After that, you disappeared from any records, so I assume you were whisked away with a new identity. But you used your legal name to apply for government assistance, so I knew you were back in Janloon." Barrow gaped at him. Nico couldn't blame him for being astonished. The Janloon bombing had been 12 years ago. The clanless future movement still existed, but had been ground down to dregs. The decades-long slow war had exacted a staggering cost in money and lives in wars all around the world, but if it wasn't quite coming to a decisive resolution, at least it was going into a state of dormancy, with egutanian retrenchment and negotiated bilateral withdrawal from overseas conflicts. The former spy probably figured no one would try to find him. Even the Espenian government seemed to tacitly agree with that assessment, since it had declassified most of its documents over 10 years old. The No Peak clan, however, had a long memory and longer grudges. Nico's Aunt Shay had given him an unusual assignment. Use newly declassified information that the clan had obtained to track down first-hand accounts of the ROE's secret activities in Kakon prior to and immediately after the Janloon bombing. She'd assigned a couple of people to help him with the project, which they both knew would involve chasing a lot of dead ends. Nico was aware that the weatherman was testing him, but that didn't bother him. Time-consuming, methodical detective work, far out of the spotlight, suited him fine. Unfortunately, after 6 months, Nico still didn't have enough concrete evidence of the ROE's activities to help the weatherman substantiate her suspicions. The 2 retired military intelligence operatives he tracked down refused to talk to the fake reporter he sent their way. The ROE used code names for its informers. Sometimes he could determine their identities, but most of them could not be found. The file on Catfish had come with a copy of an arrest record for anti-clan vandalism, which could be cross-referenced with the John Loon police database. But it was sheer luck that Barrow's legal name had shown up again recently in the government's system, and only, it appeared, because the man was a destitute alcoholic surviving on social welfare. "I want to know about your previous work for the Espenians," Nico said, "in as much detail as possible." Barrow was silent for nearly a full minute. Then he laughed out loud, a raspy bark of incredulous delight. "That's it?" "You'll be paid for it, if that's what you're asking." Nico took an envelope out of his breast pocket and set it down near the recorder. It seemed a waste of clan money. He was confident the man would spend every last dien on liquor. Barrow looked at the envelope and then at Nico. A strange expression suffused his crooked face, a faintly deranged eagerness as he sat forward and let out a foul-smelling sigh of satisfaction. "Sure, KK, sure. I'll tell you everything." "Good." Nico turned on the recorder. "Did you know a man named Vastik Iamolovny?" Upon his return to John Loon, Nico hadn't expected to be welcomed or forgiven by the clan. Indeed, he hadn't been. Plenty of naysayers, inside and outside of No Peak, speculated unkindly and sometimes outrageously that he'd come back because he'd run out of money, that he was a foreign agent who would betray his family again, that he had a secret lover and couldn't marry until he restored his position in the clan, among other theories. Nico could do nothing about the harsh gossip except endure it and try not to let it affect him. He performed the most painful penance he could think of, worse than cutting off his ear, as far as he was concerned. He agreed to television, radio, and newspaper interviews where he spoke candidly about his decision to leave and to return. Over and over again, he apologized humbly and publicly for having hurt and disappointed his family and his clan, and promised that he would do his best to prove himself a worthy son and potential heir from now on. His grieving parents hadn't been of much support at first. The pillar officially accepted his return to the clan, but was otherwise withdrawn, and Nico didn't expect his mother to ever forgive him, not when he hadn't been there to protect Rue when it mattered. Nico soldiered on regardless. Over time, the doubter's angry grumblings would fade, so long as he put his head down and proved he could back up his intentions with action. He'd done as Rue had once suggested, attending John Royal University part-time and progressing steadily toward a joint degree in economics and organizational management. For 2 years, he worked evenings on the military side of the clan. Ironically, all the training and experience he'd gained during his employment with GSI had improved his martial confidence, and his motivations were different now. He was promoted to Fist in 6 months, laying to rest the question of whether his previously unremarkable performance had been an issue of ability. With his Aunt Shay's blessing, he began shadowing Taryn Bin, the clan's master luckbringer, to learn about the Ship Street side of the clan. Soon after, the weatherman began to give him work to do on his own time, including this project of chasing down old breadcrumbs. Recently, he'd begun attending and observing his aunt's meetings with lantern men and other clan stakeholders. In the 3 years that had passed since his return to John Loon, Nico had determinedly done everything that could be expected of him, and more. "You used to be so stuck up, always wanting to ignore the rules and do your own thing. Now you're a worker ant who doesn't seem to sleep," Jaya said, in an unexpected moment of sisterly concern for him. "What happened to you?" "I'm not a moody teenager anymore. I grew up and gained perspective, Jaya. That's all." It was a shallow answer when the truth was more complicated, not something he was sure he could ever explain. He'd left Kakon in search of the indefinable. a sense of who he was, independent of the clan. An answer to the nagging question of who he could have been if his uncle hadn't taken him from his birth mother and made him the first son of the Kaul family. When he joined GSI, he'd imagined that the foreigners were right. The world of Green Bones was brutal and outdated, nothing like the rest of the world. Now he knew better. There was jade and blood and cruelty everywhere. After leaving GSI, he'd wandered without any destination in mind, chased wherever he went by guilty memories and the vague dread that he was tainted for breaking Aisho and could never return home for fear of bringing disfavor back with him. Instead, he traveled east across the Aureus continent and spent 2 months in Liban, Steppenland, hoping to awaken some revelatory connection to the city of his birth. It was a pleasant place, utterly foreign, rarely a Kekanese person in sight. He felt nothing there. He left and crossed the ocean to Karandi, then went on to the Spenius continent, then south to Eleusis. Along the way, he worked menial jobs for cash, more to do something with himself than any real need for money. He cut wood and stacked boxes, cleaned tables and mopped floors. He wore his jade hidden, like a thief. He'd been living in a motel room across from a pleasantly quiet beach on the Aleutian side of the Mazumian Sea when he received a phone call from Teiji Ino, one of the few people he'd kept in touch with after leaving GSI and who knew where he was. Over the phone, Teiji apologized. For the whole time they'd known each other and been friends, he'd been a white rat for the No Peak clan. Now, Teiji was calling on behalf of the Horn to give Nico the news that his brother had been killed. When Barrow was done speaking, Nico nodded and turned off the recorder. "You've been very helpful," he said. He took a pen from his pocket and wrote on the envelope that he'd left beside the television. "The money in the envelope is yours, but I'm also giving you a phone number in the weatherman's office. If you call tomorrow morning and say who you are, they'll have orders from me to find you a place to live that's better than this dump. 3 months of rent will be paid for. You can use that time to get sober and find a job and maybe improve your life. Or you can spend the money to drink yourself to death in slightly nicer surroundings. The offer is there for tomorrow only. It's up to you." He stood to go. "You're done?" His interviewee sounded disappointed, almost angry. As Nico reached the door, Barrow called after him. "Hey, wait! You asked me plenty of questions, so I get to ask you a question too. It's only fair, right?" Nico turned around. Barrow was climbing to his feet, bloodshot eyes fixed in a reckless stare. "That's a really nice necklace you're wearing. Really distinctive looking. Tell me something. How did you get that jade?" Nico brought a hand up to the string of beads around his neck, each stone identical and flawless, separated with black spacers on a silver chain. "It belonged to my father," Nico said. "I earned it, piece by piece, by proving myself in the clan." Barrow gave a strange giggle. "Your father was Kaul, the pillar of No Peak. You're his son." "That's generally how it works, yes," Nico said impatiently. The man pointed to him. "I'd recognize that jade anywhere, because it used to be on my neck." He jabbed a finger proudly toward his own chest. "I was more than just a tool for the foreigners, you know. Before that, I was a smuggler and a thief, a grave robber, and most of all, I was a killer. Everyone around me ends up feeding worms. I'm a fucking demigod of death, KK. I've probably killed more people than most Green Bones. More people than you have, I bet." Barrow's grin was the leer of a bleached skull. "Long ago, the mountains sent me after your da. I did it for the jade, That's Jade. I found him at the docks, and I pulled the trigger. I started the clan war all those years ago. I'm the reason you're an orphan. And here we are. He laughed like an injured hyena. Finally, the gods are tying up their sick comedy act. When Nico had walked into the room, the man on the floor had been a tired, huddled figure, wrapped in sour apathy. Now he was standing straight, his thinning hair drooping over dark eyes that shone down into the bottomless well of rage and despair that came from staring too long into an abyss and seeing nothing. His sweating face bore the mad stamp of a man holding a knife to his own throat and shouting, desperate for recognition at the end of it all. Well? Barrow swayed alarmingly toward Nico, as if toward the window ledge of a building. Don't you have anything to say? Can't you use your perception to know I'm telling the truth? If you believed everything else I told you before, you have to believe me now. Aren't you gonna? With a sharp motion of his wrist, Nico flicked out a short, horizontal deflection that struck Barrow in the midsection like the thwack of a pole to the gut. The man grunted out his breath as he was knocked onto his rear. He looked up expectantly for the next blow, but Nico hadn't moved from his spot. Do you think any greenbone can be goaded into killing carelessly at the drop of a pin? Nico spoke with calm but astonished contempt. Just because I could break your neck, you expect me to do you the favor? Do you honestly believe it would make your sorry life more dramatic or meaningful for you to be murdered by the No Peak clan? Nico's pity confused and enraged the man. Don't you get it? I'm everything the Greenbones hate and want to crush under their heels, Barrow snarled. He picked himself off the floor, breathing hard and holding his stomach. It's because I won't settle for being a nobody. I'm somebody, you hear me? I'm not like all those other pussies out there who settle for scraps. I've done things. I go after what I want, and I get it no matter what. That's who the fuck I am. Without warning, he collapsed to his knees and put his face in his hands. I'm not giving you what you want, Nico said bluntly. Move on. Want something different. Didn't you hear what I said, you weird fucker? What kind of greenbone are you, anyway? Spittle flew from Barrow's mouth as his head jerked up. His shoulders were heaving. I killed your father! You didn't, Nico told him bluntly. I never knew my father, but he was a good person, a respected pillar, and one of the most powerful greenbones anyone could name. That's what I've been told all my life, and it's what I choose to believe. The Mountain Clan murdered him, but the truth of it is that a man like that can only be brought down by his own flaws in the face of forces beyond anyone's control, not by someone like you. The bodyguards out in the hall hadn't moved despite the yelling, since the unarmed, jadeless drunkard was of no threat and they perceived no alarm from their boss. Nico squinted at Barrow coldly as the man stared up at him in mute disbelief. You're not from a Greenbone clan, so you don't understand, Nico explained, as if to a dim child. Ending lives out of vengeance is an important decision. I wouldn't disrespect my father's memory by taking what you said seriously. If you want to end your life, do the job yourself, but don't fool yourself into thinking it has meaning. Nico left the room and walked out of the building with his bodyguards. He was deeply unsettled, not by what the drunkard had said, but by what he'd seen in those hollow eyes. Even a wretched man like Barrow, sunken to the bottom of society, still harbored an intense, maddening desire to be a part of the great myth. It was a myth that ruled Kakon and its people down to its bones, that drove society's obsession with the trappings of greenness, that even seduced foreigners who could never truly understand it. Clans in Jade, murder and vengeance, burdens and feuds and failures passed down from father to brother to son. None of it was a myth to Nico at all, but part of his lived experience, inescapable but malleable truths that it had taken him a world of searching to accept. Chapter 53. Old Secrets. Shay had been waiting patiently for the inevitable request that she meet with the Espenian ambassador. She took Nico with her. In the car during the drive from Ship Street into the Monument District, she tested her nephew. "How do you think we should approach this meeting?" One of Nico's eyes narrowed thoughtfully, an expression that always reminded her of Lon. "The Espenians never ask for a meeting unless they want something, but they're always prepared to give in return. It'll be an offer they feel confident will buy our cooperation. The current ROE government, unlike previous administrations, seems more interested in money than Jade, which may be good for us, since it'll be easier to bargain with them. But we're also in a tricky position right now. We can't give in to their demands, but with the Jade decriminalization bill finally moving through the National Assembly, we also don't want to do anything to jeopardize the relationship." Shay nodded, pleased with his astute answer. "I see you've been keeping up with the news." Nico had applied himself to learning the workings of the clan with a dedication that had surprised everyone. She suspected that he grieved for Rue by occupying himself with work during every waking hour. She wasn't sure it was healthy for him, but she also couldn't begrudge his accomplishments. The Espenian embassy was a modern, gleaming glass cube of a building, flying a dozen ROE flags from the top of its steel gate and deliberately overshadowing the other, more modest foreign diplomatic offices in the Monument District. Upon being admitted past security, Shay and Nico were led into the ambassador's private sitting room, a sunny but formal chamber with high-backed cushioned chairs and portraits of famous Espenian premiers on the walls. Ambassador Leonard greeted them and introduced Colonel Jorgen Basso, the newly installed commanding officer of Uman Naval Base. In the years that Shay had been weatherman, she'd dealt with 7 different ROE ambassadors and 3 military commanders. She remembered how nervous she'd been the first time she'd sat down with Ambassador Gregor Mendoff and Colonel Leland Dealer in the White Lantern Club, the outright skepticism they'd shown toward her as a young woman and an inexperienced weatherman. Both men were long gone, retired to their home country. Leonard and Basso saluted the longtime weatherman in the proper Kekanese manner, then shook her hand, thanking her for coming to meet with them. Shay did not introduce Nico, as she'd brought him as an observer. He positioned his chair behind and to the left of Shay's seat. Ambassador Leonard was a long-faced woman with thin lips and straight, dark eyebrows over unsmiling eyes. She was at least a decade younger than Shay, but carried herself with the unpretentious confidence of an old political hawk. She perched straight-backed in her chair and folded her hands over her knee. "Miss Kaul," she said, "I was hoping your pillar would join us as well." "My brother is busy today," Shay said. Hilo still hated diplomatic bullshit. "Your predecessor ought to have explained to you that as weatherman, I speak on the pillar's behalf." She gave the foreigners a polite, expectant smile. "What can the No Peak clan do for our Espenian friends?" The ambassador motioned for an aide to close the door to the sitting room. It swung shut on silent hinges. "I assume you're aware of the situation that's been developing on Uman Island." "If you're referring to the protest camp, yes, I'm aware of it," Shay said. Colonel Basso, a large, bald, brown-skinned man with spectacles, perhaps Tomasian in ancestry, said with gruff indignation, "There are over 2,000 civilians camped within 2 kilometers of an ROE military base, with more joining every day for the past month. They pose an unacceptable security risk.
They're not on your property, Shay replied calmly. That part of Yuman Island is historically an indigenous area. Last year, the Royal Council passed a bill to restore it to Abuke governance. The people who've gathered there are doing so with the permission of tribal leaders as protest against the offshore jade mining that's continued despite years of national opposition.
Ambassador Leonard's thin lips all but disappeared when she tightened them.
An unruly mob is not the best way to address a complicated issue.
Shay raised her eyebrows.
There's nothing complicated about it. The issue persists because the Espenian government continues to support Anorco's exploitative business operations.
Over the course of a dozen years, neither the diplomatic efforts on the part of the Kekanese government nor repeated attempts by the clans to destroy the mining ships had been successful. The local Abuke tribes, fed up with the ongoing environmental destruction of their fishing grounds, had mounted a protest that had rapidly garnered widespread public support. Ambassador Leonard adeptly refused to be drawn further into the underlying argument. My immediate concern is for the safety of the Espenian and Kekanese citizens, who could be endangered if this intentionally provocative gathering turns violent. Shay didn't bother to point out that the ambassador was likely more concerned about the ongoing press coverage of the Yuman standoff, as it was being called by the media. The Espenians preferred not to draw public attention to the fact that they still had such a large military presence in the country, despite promises to the Kekanese government that they would reduce their forces as part of the international effort to bring the slow war to an end. Shay sat back.
What is it you want the No Peak clan to do?
Ambassador Leonard and Colonel Basso exchanged glances, as if the answer was self-evident and Shay was being obdurate, which she was. She already knew what the foreigners were asking for, but she wanted them to have to say it out loud. The colonel was the one to be blunt. Break up the encampment and persuade the protesters to leave.
By force, if necessary,
Shay added for them.
Greenbones are more than capable of force,
Leonard pointed out.
Although I would hope that a strong show of intent would be enough to control the situation.
Even though the request was exactly what Shay had expected, she was nonetheless deeply offended and filled with a cold anger that she controlled and folded carefully into her answer.
Over the 26 years that I've been weatherman of No Peak, she said, I've seen the relationship between our countries go through many phases. In some ways, we're friends who are closer than ever before. But friendship is something that can be abused. When that happens, it can lead to hard feelings and even enmity. Espenia has asked Kakon for jade, soldiers, land, military support, and political concessions. And now you're suggesting the Greenbones turn against the people we protect. Most of the protesters encamped on Yuman Island are jadeless civilians. You're asking us to break Aisho.
Colonel Basso glanced down uncomfortably at Shay's frankness, but Ambassador Leonard did not.
Miss Kaul, I have a doctorate in East Amharic studies. I've lived in Kakon for years, and I've learned enough about the country and its Greenbone clans to say with confidence that Aisho is an ideal that's not always feasible or strictly followed.
The Espenian inclined her head as she held Shay's gaze.
Can you honestly claim that Greenbones, including you and your family, have never bent moral principles for your own self-interest? Haven't you brutally punished anti-clan dissidents, unsanctioned jade wearers, and foreign competitors without any moral compunction?
Leonard spoke unexpectedly in accented but fluent Kekanese.
Gold and jade, never together, Has that ever really been true?
The weatherman's silence was enough of an answer for Leonard. Switching back to Espenian, she said,
Your clan and its supporters in the ROE have been trying for a very long time to repeal the ban on civilian possession of bioenergetic jade in Espenia. A decade ago, I would have said that was impossible. But, admittedly, public perception and attitudes have shifted over the years.
Growing mainstream acceptance of Kekinese healing practices, the long-standing and consistent marketing strategy of WBH Focus, worldwide pay-per-view broadcasts of Jade sports events in Marcuquo, advances in the safety and effectiveness of SN2, and now, Green Bone abilities being displayed in dramatic fashion on movie theater screens to rapt audiences. All those forces together had transformed Jade in the eyes of Espenians, a majority of whom now believed it should be regulated instead of outlawed. Ambassador Leonard tapped her fingers lightly against her knee.
The decriminalization bill will be voted on in the National Assembly next month. If it passes, it still has to be signed into law by Premier Walter. He could choose to oppose it by exercising an executive veto. On the other hand, if he were to publicly support the bill before the vote happens, its approval would be almost guaranteed.
The cleverest Espenians were like fists in their own way, Shay thought, wielding words and money like moonblades and talon knives. Leonard smiled with cool persuasiveness.
If you were to assist us with the problem on Newmon Island for the sake of everyone's safety, I'm confident the Premier would ensure the smooth passage of legislation that's certain to benefit your business interests.
Shay did not return the smile. A few fortunate bright spots in No Peak's business, the rebounding real estate market, growth in the city of Toshan, and successes in the film industry, had made up for some of the damage incurred as a result of the clan losing all its prospects in Shatar. But there was no question that the long-term legal security of the clan's Espenian holdings was needed more than ever. She'd underestimated Leonard's understanding. The ambassador was not making an ignorant request, but a fully knowledgeable one. Colonel Basso grunted in smug agreement and crossed his arms. Shay let a pause hang in the air before responding. She'd waited more than a decade for what she was about to say. She wasn't going to rush.
Since we're discussing Kekinese interests in Espenia, it's only fair that I also say a few things about Espenian interests in Kekon. She leaned forward. 20 years ago, an Egutanian spy plane was shot down over Newmon Island, raising fears of Egutanian aggression. In response, Espenia expanded its naval base despite widespread public opposition, and it also increased its intelligence assets in Kekon. At the height of the slow war, you had more spies here than our government ever suspected. ROE military intelligence learned of a planned terrorist attack that would kill the leaders of all the Green Bone clans and incite a foreign-backed uprising that would destabilize the nation.
Shay remembered as if it were yesterday the moment she'd seen the collapsed building and the sight of so many dead bodies, knowing her husband and her brother were under the rubble. Her voice was entirely calm, a mask over her rage.
Instead of sharing this information, the Espenian military allowed the John Loon bombing to occur, and for hundreds of people to die. If the attack had succeeded in destroying the clans, the ROE was prepared to step into the power vacuum and exert proxy control over Kekon. By not tipping its hand, ROE agents were able to capture an enemy operative named Vastek Iamolovny, who yielded a trove of information about Egutan's Nikolva program.
Ambassador Leonard's reply was bluntly dismissive.
I've heard all this unsubstantiated conjecture before. It's not unsubstantiated, Shay said. It's taken years, but my people have gathered enough first-hand accounts to paint a full picture of what actually happened, including evidence that places Vastik Iomolovny in Janloon on the day of the bombing and an eyewitness report of him being captured by the ROE. She gazed steadily at the two Uspenian officials. How many more protesters would be on Uman Island right now if they knew the Uspenian government allowed, even hoped for, the Janloon bombing? That our supposed allies seized the man who was responsible for the attack and secretly used him for their own purposes, denying justice to the Kekanese people. Colonel Basso sputtered for a second before leveling an affronted glare.
The Uspenian military has protected your country for decades. The number of lives tragically lost in the bombing was small compared to the many that were saved by intelligence gathered on the Egutanian threat.
Of course, Uspenian lives have always been worth far more to you than Kekanese ones, Shay said. But as the ambassador pointed out, attitudes have shifted over the years. Premier Walter's political rivals have been questioning his track record during the Slow War. He was deputy premier at the time of the Janloon bombing, and he later played a key role in the creation of the Libon Act. He might not want to be associated with so many dead civilians while campaigning during this election year. Nor would he appreciate scrutiny into Agent M not being a defector at all. Torture and pharmaceutical interrogation of captured prisoners of war are both outlawed by international conventions, signed by the ROE. The polished pleasantry had left Ambassador Leonard's manner. Her thin nostrils flared with vexation, and there was doubt and rapid calculation in her eyes. Nevertheless, she responded with a defiant lack of concern. All of your accusations are related to events that happened over a decade ago. Yes, if you were determined to create a public stink about them, you could do so. It would damage relations between our country's governments, but the Uspenian voter is not going to care about
Operation Firebreak, said Nico.
Shay swung a look over her shoulder at her nephew's unexpected lapse in decorum. Throughout the meeting thus far, he'd been a proper silent observer, but his outburst caused both of the Uspenians to snap their gazes over to him in surprise. This is my nephew, Kaul Nikoyan. Shay offered a belated introduction, even as she hid her displeasure at his bewildering interruption and tried to make it seem deliberate. He has something to add to the conversation.
Operation Firebreak,
Nico repeated, speaking in uneven but passable Uspenian. That's not old news. Maybe it could cause a public stink, as you say, that would be more interesting to Uspenians. Colonel Basso nearly rose from his chair.
What do you know about?
Nico stared back at the large Uspenian military officer with an expression that Shay found disquieting. Nico's face resembled Lon's, but his stare was like Hilo's. Kekanese greenbones were hired as contractors to help fight in Uspenia's wars. I was one of them, and I know others. After 4 years, Shay still regularly wished for her Jade. She felt strange whenever someone mistakenly addressed her as Kaul Jen, but even stranger when they said Miss Kaul. She often woke up with the vaguely panicked feeling that she was missing something vital, and sometimes she still reached for her Jade abilities instinctively, only to grasp at nothing, like trying to move a phantom limb. Most of all, at moments like these, she wished she still possessed the advantage of perception. The foreigners were making no further pretense at this being a friendly conversation. Their expressions were uneasy and deeply guarded. Nico gazed back at them without saying anything more.
Shay no longer had her jade senses, but she did have instincts honed from decades of reading the clouds.
Ambassador, Colonel, it seems our countries are closer than ever since our relationship is based on so many old secrets.
Shay stood. Nico stood with her.
The No Peak clan won't send fists to break up the Yumon standoff, she told the foreigners. It's true what you said earlier. Green Bones aren't paragons of the divine virtues. For all our abilities, we're only human, and often fail to live up to our own ideals. But we aren't vassals who would break Aisho for a Spenian convenience. I propose a different bargain. We'll let go of our old grievances over your treatment of Kakon during the Slow War. We'll keep your secrets about the John Loon bombing, and Malovny, and Operation Firebreak, so long as you don't hinder the Jade decriminalization bill in the National Assembly. Consider it an alliance of inaction.
Colonel Basso glowered without answering, but Ambassador Leonard rose stiffly.
I had hoped, she said, that given No Peak's economic ties to Espenia, you would be more cooperative than your rivals or the Kekanese government. If the Greenbone clans won't intervene on Yumon Island to control the populace, then my government won't be held responsible if Kekanese lives are lost.
Shay turned to leave.
Ambassador, when it comes to Kakon and its jade, responsibility is the last thing I expect from your people.
When they were back in the car, Shay instructed the driver to take them to Tia's school. There was still half an hour before classes were done for the day, so they sat in the car under the shade of a tree, windows rolled down to let in a breeze. Nico broke the awkward silence.
I'm sorry for my rudeness during the meeting, Aunt Shay. I thought it was important that I speak up in that moment, but I should have told you everything I knew beforehand. Yes, you should have, Shay rebuked him. If your knowledge of Operation Firebreak might have been important in any way during the discussion, then you were wrong not to bring it up with your weatherman well in advance. I understand my mistake.
Nico hunched forward. After a minute of castigated silence, he explained,
Operation Firebreak is what I was sent to carry out when I worked for GSI. Years ago, the Espenian government began reducing its military use of Jade and drawing down its involvement in overseas conflicts. Secretly, though, it hired Jim Sunto's company to fight wars against deliverantism and Ecutanian influence around the world. Sunto told you this?
Shay asked. Nico shook his head.
Not directly. We had to sign a lot of non-disclosure forms, and we weren't allowed to talk about assignments to anyone outside of GSI, but many of us figured it out piecemeal from things we heard. I spent some time digging into it afterward. Nico avoided meeting her gaze. I'm not proud of what I was involved in. That's no excuse, Shay replied, although her annoyance was already fading. Seeing the guilt in her nephew's curled shoulders, she wanted to reach across the seat, to hug him tightly the way she used to when he was a little boy and would come to her for comfort. She wanted to tell him that she understood what it took to leave and to come back. There was pride and shame in both of those decisions. Nico's reasons and experiences had been different from hers, and so were his regrets, but she wished she could offer him something that would smooth the premature lines on his young face. Nico-say, she said, there are a lot of things I've done in my life that I don't want to talk about. Every week, I ask the gods for their understanding and forgiveness. And yet, when I walk out of the temple, I still have to make decisions that might stack up even more against me. I'm not sure there's any other way to be a leader in a Greenbone clan. Nico looked out the window toward the school building. 2 years ago, Shay and Woon had come to the obvious but nonetheless difficult conclusion that Tia would not do well in Kaul Academy, that they should honor their daughter's wishes and allow her to continue on a scholastic track instead of training her to become a greenbone. It had been the right choice, Shay told herself. Tia loved John Loon North Hills Primary, the school Rue had also attended. A shadow passed over Nico's face as he gazed across the parking lot to the entrance. Shay wondered if he was thinking of Rue, imagining him coming out of the front doors so the brothers could bike home together. She could see the white scar down the front of Nico's left ear, where the cartilage had been stitched back into place. When Shay had come back to Kakon from her years abroad, she'd done so reluctantly, doubtfully, still trying to avoid being drawn into the clan business. Nico demonstrated no such uncertainty. From the moment he'd set the Talon knife to his own flesh, he hadn't wavered from his decision to rise within the clan. Andon seemed to be the only one capable of getting him to relax on occasion, but Shay's cousin had confided to her, with worry, "Sometimes I'm not sure Nico thinks of himself anymore. That's why no amount of work or humiliation bothers him." Studying the young man's troubled expression, Shay's heart ached. She wished Lon could see his son. She knew he would be proud, but perhaps sad as well. He would ask what Shay asked now. "Is this really what you want, Nico? Do you want to become the pillar?" Nico didn't answer right away. "Aunt Shay," he said at last, with quiet conviction. "While I was away from Kakon, I realized there are only two types of people in the world. It's not green bones and non-green bones. It's those who have power and those who don't." Her nephew turned toward her with a distant gaze that made him seem as if he were standing on the other side of a wide valley. "Even with Jade, we're not guaranteed a place in that first group. If the clans stop defining the meaning of Jade, then others will take that power from us. They'll amplify all the worst parts and preserve none of the good." Shay gave a nod of silent understanding. Nico had put into words something she'd felt for a long time, a sense that she struggled not only against the mountain and all the other enemies of the clan, but against something even larger and more inexorable. Nico lowered his gaze to his hands. "I thought I could escape and find some other meaning in my life. But if the clan crumbles, either quickly or slowly, if it becomes as obsolete and irrelevant as people like Jim Sunto believe, then everything that made me, including my father's murder and my mother's execution, would be meaningless. Every drop of blood spilled, every sacrifice made, every child ever trained to wear jade as a green-bone warrior of Kakon over centuries of history. That's what the pillar carries. That's our power, and ours alone." He looked back toward the school with a small, sad smile. "Rue tried so hard to tell me that I was a selfish fool to run away from it. He was right." Shay was filled with a nameless, foreboding fearfulness for her nephew. Nico was still young, too young, she thought, to be so clear-eyed and grim of character. Yet he'd already contemplated the legacy of the clan and the weight of leadership, far more than Lon or Hilo or herself at his age. Shay and her brothers had grown up with the sentimental expectations that came from being the grandchildren of the Torch of Kakon, heirs to the clan following a generation of victory, peace, and national reconstruction. They had each, in their own way, been forced into their positions and done the best they could. Nico had grown up with his eyes open to war and cruelty. He'd stepped away from everything he'd known to find an even more dark and tangled wilderness beyond, and his return was an unflinching choice, made without the sentimentality of love or honor. Shay thought, "He is more like Aitmata than any of us. At least Nico has us." People who loved him, who reminded him to be human. The school bell rang and excited children began to pour out of the front doors. Shay got out of the car and stood by the bike racks. She waved when she saw Tia. Her daughter said goodbye to two of her friends and came jogging up, her backpack bouncing on her shoulders, the ears of her puppy-shaped knit hat swinging from side to side. Tia's 12th birthday was approaching, and she'd been begging for a pet, a dog, to finally replace poor old Coco, who died a few months after his master, too heartbroken to live.
"Ma!"
Tia exclaimed.
"Guess what? I got a part in the school play."
She looked over Shay's shoulder and said more shyly,
"Hi, Nico."
Tia was always a bit reticent around her eldest cousin, who was 15 years older than her. "Hey, little cousin," Nico said brightly. "I like your hat." Tia smiled and relaxed, and they walked to the car, chatting, leaving Shay to follow a few paces behind, watching them. Chapter 54. Master Plans. The 26th year, 7th month. Andon watched the news on television alongside Shay and most of the staff from the weatherman's office, all crowded into the main boardroom on the top floor of the clan's Ship Street building. Even Woon Papi Donwa and Hame Tumashan, who were both retired but who dedicated so many years of their lives to the clan, were in the room, chatting amicably in a way they never had when they'd been the weatherman's shadow and the master luckbringer. It was late in the evening John Loon time, mid-morning in Adamant Capita, when NA 3882, a repeal on the 24-year-long ban on civilian possession of bioenergetic jade, passed in the National Assembly by a narrow margin. When KNB's foreign correspondent reported the results on screen, cheers broke out and celebratory bottles of Hoji were opened. Starting tomorrow, the No Peak clan could expect to save millions of yen in legal fees alone. The use of jade in healthcare, martial practice, and entertainment was sure to grow, along with the clan's investment interests in all of those areas. Dozens of additional visas would be filed for Greenbones to work or study in Espenia. Meanwhile, the Horn would quietly begin to move additional jade into Espenia to bolster the clan's military strength and allies. Andon used the phone in the conference room to call Corey Dauk, the president of the Kekanese Association of Espenia, to congratulate him on the victory they'd been working toward for over a decade. Up until the day of the vote, the KAE had been lobbying politicians and running ads produced by WBH Focus in all major media outlets. The outcome had been far from assured. Several crews, wanting neither to lose the black market in jade and shine, nor see the Kekanese grow any stronger, had mounted their own secret campaign to defeat the legislation by bribing and threatening policymakers, ad executives, KAE members, and anyone else who spoke out in support of the bill. Lotjin's small but effective squads of fists and fingers in Espenia, in partnership with local greenbones from Port Massey, had been kept busy for months neutralizing the effort by providing security, counter-bribes, and the occasional judicious whispering of crewboy names. "I'm expecting this means less business for my law practice," Corey said cheerfully over the phone. "Maybe I'll become an entertainment lawyer, work in movies or jade sports. That's where all the money is now anyway, right?" Andon said, "If you find the next Danny Sinjo, let my sister-in-law know." "My son loves that movie," Corey exclaimed. "We've seen it 3 times. The box office success of Black and Green on both sides of the Amharic last year had been an unexpected tipping point in the long public relations battle, catapulting Danny Sinjo to international stardom and creating a wave of favorable mainstream interest in Greenbone culture. Much attention was paid to Sinjo's thrilling action sequences, which were done entirely without visual effects, stunt doubles, or wires. The movie was a crowd-pleasing buddy cop story in which a rakish fist from the fictional One Sky clan paired with a fish-out-of-water IBJCS-trained Espenian Secret Service agent, fought their way through Egutanian ex-military underbosses on the way to capturing a notorious drug kingpin. Cinema Shore, and thusly No Peak, was raking in money from what was now a planned franchise. As John Remy had once predicted, Andon could boast that he'd met Danny Sinjo long before he was famous, although it had been his sister-in-law who'd made the bad Keck's words come true. Wen was missing from the gathering on Ship Street tonight because she was presenting the top award at the John Loon Film Festival, which had grown considerably since its inception and was now an event that the Pillarmen attended with a clan budget. "I hope your son knows that Two Black, Two Green comes out this summer," Andon said to Corey. "I might be able to lay my hands on a signed poster and send it to him." "That would be mass toppers, Crumb." Corey stopped. It seemed he'd been about to say something else about his son, or to ask after Andon's family, but he held back. Ever since he'd learned of Andon's role in the murder of John Remy, there'd been another wall between them, one that Corey kept in place by always ending the conversation before it became too personal and turned to his own wife and children. Andon was disappointed, but not surprised. Corey was a Spenian, after all. It was just like him to wish for a difficult thing, but maintain a distance from the way it was accomplished. Andon rescued him. "Please give my respect and congratulations to your mother." "Thanks, Andon. I will." A pause. "May the gods shine favor on No Peak." After Andon hung up with Corey, Taryn Bin thrust a plastic cup of hoji into his hands. "This all started with you, Dr. Emery," Taryn said. "You were No Peak's man in Espenia before there was even an office there." They drank to the clan's victory. Andon did not know the Master Luckbringer well, but in all their interactions, he'd been struck by how quickly and energetically the man spoke, and how much more quickly his mind worked. Taryn was a career Luckbringer, starting on the business side of the clan right out of college. Now, he was one of the highest-ranked members of No Peak, despite not coming from a strong Green Bone family and having never worn more than a single jade stone in his life. This would have been an insurmountable disadvantage in John Loon 20 years ago, but the weatherman had wisely sent Taryn on a long-term assignment to Espenia before bringing him back to Kakon and rotating him through several Ship Street positions, including making him the seal giver for several years. So by now, he knew every part of the clan's business. "I'll need to talk to you about how the Jade medicine clinics were expanded," Taryn said. "They're the best precedent to help us determine how to handle overseas martial education. Can you believe I already have 6 requests sitting on my desk from teachers and private trainers anticipating the passage of the bill? They're requesting No Peak patronage to open schools in Espenia to teach the Jade disciplines to Keko-Espenians and even to foreigners." Andon wasn't surprised to hear this. The market for martial gyms and coaching was crowded in John Loon. Even in smaller cities like Lukong and Toshan, a trainer needed top credentials from Wylon Temple School or Kaul Dusharan Academy, along with years of experience as a fist and connections within the major clans. However, in Espenia, even a relatively average senior fist could open a school and take on students. Some had already done so years ago, albeit covertly. Andon began to tell Taryn that he would be happy to offer whatever knowledge he could, when a shout rose up from the hallway. "The pillar! The pillar is here!" When Hilo walked into the boardroom half a minute later, the jovial noise cut out in a ripple of clasped hands and tilted salutes. Hilo's visits to Ship Street were uncommon. "Call Jen," several Luckbringers murmured. "Our blood for the pillar." Hilo's gaze traveled through the crowded space. A slow smile curved the side of his mouth. "Don't stop the fun for my sake," he said. "I just couldn't stand to think my sister was staying up partying while I went to bed." He quieted the burble of laughter by raising his hands.
The truth is that of course I came to congratulate all of you. I don't come here very often, but that's because I have such a strong weatherman. Even when we don't agree, she does what's right for the clan." Hilo went up to Shay and saluted her. "Far do your enemies flee, Kaul Chen," he declared, uttering the traditional Green Bone congratulations to a victorious warrior before putting an arm over Shay's shoulder and kissing her brow. Even though the weatherman could no longer wear jade, and her triumph had been a distant political one decades in the making, echoes broke out at once, and people stomped their feet and raised their cups of hoji in jubilant agreement. The weatherman looked deeply embarrassed. As people returned to their own conversations, Andon saw Shay muttering to her brother, "You always did have to upstage me at parties." "He's like himself again," Andon thought, turning away to hide his heavy-hearted relief. Rue's death had devastated all of them, but it had nearly ruined Hilo. He'd withdrawn and lost interest in life. The pillar who used to want to personally handle every important issue in the clan no longer cared about anything. For nearly a year, Hilo left the running of No Peak to his weatherman and Horn, who had to guiltily hound him for even simple things. He wouldn't leave the house for days, or would spend hours driving aimlessly around the city, sometimes picking a direction and ending up in the countryside and sleeping in the car. A few times he parked the Duchesse in mountain territory, baiting someone to attack him for being there. To Aben Soro's credit, no one did, although on several occasions Lotjin had to frantically scramble to find out where the pillar had gone. Andon was not the only one worried that his cousin, only in his 50s, was already going the way of Granda, sinking irretrievably into loss and regret. Slowly, however, he'd re-emerged. Perhaps it was because he and Wen leaned on each other so much in their mutual grief. The rest of the family would see them walking around the estate, or eating at the patio table in uncharacteristic silence, or going to Widow's Park together to visit the family memorial. Or perhaps Nico's return to the family drew Hilo back to life. Instructing his nephew in the skills of clan leadership forced the pillar to return to his responsibilities in a way that felt personal and necessary. Over time, he began to smile again, to train, to attend to clan affairs. And he took a gradual interest in things that hadn't interested him before. Without any prompting, he gave a large endowment to the Charitable Society for Jade Non-Reactivity. He donated to the John Loon Public School Board and paid for a new auditorium at John Royal University. Although he was well known for avoiding politicians, he unexpectedly appeared before them, sometimes with Wen by his side, to voice his support for legislative proposals that he'd never previously deemed to be important. A bill to prevent employment and pay discrimination against Stone Eyes and those with mixed blood. A return of thousands of hectares of traditional tribal land to Abuke control. A limited allowance for the Kekanese military to use medical-grade SN2 in conjunction with its training programs, and to lower the threshold of martial education required of adult recruits into the Golden Spider Company. Measures proposed by Jim Sunto 15 years ago that Hilo and nearly everyone else had opposed at the time, but were now being reconsidered given the gradual destigmatizing of Shine. Some observers, particularly those aligned with the mountain, muttered that the Pillar of No Peak was growing soft, pandering to the sentiment of jadeless reformists because he kept too many close advisors who were not typical greenbones, or not greenbones at all. Others praised the clan for being in touch with current social concerns and setting an example of philanthropic leadership. Andon knew the truth. His cousin did all these things for Rue. All of Rue's social causes, the arguments he used to make to his father about the good the clan could do, the things he'd wanted Hilo to care about that his father had humored or ignored, they had taken on a different meaning.
Now they were deeds Hilo could do for Rue that he had not done during Rue's short life, that would have made Rue proud of his clan and happy to be a Kaul. The only way left for Hilo to prove he still loved his son. "Uncle Andon!" Mate Cam came up to Andon, perhaps noticing him mulling his plastic cup of hoji too seriously. Kane's son was proudly sporting a new jade ring and 3 new beads on a platinum chain, understated and professional, a good look for a young lawyer. He'd won his latest spoils in a recent duel against a disgruntled member of the Mountain Clan who'd not taken well to the filing of a trademark infringement case. Cam had all the famous greenness of his father's family, but his scholastic leanings came from his mother, Lena, a teacher. He touched his forehead in casual salute and said, "Thanks again for overseeing my duel. I really appreciate it." "You're fast with the blade," Andon complimented him. "I'm glad you won. I'd much rather be patching up your opponent than you." Under new laws, clean-bladed duels required the presence of at least 2 witnesses, 1 from each side, along with someone with emergency medical training. As the most prominent Greenbone physician in the No Peak clan, Andon's schedule was peppered with requests to attend contests. That was not the only change to dueling custom. A 24-hour waiting period was now required between the issuing of the challenge and the fight itself. Only Greenbones were allowed to duel using moonblades or talon knives, and there were limits as to how much jade a combatant could take from an opponent who conceded defeat. Previous attempts to place restrictions on the tradition of clean-bladed dueling had always failed. The shocking difference this time was that Kaul Hilo had publicly supported reform. He even went so far as to admit that some of the many duels he'd fought in his life had not been strictly necessary. Greenbones, he said, could gain combat experience and earn jade with less injury and death, and jadeless citizens should be encouraged to try to solve disputes in other ways. His own son, Hilo declared, might be alive today if he'd not felt the need to duel, or if the duel had been delayed or better controlled. The pillar's astonishing shift in position had caused fierce debate in the Greenbone community, but even the traditionalist Coben family couldn't argue against it without seeming ridiculous, as Hilo had fought more duels and won more jade in his life than any of them. The pillar wielded his will toward the issue with the same amiable, dangerous persuasiveness with which he ran the clan, so what he wished for happened quickly. Cam grinned. "The other fellow could have beaten me if he wasn't so exhausted from dealing with our lawsuit," he said, managing to be both polite and cleverly self-aggrandizing at the same time. Cam was burly and broad-shouldered, as tall as his father had been, but unlike Kane, he had a quick smile and sense of humor. "Where's Jiru?" he asked Andon. "Is he not here tonight?" "No," Andon said. "This is—" He glanced around at the gathering. "A bit too much of a clan occasion for his liking." He and Jiruya had come to a long-standing compromise. Andon's boyfriend came to call family gatherings, where he got along with everyone despite being a little more reserved than usual, but he avoided large no-peak clan functions. Jiru faithfully wore a ring of bluffer's jade on his right thumb and did not hide their relationship, and he was accepted by the Kauls because of his importance to Andon, but he was not associated with no peak in any other way. Over time, Andon had come to appreciate what had initially seemed to him to be Jiru's unreasonable concerns about the optics of patronage. In fact, he was thankful his boyfriend's career and daily concerns had nothing to do with the world of Greenbones. Jiru was a refuge from the clan. He listened to Andon's troubles and encouraged him, but never pressed for details or demanded explanations about clan affairs. In return, Andon didn't pressure Jiruya to interact with No Peak beyond what he was comfortable with, not even picking up the phone to solve a simple problem through a Kaul family contact rather than accomplishing it some harder way on his own. "Nico!" Cam called out, and motioned his cousin over to join them. Seeing Cam, Nico's face relaxed into a smile. He came over and embraced both Andon and Cam warmly and let Cam refill his cup. Despite his size and tough looks, Cam was naturally gifted at putting people at ease. Whenever the cousins were together, he seemed to bring out a different side of Nico. "Where have you been hiding, KK? The Juens want to know when we're all going to train together again." "We're a couple of suits now, Cam," Nico said. "The Juens will destroy us. The twins, Rito and Din, were both first-rank fists." "That's what they think, too," Cam said, glowing with eagerness to put his newly acquired jade to use. "We should do our part to keep our clan's fists from getting too cocky." Andon left his nephews to continue their conversation and went over to Hilo and Shay. "Where did all these young people come from, Auntie?" Hilo wondered. "It's barely past midnight and I'm tired as fuck. Let's sneak out together so it looks like we're talking about important clan issues." He put a hand on his cousin's shoulder, and they made their way toward the elevators. Andon smiled, and when Hilo said, "What is it?" he shook his head and said, "Nothing, Hilo-Jen. It was a good evening." The world came crashing down in the form of a simple newspaper clipping that Shay read while waiting for her daughter's dance practice to finish. Behind the studio's soundproof windows, the girls leapt and twirled in flowing silks to music she couldn't hear, but Shay sat immobilized, a deafening roar building in her ears. The Human deal. Shay's ordeal with the Faltus had given her lasting emotional scars and ruined her jade tolerance, but it had also left her with a burning question, the only one the Barukan captors had asked her that she had not been able to answer. "What is the Human deal? Tell us about the Human deal." She shuddered and felt tendrils of panic crawl over her every time she thought about it. Yet the demanding questions came back to her, swimming into her waking nightmares, taunting her years later. "What's the mountain's big plan? You're the fucking weatherman of No Peak. You know what Ite is up to, don't you?" She'd investigated all the mountain's tributary businesses and assets connected to Human Island. There was not much. A few properties in the town center, an upscale escort service catering to foreigners, a shipyard. She could find no evidence that any of them might be a part of a major deal with the Barukan. Human Island was best known for the Espenian naval base. Had the mountain struck a secret alliance with the ROE military? Aitmada's relationship with the Espenians was hostile to non-existent, so it seemed unlikely, though not impossible. But Shay could not find any sign that Aitmada was in contact with the ROE government. If she was, Ambassador Leonard and Colonel Basso would have gone to the mountain instead of No Peak to ask that the protesters be run off. "We know they're cutting in the Matios somehow." That was what the Faltus had said. "The Matios are moving money to the mountain. What are they getting for it?" That part, at least, No Peak's spies had been able to verify. The Matios Barukan were moving millions of Shatarian sepas into overseas bank accounts. Shay's informers had long ago told her that Iwe Kalundo, weatherman of the mountain, was divesting the clan's businesses in Igutan. Perhaps that was simply because he didn't want mountain capital tied up in a country that was losing the slow war and sliding into political instability, but it seemed the clan was still sitting on the proceeds and not reinvesting them elsewhere. It was not like Ite to be passive. The mountain and the Matios were building up a joint hoard of cash and liquid assets. For what purpose? Nico had told her that both Jim Sunto and the CEO of Anorco, Art Wiles, had part-time homes near GSI's training compound on Human Island. Perhaps the Human deal had something to do with those foreigners. Hilo and Lotjin already had no-peak spies planted in Sunto's organization, but they hadn't investigated Wiles directly. Shay had dug up every bit of information she could about the man. She had the clan's branch office in Port Massey keep an open file on him, informing her every time he appeared in the news. Now, Shay was looking at an article from yesterday's Port Massey Post, the story clipped, photocopied, and faxed, along with other memos and reports. The article was short. It announced that Art Wiles, newly appointed Secretary of Foreign Trade, had tendered his resignation as President and CEO of Anorco Global Resources. Although he was not required by law to do so, he would be selling his controlling share to an unnamed private Kekanese investment firm. The article ended with a statement that Anorco was valued at 16 billion thalliers, and the conglomerate's assets included proprietary offshore bioenergetic jade mining technology and Gonlu Solutions International, a private military company. The deal would close in 90 days. The Umon deal. In the dance studio, the class ended. The girls saluted their teacher and began to mill about, chatting as they gathered their bags and shoes. Tia stayed behind with another student to practice a section of their routine, leaping with such height and elegance that she seemed on the verge of lightness. She had all the natural athleticism of a Green Bone's daughter, channeled toward warmth and imagination. Normally, Shay would get up and gather Tia's belongings, waving from the window to remind her that they had to get home for dinner. But she remained on the bench, a slow panic beginning to crawl over her as all the pieces fell into place. The private Kekanese investment firm cited in the article was the Mountain Clan. The proceeds from the sale of Igutanian assets, combined with the money from the Matios, would be used to conduct the mountain's largest ever acquisition. Ait Mada would take over Anorco and become the owner of her own jade mining company, with technology and assets completely separate from the Kakon Jade Alliance and beholden to no one. She could supply jade to military forces and other organizations around the world with no oversight from other clans. She would also gain control of GSI, which had jade-wearing soldiers, training campuses, helicopters, weapons, and gods knew what other military assets. Anorco and GSI had offices, personnel, and assets in Espenia, so in one swoop, the mountain would leapfrog No Peak's presence in the ROE. The passage of the bill repealing the ban on jade, which Shay had pursued doggedly for so many years, would now, ironically, benefit the Mountain Clan more than anyone else. In exchange for their financial partnership in the Umon deal, Ait Mada would give the Matios enough jade and military power to assert complete dominance over the Shatarian underworld, especially in East Ortico, which was rife with organized crime in the wake of Igutan's diminishing control. She would not only make peace, but cement the loyalty of the Barukan factions in her clan, alienated by the Kobans. Tia came out of the studio. "I'm starved," she exclaimed as she put on her shoes. "What's Da going to make for dinner?" When Shay stood without answering, her daughter looked up at her. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, Tia-say," Shay murmured. "Just thinking about work." They walked out to the car, one of Shay's bodyguards following and opening the door for them. Ever since she'd stopped wearing jade, she had to put up with having personal security at all times. On the drive home, Tia talked about rehearsals for the school play, her upcoming math test, brand name jeans she wanted to buy. Shay wasn't able to hear any of it. She was thinking that Ait's acquisition of Anorco would be lauded as a great national victory, a repatriation of Kekanese resources from the hated foreign offshore mining company that thousands of people were protesting against at this very moment.
Public support for the Mountain Clan would surge during a year of royal council elections. Assuming that all the newly districted seats in Lukong went to politicians loyal to the tributary Six Hands Unity Clan, the Mountain was poised to control a commanding majority of the royal council, something neither clan had been able to accomplish for years. With so much power, military, financial, political, Ait would install the successor she preferred. She would no longer need the Koban family's numbers or popularity. Iwe Kalundo's grand accomplishment as weatherman would provide ample justification for her to bypass her nephew and name her loyal second-in-command the next pillar of the mountain, ensuring her will continued to prevail. How had she done it? Shay wanted to scream the question. How had Ait coerced the Espenian business tycoon Art Wiles to sell his multi-billion Thalir conglomerate? What leverage did she have that would force Wiles to surrender his business empire, his claim to Kekinese Jade, his truth-bearer's commitment to Operation Firebreak? It could not be anything so simple as the threat of death. She had clearly been planning this for years. Shay was rendered speechless with awe. She should have read the clouds. Ait Mada was simply a better weatherman than she was, a master strategist on a level she couldn't hope to match. Where others sought honor or vengeance, Ait sought only control. Ma? Ma, are you listening? Are you sure you're okay? You look like something's bothering you. Tia was looking at her with pouting concern. Shay felt an ache in her chest, the opening of a chasm. This was what it meant to not send her daughter to the academy, to not raise her as a greenbone. Tia lived in a bubble of ordinary preteen concerns. Even when she was older, she would never fully understand her own parents or the rest of her family. I'm sorry, it's clan things. Nothing for you to worry about, Shay said as the car pulled up in front of the weatherman's house. Go wash up for dinner. Tia ran inside, dropping her bag by the door and shouting hello to her father as she went up the stairs. Shay followed slowly. The house smelled of garlic and spices and cooking meat. Woon came out of the kitchen, wiping his hands on a towel. I didn't oversmoke the duck this time, he said proudly. Woon had barely cooked anything before the age of 50, but was now far more skilled at it than her. Seeing her expression or perceiving her churning emotions, he stopped, the smile sliding off his face. Shay went to her husband and put her arms around him, laying her head against his broad chest without a word. It didn't matter how quickly No Peak grew or how strong its warriors and businesses were. It could not compete against such overwhelming weapons. Ait Mada would finally destroy the Kaul family and take the No Peak clan. It might be quickly orchestrated, or it might simply be a slow, inexorable defeat. Either way, the outcome was not in question. It's over, Shay thought. Ait's won. We're finished. We're not finished until we're all dead, Hilo said. Shay had called an immediate meeting. The leadership of the No Peak clan was gathered in the Pillar's study in the Kaul house. When Shay had been a child, this room had seemed huge and intimidating. Her grandfather, his weatherman, and his horn would sit in leather armchairs, smoking and discussing clan affairs, sometimes late into the night. Now, the study seemed intimate and conspiratorial. Hilo sat slouched in the largest armchair, tapping the edge of a playing card against his thigh. He had them lying around all over the place to keep his hands busy whenever he felt the craving for a cigarette. Lot was standing next to the flat-screen television. Wen and Shay shared the sofa, and Andon occupied the remaining armchair. Shay had explained all of her conclusions to them, laying out every aspect of Ait Mada's masterstroke. It's a brilliant and elegant plan,
she admitted. Hilo flipped the playing card between his fingers and looked around the room at his family, his closest advisors.
We always knew we'd have to face Ite directly again, to finish what was started so long ago, he said. All these years of slow war between the clans have been about making ourselves strong enough. We became too big to swallow, too big to kill, so now Ite has to gamble with everything she has. The thing about brilliant, elegant plans is that it doesn't take much to fuck them up.
Shay said, "The Yumon deal closes in less than 90 days.
Then we don't have a lot of time, obviously, Hilo said, a bit impatiently. When something has to be done, there's always a way to do it. So let's decide what that is."
Hours of discussion ensued on that night and the following nights. Phone calls were made, flights were booked, meetings were arranged. The No Peak clan was a beast with arms that reached across the world, and it would need to move several of them quickly and quietly, and at the right time, brandishing weapons that it had cultivated and kept hidden until now. 90 days. Boat Day was approaching. By the time of the autumn festival, either the Mountain Clan would be in de facto control of the country, or Aitmada's reign would be over. There was no middle ground. This was the last great gamble either clan could make. To Shay's surprise, her brother didn't seem to share her dread, at least not outwardly. Hilo gave the orders and made the arrangements that would doom them or save them, but he also talked about plans for the summer, possibly taking Wen, Nico, and Jaya on vacation for a week before everything became too busy.
"I've heard good things about the Bratari Valley in Tomasio," he said. "You and Woon and Tia could rent the villa next door."
He commissioned renovation plans for the estate, saying that the courtyard looked dated and they needed a bigger home theater and a nicer training hall. He spent many hours with Nico in conversations that Shay was not privy to.
"What else is there to be worried about?"
he asked her, when she expressed incredulity at his lack of concern as they sat on the patio together one night after the heat had burned off the last of the drizzly northern sweat.
"Don't you remember we once sat out here all night before New Year's Day, thinking we might both soon be dead? And here we are. So many good things have happened since then, and also so many terrible things that it's hard to be afraid of anything anymore. Whatever is going to happen will happen, so the most important thing is that we appreciate what we have and the people we care about."
He drew a single stowed cigarette and lighter from the breast pocket of his shirt and said, as he lit up,
"I'm gonna have a smoke, though, just in case it's my last one. Don't tell when."
Shay looked up at the sky that stretched over the lights of the city. She couldn't share her brother's apparent equanimity. No Peak was everything she'd once hoped it would become. A powerful, modern, international entity, green at its core, but far more than the sum of its jade or warriors. It was too difficult to wrap her mind around the possibility that after a lifetime of striving, after everything they had accomplished and sacrificed, they might still lose to an enemy they'd held at bay for decades, like an ancient city buried at the pinnacle of its glory by the volcano whose shadow had loomed threateningly over it for so long. "Tia is still too young. She still needs me." "How do you do it, Hilo?" she wondered out loud. "How do you handle this world when you don't believe in the gods?" Hilo exhaled twin streams of smoke and leaned back contentedly, his vision sliding out of focus. She knew he was stretching out his perception, perhaps sensing where everyone was as he made a circuit of the Kaul estate in his mind. When, upstairs in the main house, Woon and Tia across the courtyard, their mother doing slow stretching exercises in the garden, Lot and Nico engaged in evening training with a small group of fists in the field behind the Horn's residence. Or perhaps Hilo was casting his jade senses even farther out, letting the surrounding energetic burble of the city wash over him, surveying it from a distance, like a lion on a rock. How do we do it? Hilo sighed deeply. You of all people already know the answer to that, Shay. We don't handle this world. We make it handle us. Chapter 55. The Little Knives. Kaul Jaya chose several of her best green bones and traveled from her peninsula base in Toshan to the city of Lukang. Before she left, she spoke to her father over the phone. The pillar told her, Lochin is going to send the Juan twins down there with another 20 of our warriors. They'll get there tomorrow evening. I'll have it taken care of by then, Jaya assured him. They can help clean up. Don't be so cocky, Hilo said. Cleaning up is the hardest part. I'm joking, Da, Jaya said. She was only half joking. She wanted to accomplish her task quickly and independently, to prove to her father that she and her people could be trusted with difficult missions and didn't need help from John Loon. She suspected Lochin had persuaded the pillar to give her this important responsibility. If it were up to her father, Jaya thought, he would have her back in John Loon, living at home and patrolling some safe and boring district like Green Plain where he could keep an eye on her. After Rue's death, he'd wanted her to move back right away. She'd had to argue and beg to be allowed to stay in Toshan. Gio Somu is an old wolf by now, Hilo reminded her. He betrayed his own uncle, and he's hung on as pillar of Six Hands Unity ever since. His fists and fingers are trained by the mountain. You shouldn't underestimate him. Don't worry, I know what's at stake. Her father said, How often have you been training? When was the last time you dueled? Every day, Da. And I dueled last month, followed all the new rules and everything. A former fist from the old Joe Sun clan. She was pretty good, wicked fast, and I got 2 new studs out of it. Her father was silent, and Jaya said, Don't worry so much, Da. He didn't used to be like this. After this, we should talk about when you'll move back to John Loon. I miss you, Jaya say. I miss you too, Da. I love you. She flipped her phone closed and went out to the parked Brock Compass. Aitan Asha and Noyu Kane were packing the last of their luggage, weapons, and gear into the ample trunk. Leave the cooler in the back seat, Ichoten called from inside the SUV. It has all the drinks and snacks. The drive to Lukang took most of the day. The train could have gotten them there faster, and in another 2 years, when construction of the National High-Speed Rail Line was complete, the trip would take under 2 hours. But considering everything they needed to bring, driving was the only option. It was slow going at times. Many of the roads in the peninsula were single-lane and not always well-maintained. But the Brock handled the occasional potholes with ease, and they were in no rush. They stopped along the way to take photos of the coastal scenery and have lunch in the small town of Yanshu. Ten drove, with Jaya sitting in the front passenger seat, and Asha and Kane in the back. The summer heat grew thick by mid-afternoon, when the roads widened into Keikon's flatter central countryside. The 4 young greenbones blasted shotopop music from the open windows and talked about fights they'd been in, movies they'd recently seen, the best and worst sex they'd had, and whether summer and low residency students at Kaldu Academy could be considered real graduates or not. All 4 of them came from traditional greenbone families and scorned those who were light green. But as Ten said, not everyone can be cut. They all agreed that Danny Sinjo was cut, but the other actor, the Espenian, was obviously using stunt doubles and wires. Asha scoffed, That scene on the rooftop, have you ever seen a foreigner use lightness like that? No way. Jaya rested an arm outside the open window, drumming the beat of the music on the side of the Brock, laughing and joking in high spirits, despite the fact that she was driving towards certain danger. Or, perhaps because of that, the joy of life was greater. She was proud of what she'd accomplished over the past 4 years. Toshan was not nearly as big and important a city as Janloon, but it had grown and contributed to the clan at an important time, and it was where she'd risen into being a fist on her own merits. People in the far south cared little about the clan dynamics in the capital. Even though the rivalry between the mountain and No Peak affected the entire country, Southerners had their own concerns. The biggest problems were unemployment and drugs. Jaya spent more time than she liked on the phone with her Aunt Shay and the people in the weatherman's office, advocating for patronage for new lantern men in the area. She coordinated with the municipal government and the police to crack down on crime and lure more businesses and visitors from up north down to the peninsula. And she went after the drug trade, sweet flower, sand, buzz, and, of course, shine, with the brutal efficiency of not just a John Lunar, but a Kaul. This was one area where Jaya did not at all mind leaning on her father's reputation. Drug dealers had one thumb cut off for a first offense, the other thumb removed for a second transgression, and their throat opened for a third. She assembled a core group of up-and-coming fists loyal to her, young greenbones who were known for working hard and partying harder. Gray-eyed Aitan Asha, the only other woman on the original team sent from Janloon, was 2 years Jaya's senior and acknowledged as such a tough and capable greenbone that it would surprise most people to learn she was also heiress to the famous Cursed Beauty Hoji Company. Noyu Kane, the elder brother of Jaya's academy classmate Noyu Hana, had transferred south to Toshan to work for Jaya specifically. Icho Ten was a member of the previous ruling family of the Jo-Sun clan. He was the only Toshan-born member of their group, but he got along well with everyone and was also deeply loyal to his city. Together, they had roughly 60 fingers who reported to them. As a woman fist, Jaya could not expect to be automatically obeyed, not even with the amount of jade she wore. She didn't see herself being able to pull off Ait Mada's authoritative poise, or her Aunt Shay's cool competence. Besides, those aloof old women sat in boardrooms. She would have to find her own style. Many of her fingers initially followed her because she was known for being fun and generous, for holding movie nights and group training, for making decisions as a team when it was feasible to do so, which was something that could be accomplished in a smaller territory. Using confiscated drug money, Jaya purchased 2 large houses that were social gathering places for her greenbones, and often the site of much raucous behavior, drinking, and promiscuity. Shine and other drugs were strictly forbidden, however. The first finger she caught defying her rules, she packed him back to Janloon. The second one, she tied into a chair and cut off the jade studs in his ears and nose, leaving him permanently disfigured before kicking him out. She never used her family name as a weapon, but she did not need to. Everyone murmured that she was her father's daughter. Her team was known as the Little Knives, and word of their tight-knit culture had reached even Janloon. Jaya and her friends arrived at the outskirts of Lukong before dinner and spent the night at a motel outside the city, so their arrival was unlikely to be noticed and reported to any of the local greenbones. The following morning, they had brunch at a roadside noodle shop, then drove to meet up with 6 more of the Little Knives who'd driven up the previous day in 2 other vehicles. Together, they went to the Big Triple Club, where Gio Somu could regularly be found on 5th days. The sign on the outside of the building read in big white letters, "Cockfights, Arcade, Internet." 10 circled the block and dropped Jaya, Asha, and Kane off on the street corner before driving away. The 3 greenbones walked inside. The Big Triple was a musty old establishment valiantly trying to freshen itself up with modern attractions and amenities. To the left was a small cockfight pit with electronic betting terminals. This early in the day, it was empty except for a couple of bored trainers sitting on benches, talking about their birds and waiting for more people to show up. To the right was a room with several computer stations behind a counter selling snacks and a poster with the sign displaying the prices in 15-minute increments. Jaya strode farther into the room and found Gio Somu, pillar of the Six Hands Unity clan, sitting at a circular table in a booth at the back of the club, having lunch with two of his green bones. 3 bodyguards stood near them, their hands already on the grips of their pistols and the hilts of their knives, jade auras humming. They'd perceived the no-peak fists as soon as they'd walked in the door.
"Gio-gen,"
Jaya said, walking up to the table with a smile and saluting respectfully. "My name is Kaul Jayaloon, and I've been sent on behalf of my father, the Pillar of No Peak, with an important proposal for the Six Hands Unity clan. May I join you?" Jaya could see that Gio Somu had been handsome in his youth. Now in his mid-40s, the color in his hair was fading, but he still possessed a strong jaw and taut skin around shrewd eyes shielded by amber-tinted glasses. Plenty of people had tried to kill Gio over the years, and the paranoia he'd developed had paid off. As one of the only pillars not in the KJA meeting on the day of the Janloon bombing, he'd been in a position to strengthen Six Hands Unity in Lukong, while other minor clans had struggled and collapsed. Gio pulled his glasses down and regarded Jaya and her 2 associates with a mixture of suspicion and amusement.
"Since when does No Peak send its children to make business proposals?"
His eyes moved up and down, taking her in from head to toe. Jaya was wearing fashionable sneakers, a patterned summer skirt, and a red top with flared sleeves and a scooped neckline under a custom-fitted leather vest that suggested a modern, feminine twist on the traditional Green Bone fighting attire. Artfully arranged jade pieces gleamed from her gold torque necklace and armlets.
"Gio-gen, my words are for your ears only."
Jaya glanced meaningfully at the other people in the club, the Gamecock trainers, the waiters, the few other patrons. Gio raised his eyebrows with curiosity and distrust. Then he spoke to his 2 Greenbone subordinates.
"Get those people to clear out and then wait by the door and stop anyone else from coming in."
Gio considered the 2 young fists standing to either side of Jaya. He did not feel especially threatened. He was more heavily jaded than either of them, but he said to Jaya,
"If your bodyguards stay, then so do mine."
"Whatever you like," Jaya said without concern. As the pillar's lunch companions reluctantly departed, she slid onto the cushioned bench next to Gio. The man's bodyguards shifted closer, but he waved them back to their spots. Kaul Hiloshudan would not sacrifice his own beloved daughter in an assassination attempt.
"May I have some of that cool tea?" Jaya asked him. "It's terribly hot in your city today."
Gio poured Jaya a glass of the citrus-infused tea and slid it toward her, watching her pale throat bob as she drank. When she was done, she wiped the half-circle of lipstick from the rim of the glass with a finger.
"Gio-gen," she said earnestly, looking the man in the eyes. "Six Hands Unity has been a faithful tributary of the Mountain Clan for many years. But you're obviously a practical man who puts his own interests first. After all, you betrayed your uncle and watched him murdered in front of you, so you're willing to be flexible with your loyalties."
The bemused, tolerant expression on Gio's face vanished.
"Is Kaul Hilo so deluded that after all these years, he thinks he can bribe me for my allegiance?"
Jaya's eyes widened, and she said vehemently,
"I swear on my jade that my father wouldn't insult you by offering any sort of bribe. He understands that you're genuinely loyal to Aitmata. Some would say you're an even better ally to her than the Kobans. He's simply, out of courtesy from one pillar to another, offering you the opportunity to switch allegiance now and save yourself from sharing the same fate as the mountain."
Jaya gave him a winning smile. He sent me to tell you that old hag Aitmata will soon be on her way out, and he would be pleased to put any enmity with Six Hands Unity in the past and to accept your oath as a tributary of No Peak.
Geo blinked at Jaya before letting out a rich, throaty laugh. The smile returned to his face. Jaya-Jen, he said, using her personal name as if they were friends. Your family's been trying to take down the mountain for decades. You'll forgive me if I'm quite confident Aitjen will be pillar for many years to come.
I'm sorry I can't give you the details of how exactly No Peak is going to bring Ait down. Only my father's assurance that it'll happen soon, Jaya said. Ait will be succeeded by the Koban family, and from what I understand, they don't like you all that much. You're Southerners, and they're Northerners, and also they look down on the Barukan immigrants in your clan. So you can't expect to get the same sort of favored tributary status under Ait Atosho that you enjoy now. She called out to Asha and Kane, standing a short distance away. Is there anything else I'm forgetting? There's the issue of the embargo, Jaya-Jen, said Asha helpfully. Ah, yes. Jaya smacked her own forehead and turned back to Geo. Since it seems likely the Royal Council is going to normalize relations between Keikon and the Yuiwa Islands, shipping traffic will be restored to Lukong, and No Peak still controls the docks here. So it would be better for you to ally your clan with ours. The alternative, of course, is to go down with Ait. But why would you want to do that? She could perceive Geo Somu's jade aura glowing with smug scorn. He saw her as a spoiled princess, 23 years old, playing at being a fist and getting away with it because of her father's indulgence. It was hardly the first time Jaya had encountered this reaction. Indeed, today she was counting on it. But it never ceased to gall her. You certainly are confident, aren't you? Geo said. To come all the way to Lukong in person to suggest I betray my oldest ally on the word of a pretty girl. Jaya kept her smile in place, but averted her eyes. That's kind of you to say, but I'm actually quite nervous to be given so much trust by my father that he'd ask me to make such an important alliance. She fiddled with one of her jade earrings. Do you really think I'm pretty, though? Geo chuckled and moved closer to her on the seat. I'm not blind. Why did your father really send you to Lukong? When Jaya gave him a confused look, he lowered his voice and whispered, I know how these games are played. You're one of the best cards in your father's deck, aren't you? One that he's been keeping in reserve for some time. Jaya was well aware of the suitors and families who'd approached her father, as if she were a prize for him to grant. She was selfishly relieved that Nico's return meant she had to put up with less bullshit clan speculation about her own personal life. Nevertheless, she wasn't surprised that even Geo Somu, a man known for being extremely cautious, responded presumptively to even the tiniest encouragement. Underneath the table, Geo's knee touched hers and stayed there. It's Lukong's seats in the Royal Council, isn't it? Kaul Hilo doesn't want them going to the mountain. Jaya took a chance by reaching over and placing a hand on Geo's knee, the one pressing against her own. She lowered her own voice and her gaze. My father could have sent a platoon of fists to lay down an ultimatum, but he didn't. He sent me, his only daughter, to speak with you, so that you would take his proposal seriously, and so that you'd see we want this to be a friendly conversation, not a threatening one. That's surprisingly politically savvy of Kaul Hilo Shudan, Geo said. Your father's not known for subtlety. Perhaps he's gained some wisdom over the years. I'm told that's what happens sometimes, Jaya said. So are you wise enough Jiogen, to take this offer my family is extending. What should I tell my father?"
Gio ran his tongue over his bottom lip. His eyes traveled slowly over her face and body. "I would need more information to decide how worthwhile a change in allegiance would be." He glanced at the two other no-peak greenbones, who were watching him carefully. "You could come to dinner with me tonight. Send your bodyguards away so that we can discuss the potential alliance in more depth." He placed his hand on top of hers under the table. Jaya drew back her hand and her head, her lips parting in a small intake of breath.
"Jio-chan,"
she exclaimed with feigned disbelief.
"Are you suggesting you might betray the Mountain Clan and side with my family if you could fuck me?"
"Of course not," said Gio. "It would have to be a lot more than one fuck."
Jaya stood.
"I came here to discuss a serious alliance. You're insinuating that I'm a whore, and that my father would expect me to seduce you for political gain."
"I can't see what else No Peak has to offer," Gio said with a smirk.
Jaya's eyes flashed fire. It didn't matter that Gio could perceive her true anger and malice.
"I can overlook an insult, but not when it's against my parents. Gio Somusen, pillar of Six Hands Unity, I offer you a clean blade."
Gio's mouth fell open. Then he laughed uproariously. His bodyguards bit their lips and fought not to join in. They didn't even notice that Jaya's coy manner and her show of ire were both gone. She stood expressionless as she waited. Gio stopped, dabbing tears of mirth from the corners of his eyes with a napkin.
"Go home, princess."
He waved her toward the door of the club.
"I would have shown you a good time, you know. I wouldn't have turned to No Peak, but it was entertaining to see you try to win me over, especially when you're so naive. Go back to your father and tell him that he'll have to do better than that."
"So you refuse my clean blade?"
Jaya asked. Gio shook his head, grinning.
"You really are something. No self-respecting man in the world will duel a girl. Let me give you some advice. If you want to be of worth to your clan, stop playing at being a fist and use the assets you do have."
"I didn't ask for your advice," Jaya replied. "No man has agreed to duel me yet, but that doesn't mean I'll stop offering a clean blade when I've been insulted. And now I'll have to disappoint my father by telling him that you refuse our friendship."
"Do that," Gio said. "Tell him I look forward to finally seeing Aitmata crush No Peak like a snail." "Let's go,"
Jaya called to her fists. The three of them departed the big triple to the snickers of the Six Hands Unity men. One of Gio's bodyguards followed them and opened the front doors, waving Jaya through with exaggerated courteousness. She could hear their laughter as the doors closed behind them. Jaya flipped open her phone and hit the speed dial.
"Now,"
she said to Ten. In seconds, 3 Brock compasses full of the little knives roared in from different directions and surrounded the building. Young No Peak greenbones piled out of the vehicles with Fullerton machine guns and blew the windows of the club apart with bursts of automatic fire. Roaring with strength, 10 hurled 2 incendiary hand grenades. The old wooden structure went up in crimson flames. From across the street, Jaya could feel the intense heat attacking her skin. She steeled herself and wrapped a handkerchief over her nose and mouth as she stood near enough to perceive the pain and terror of the men inside. Some of them never made it out of the building, but Gio Somu and 2 of his bodyguards were strong enough in Jade ability to escape the inferno. Deflecting their way through the fire and stealing against burns,
they managed to plunge out of one of the broken windows in a blur of strength and lightness, their hair and clothes alight, screaming like elemental ghosts. The little knives mowed them down with volleys of machine gun fire. Geo deflected the first burst, but not the second or the third. Not even the best steel stood a chance against such a close-range onslaught of lead. The Pillar of Six Hands Unity, who'd held Lukong for 20 years, collapsed on the sidewalk in a mangled mess. Jaya spat on the ground. "How's that for using my assets?" She had to thank Geo-somu. If he hadn't felt so secure after surviving so many previous attempts on his life, then he might not have underestimated her. When Jaya had become a fist, her father had advised her, "In my experience, as long as your friends have a high opinion of you, it doesn't hurt when your enemies have a low opinion. The lower, the better." Noyu Kane phoned the fire department and the police. By the time they arrived, the little knives had put out most of the fire already. Asha and 2 others had opened up the nearest fire hydrant, and several green bones were deflecting the spray toward the flames. The buildings next door suffered damage, but there had been no one inside. While Jaya was in the big triple speaking to Geo, phone calls had been placed to the neighboring businesses to quietly clear out everyone on the block. Later, it would be determined that there was one civilian casualty. The kitchen manager of the big triple, a friend of Geo's cousin, had not left with everyone else and had been caught in the fire and killed. It was unfortunate, but Jaya could explain to everyone that she'd observed Aisho to the greatest extent that could be reasonably expected. She didn't feel any guilt over the death of one bystander who didn't know what was good for him. News trucks arrived minutes after the emergency services. Jaya checked herself in the Brock's side mirror. Ash dusted her face, but her makeup was holding up remarkably well, and she made a mental note to get more of this brand of waterproof eyeliner. She buckled her moonblade onto her waist. "How do I look?" she asked Aitan Asha. Her friend pursed her lips critically, made a small adjustment to straighten Jaya's jade-encrusted torque necklace, and gave her an enthusiastic thumbs up. "I take full responsibility for what happened here," Jaya solemnly told the cameramen who surrounded her. "My father sent me to Lukong to discuss improving the relationship with the Six Hands Unity clan. No Peak has opposed Geo-somu for 20 years, ever since he betrayed his uncle, the rightful pillar of the clan, and my aunt was nearly killed in the crossfire. But we were prepared to finally turn over a new leaf in this city." Jaya glanced back regretfully at the burned-out shell of the big triple. "Instead, Geo-somu made threatening sexual advances toward me. For the insult against my family's honor, I offered him a clean blade, which he refused. My fists witness this, and any greenbone is welcome to perceive what we say is true." Jaya lowered her eyes for a moment, leaving the obvious unsaid. To offend a family like the Kauls and neither apologize nor settle the matter with a clean-bladed duel left no choice but unavoidable retribution. "To the rest of the Six Hands Unity clan," Jaya said, "No Peak seeks no quarrel with you. My family would be happy to sit down to talk with you about how we'll coexist in Lukong. Nico might be terrible in front of the media, stiff and unlikable to any casual viewer, but Ait Otto wasn't the only green bone who could look good on camera." A reporter shouted, "Do you expect the Mountain Clan to retaliate?" Jaya had asked the same question when the Pillar and the Horn had given her this assignment. "Aben Soro has never liked Geo-somu, so he won't care to lose his own people to avenge him," Lot had answered. "But the mountain will have to send down green bones from John Loon to prevent us from taking all of Lukong. Which is what Aben will be expecting us to try to do as soon as he hears the news," Hilo agreed. The element of surprise was why they were relying on Jaya's little knives. Any large movement of No Peak warriors from John Loon down to Lukong would have alerted the mountain,
who in turn would have warned Six Hands Unity. But the mountain would not be paying any attention to Toshan. Jaya's father had said, Aitmata and Abansoro can send all the green bones they want. We don't need to take Lukong. We only have to confuse the shit out of the situation down there. Geo Somu had children, but both of them were too young to succeed him. His horn might assume leadership, but he was not popular within the clan. Most of the other members of the Geo family who'd been loyal to the old pillar had joined the No Peak clan already, and with Geo's death, there would likely be more defections. Some segment of Six Hands Unity would remain faithful to the mountain, but they would require increased support from John Loon. Lukong would become a patchwork quilt of confused loyalties, and no one clan would command unified allegiance of the city's royal council representatives. No Peak did not need to control all of Lukong. Over the years, that goal had proved difficult, if not impossible. It only needed to finally kill the longtime Ait loyalist Geo Somu and remove Six Hands Unity as an entity that the mountain could count on for political and military support. That was what Jaya had accomplished. Jaya said humbly into the cameras, I'm only a fist, so I can't speak on larger matters. I only hope that Aitmata allows the rest of Six Hands Unity to make their own decisions. Nevertheless, we all know how senselessly violent the Pillar of the Mountain has been in the past. I'm sure my father will send additional green bones from John Loon to make sure there are no further attempts on my life or honor. A few reporters began to shout additional questions. Why had she brought warriors, machine guns, and grenades for supposedly peaceful discussion? Did she have anything to say about the reputation of the Little Knives? Was she romantically involved with anyone at this time? Jaya waved away the questions without answering any more of them and walked back toward the Brock compass. While she'd been talking to the reporters, her people had efficiently stripped Geo of his jade, then picked through the smoking remains of the building to claim the green from the charred corpses. They looked like coal mine workers now, all grimy, covered in dust and soot. Don't you still look nice? Asha exclaimed, sticking her tongue out at Jaya. Kane offered up Geo Somu's jade-hilted talon knife, his rings, bracelets, and the studs that had been in his ears. Jade for the biggest of the little knives, he said. I didn't kill Geo, Jaya reminded him. I only set him up so that he practically killed himself. Even though I led the mission, it's not right that I claim so much of the prize. Jaya took the talon knife, which was of excellent quality, but told Kane and Ten to see to it that the rings, bracelets, studs, and remaining jade from all the bodies of the Six Hands Unity men were equitably split between the rest of the team. As they drove back to the motel, Jaya tried to call John Loon, but couldn't get any cell phone reception. She finally managed to get 2 bars on the screen by standing in front of the lobby while the rest of the Little Knives put away weapons, set up sentries, and went for a beer run to the nearest convenience store. She called the number that went straight to the Pillar's study. Her father picked up on the first ring. Jaya said, Hi, Da. Did you see me on television? I swear to the gods, Hilo shouted at her. You're trying to kill me from stress. Why didn't you phone right away? The first thing I saw on the news was the building on fire without any other information. I called twice and you didn't pick up. I was busy, Da. My phone was on silent. We had to talk to reporters, put out the fire, tromp around in a building about to fall down to collect all the jade and split it up. And that always takes time, deciding who gets what so no one leaves unhappy. All those little things. You know how it is. Just trust me a little, why don't you? Hilo let out a breath of relieved laughter. You're right. I do know how it is. How did I look on TV? Jaya pressed. Okay? You looked great, her father said. No wild parties tonight, understand? Geo might be dead, but he'll have friends who will take some time to get rid of. Don't let down your guard or get on anyone else's bad side in that city. The Juen twins will be there soon with more people, and you and your little knives are to obey your seniors. I know you're used to having the run of Toshan, but this isn't Toshan.
I'm a senior fist now. You don't have to remind me of every little thing or lecture me about how to keep people in line, Jaya groaned, rummaging hungrily in the cooler as she held the phone against her ear with one shoulder. Anything else?
Only that I'm proud of you.
Jaya grinned with pleasure.
Chapter 56. Life and Death.
Andon looked around with great curiosity when the plane landed in Tialuia. He'd never been to the Uiwa Islands. In his imagining, it was a sun-bleached tropical island full of palm trees and dirty, desperately poor people, a haven for illegal drugs and smuggled jade. So he was surprised that the new airport was modern and air-conditioned, and the professional driver who picked him up in a black town car spoke passable Kekanese. As they drove through the main town of Walai, Andon saw evidence of ruin and reconstruction everywhere. Crumbling and abandoned buildings covered in graffiti, building cranes over high-rise projects, policemen directing traffic around road closures, a military truck flying an Espenian flag. Typhoon Kit, which had caused considerable damage in Kakon 4 years ago, had laid waste to the Uiwa Islands, killing 200,000 people and destroying the country's neglected infrastructure. The Republic of Espenia, which controlled the tiny island of Iwansa for their own military and recreational use, had provided humanitarian aid and sent their military to help in the extensive rebuilding efforts. Of course, the Espenians did not do anything without exacting a price. In this case, it was a price that benefited Kakon as well. The Uiwan government had been forced to clean house. A new Espenian-approved president and new head of national security had fired hundreds of state and law enforcement officials on charges of corruption. Jade smuggling, the drug trade, sex tourism, and political graft were all being rooted out in favor of luring foreign companies to build electronics manufacturing facilities. Travel restrictions between Kakon and the Uiwa Islands had been partially lifted. Technically, green bones were still banned, but Andon had been able to enter because he was a doctor, officially visiting for humanitarian purposes. It was far from the first time his unique situation and his credentials outside the clan had proven useful to No Peak in some unexpected way. Andon felt he was at a crossroads. He was unsure what his future held, even if No Peak was able to survive Ait's machinations. He'd done all he could to promote jade medicine and the clan's interests in Espenia. That work was being continued by others now. He was lending his experience to the weatherman's office as schools of the jade disciplines began to open up overseas, but Taran Bin would soon have that process well in hand. Of course, he could continue to work as a physician, but he was troubled by a feeling that was not enough. Sometimes he thought of how Lotchin had determinedly climbed straight through the ranks of No Peak, step by step, into clan leadership. Andon's own path had been filled with twists and detours. Now both men frequently sat at the same dining table in the Kaul house, discussing clan affairs late into the night with the pillar and the rest of his inner circle. Despite their regular interactions and respect for each other's abilities, Andon couldn't say if he and Lot were friends. It seemed a faint yet inescapable discomfort persisted between them, an inexplicable resentment from having known each other as confused teenagers. Years ago, at Juen's retirement party, when Andon had congratulated Lot on being named the new Horn, his old classmate had replied, "Maybe I should be the one congratulating you, Emery, for avoiding the job, so I could be the one to take it." His sulky mouth had curved in a good-natured but sardonic smile. "I suppose neither of us is who we once thought we'd be." Andon had given the other man a searching look. Was it worth it? he asked. Giving up whatever else you might have been to take the path you didn't think you would. Lot had shrugged.
Who can ever know? Was it worth it for you?
When Andon had mentioned his recent musings about the future to Jiruya, his boyfriend had listened and said, with sympathy, I think it's natural in our 40s to start wondering if we're past the main events of our lives, or if there are still other mountains to climb. Your position in the clan is an incredible accomplishment in itself, Mian. Maybe you're wondering what else you could do with it. Jiru was no doubt speaking from his own heart. His accelerating career in the Kekanese film industry wasn't the only thing on his mind these days. Typhoon Kit had damaged impoverished Abuke villages far more severely than the rest of Kaikon. Jiru had become increasingly involved in advocating for Aboriginal communities and was now taking part in the ongoing protest on Yumon Island, sometimes staying out for days at a time. Andon worried for Jiru's safety, but he was hardly in a position to demand he stay away from possible violence when, as his boyfriend pointed out firmly, if I can put up with even half of what you do for the clan, you can accept me doing something important for my own people. The town car took Andon beyond the city limits of Wallai proper, onto a wide, freshly paved road reeking of asphalt fumes in the summer heat. Andon saw the tall, barbed wire walls and blocky watchtowers of the maximum security penitentiary long before they arrived. At the security fence, Andon presented his paperwork to the sentry in the box, and then again at the office, where he was issued a visitor badge. After additional check-in procedures and 30 minutes of waiting in a small yellow reception area, a guard escorted him into a room with a metal table and 2 chairs. Andon sat down in one of the chairs. A door on the other side of the room opened, and another guard brought the prisoner into the room, handcuffed and dressed in a gray jumpsuit. Andon had never met the man in person before, but looking at him, it was hard to believe he'd once been a formidable enemy of the Kaul family. Ailo had been the right hand of the notorious jade smuggler Zapunyo before he'd betrayed his boss, struck an alliance with the Mountain Clan, and taken over the Tipaswiga crime ring. Now, the Barukan gangster was fat and middle-aged, his hair long and thinning away from his shiny forehead. All of his jade had been taken from him upon his arrest 6 months ago. Iilo sank ponderously into the seat opposite from Andon and squinted at him with disdain.
Who the fuck are you? And what do you want?
He asked in accented Espenian. Andon answered in Kekanese. I'm Emery Andon, from the No Peak clan. Ailo sat forward slowly.
You're one of the Kauls, the mixed blood cousin.
You knew me for a short while as the journalist, Ray Kato. The smuggler thought about this, then barked out a gruff laugh.
So I have you to thank for killing Zapunyo all those years ago. Or maybe you should thank me for helping your family to get its revenge.
He rested his hands on his belly.
That's one thing I could say I have over Zapunyo. I went down, but none of my enemies took me out.
Ailo had run Tipaswiga well enough at first. He had come from the Matios gang in Shatar, and he'd learned from Zapunyo, so he did not lack for any ruthlessness. His partnership with Ait Mata had allowed him to continue to dominate the lucrative black market Jade Triangle between Kaikon, the Uiwa Islands, and the Aureus continent. Unfortunately for Ailo, he lacked Zapunyo's skills in management. As a Keko-Shatarian foreigner, he held the Uiwans in contempt. He viciously punished betrayals, but did not spend money to cultivate loyalty by building village schools and hospitals as Zapunyo used to do. Over time, he failed to keep up relationships and pay off the right people, so he lost the iron control over the politicians and police that Zapunyo had wielded. In the years after Typhoon Kit, when the Espenians demanded evidence from the Yuiwan government that they were taking steps to combat crime and corruption, the axe had finally fallen on Tipaswiga. Even so, Ailo could hardly be blamed for believing himself safe. He wore jade and lived in a fortified compound defended by dozens of guards who also wore jade. The understaffed, undertrained federal police force could not hope to go up against him. Instead, the Yuiwan government hired GSI to do the job. A squad of well-equipped, jade-wearing private soldiers monitored Ailo's habits for weeks, then ambushed him on the way to a sporting event. They killed 4 of his bodyguards, but took Ailo alive, in accordance with the terms of their contract. The Yuiwan government made a victorious announcement and showed news footage of Ailo in handcuffs, with credit for his arrest given to the National Chief of Security. Neither the Mountain Clan nor the Matios gang had made a noise of protest or come to Ailo's aid. With the dissolution of the Nikolva program and the decline in slow war tensions, along with the decriminalization of jade in the ROE, jade smuggling was not a growing business. Tipaswiga was past its usefulness, no longer of vital importance to its old allies.
Did Kaul Hilo send you to gloat? Ailo asked Andon. Seems like something he would want to do in person, the arrogant bastard. I met him once, you know.
The pillar sent me, yes, Andon said, to offer you our help.
Your help?
Ailo repeated with manifest contempt.
Kaul Hilo Shudon tortured my cousin Soradio and slit his throat. I'd sooner shake hands with the devil.
Andon took off his glasses and wiped the dust from them, reminding himself that he was here for a purpose and ought not to be provoked by this man who was so low and helpless, but still potentially useful. Soradio tried to assassinate the pillar with a car bomb, but killed his brother-in-law instead. Even Aitmata wasn't going to protect him after that, just as she's not protecting you now. You're hardly in a position to be choosy about the help that comes your way. The smuggler's upper lip curled.
Yes, he said bitterly. All of you green bones are the same in the end, aren't you? You protect yourselves, and you use the rest of us.
Has your lawyer explained that you'll be sent to Kakon? Ailo shrugged fatalistically.
Kakon is only a name to me. I was a baby when my family was shipped to Shatar as laborers during the Many Nations War. Kakon is only the wrapping around my life, where I was born and where I'll die.
Andon felt a scrap of pity for the man. Ailo had become the center of a 3-way legal tug-of-war between the Yuiwa Islands, Kakon, and Shatar. Both Kakon and Shatar wanted the Barukan leader extradited to face trial for crimes committed in their own nations. Ailo was not a citizen of the Yuiwa Islands, despite having run a massive criminal enterprise there for decades. He was not a citizen of Shatar either, as he could not claim at least 75% Shatarian ancestry. His official nationality was Kekanese, even though he'd only lived there for a year of his life. Now, however, the Kekanese government wanted to make a public example of Ailo, to march him off the plane in handcuffs, demonstrating the disgraceful end of Tipaswiga and all those who dared to steal jade. The Royal Council had made the extradition of Ailo a prerequisite for the lifting of the embargo and normalization of relations between Kakon and the UI, and after much hassling, the Yuiwan government had agreed. Andon said, "You'll likely be dead within hours of setting foot in the country." Ailo did not answer, but his dulled expression showed that he understood reality perfectly well. The former leader of Tipaswiga was a loose end for Aitmata. There's no sort of person the Kekanese hold in lower regard than a jade thief. Any number of fellow inmates or prison guards would be more than happy to do the mountain a favor and ensure Ailo never spoke in front of a judge.
What do you want?
Ailo's anger sounded weary. Andon glanced at the guards by the door. They were out of earshot and almost certainly could not understand Kekanese, but nevertheless, Andon lowered his voice. You still have a card to play. You know too much damaging information about the mountain, the deals Ait struck with Zapunyo, her alliance with you and the Matios, her profit from the black market. It's why she's sure to have you killed. Andon took a cell phone out of his briefcase and placed it on the table. There's a private aircraft waiting in Janloon, ready to bring KNB news anchor To Kita over here to Tia Luia. All I have to do is make a phone call to get you a national interview. Ailo's smile was slow and very cold.
Do you know what I hate more than anything else in the world? Rats. When Zapunyo and I found rats in Tipaswiga, we made sure they begged for death. I'll take my secrets to the grave.
You're in a prison while Aitmata sits in her mansion in Janloon.
As does your cousin, Kaul Hilo. What do I have to gain from being a pawn of no peak instead of the mountain? I'm not stupid enough to think it'll save me.
Andon was not a fist accustomed to inspiring fear, but he knew his family's fate might hinge on his ability to do so at this moment. At other times in the past, he'd been the one to speak or act for the clan when no one else could. In his youth, Andon had felt acutely his difference, his separateness from the rest of the Kaul family. Only over many years had he come to understand this as an advantage. Since he held no official role in the strict hierarchy of the clan, he'd been many things: a healer, a killer, an emissary, an advisor. Today, he was a hammer. You're beyond saving, Andon agreed. But what about your family? The one that you've gone to such great lengths to keep secret? He reached back into his briefcase and pulled out an envelope. He opened it and laid 3 color photographs on the table in front of Ailo. In the first photo, a pretty 30-something Yuiwan woman sat on a beach. She wore a pastel sundress, her long hair pulled into a messy bun. Her face was turned to the side, speaking to another woman while 2 children, perhaps 10 and 8 years old, played in the sand nearby. The second photo showed the same woman and children getting out of a car. In the third photo, they were in the front yard of a nice house. Ailo's darkly tanned face lost much of its color. I'm sure you've made private arrangements for your wife and children to be cared for after your death, but how can you protect them after you're gone? How can you be sure that the men in Tipaswiga that you hired to guard them will have any reason to remain loyal to your memory? The Yuiwa Islands is a dangerous place.
How did...
Ailo croaked without finishing. It doesn't matter how we found them, Andon said calmly. If we could do it, others can. You're not a green bone of Kakon, so you can't count on Aisho to protect your jadeless relatives. You're only a Barukan smuggler, and your family is only Yuiwan. Who is going to notice or care if something happens to them? Can Aitmata be absolutely certain you haven't told your wife anything inconvenient that she might share with the Yuiwan authorities? A subtle tremor went through Ailo's body and rattled his shackles against the metal table. Here is my pillar's offer. Andon reached back into his briefcase and took out another envelope. He extracted 3 airplane tickets and spread them out next to the photos. We can put your family on this flight, which leaves tomorrow for Port Massey. They would be escorted to the airport under guard, and once they reach Espenia, they'll be under the protection of the No Peak clan. We have many people and resources in that country. We can set them up with housing and new identities. Your children would live safe, ordinary lives. They would go to school there. Maybe they could even train in the Jade disciplines. They'll have the money you leave for them, and most importantly, they'll have a future far from the sort of life you've led. He could sense the man's will crumbling, but Ailo still needed that final, gentle push toward the inevitable decision. Andon gathered the plane tickets and placed them back into the briefcase. He saw the smuggler's eyes twitch as the papers disappeared out of sight, leaving the vulnerable photographs alone on the table. The Kaul family always keeps its word, even to enemies. Especially to enemies. This is my pillar's promise, which he's entrusted me to convey to you. Share Ite's secrets, and we'll keep yours. Speak against the mountain, and we'll protect your sons as if they were members of our own clan. However, if you refuse, I can't tell you what my cousin will do with these photographs and whether he'll feel any obligation toward your wife and children. Ailo's throat bobbed.
You're a doctor. You can't put them in danger.
You'd be surprised by the things I've done, Andon told him. I've taken lives and saved others. I've felt equal doubts about both. He'd killed Gaunt Ash and saved Aitmata. He'd ordered the death of John Remy, and in so doing he'd cost Maektar his life. He'd healed innumerable strangers, yet he was haunted every day by Rue's death and the possibility that if he'd been there, he could have saved his nephew. All those doubts had over time folded themselves into Andon's duality, of being a Kaul and not a Kaul. It was a contradiction he'd long ago struggled to reconcile, but that now simply was. In my family, one gets used to making decisions about life and death. But I know which type I prefer to make, when I can, Andon said to the condemned man. We can't save you, Ailo, but we can offer your family a life where not even the mountain can reach them. He picked up the cell phone. I told the pillar I would phone him right away to tell him your decision. What's it going to be?
Chapter 57. Standoff. The wheels of the Duchesse Imperia rolled over unevenly packed dirt. Mud streaked the massive luxury sedan's gleaming chrome grille and white doors. Hilo rolled down the window. He'd seen images of the Yuman standoff printed in the newspapers and shown on television, but they couldn't convey the restless energy or the smell. The site seemed like a refugee camp crossed with an open-air music festival. Canvas and nylon tents were set up wherever their owners could find space. The smell of cooking food came off portable gas stoves on makeshift wooden plank tables. A group of Abuke women danced and played traditional music for a circle of onlookers. Rows of bright yellow portable toilet stalls stood in a row along one side of the camp. Dogs rested in whatever shade they could find, often beneath cars draped with Kekanese flags and hand-painted banners. Anorko, stealing our jade and raping our land. Abuke rights, Spenny soldiers out. The encampment had swollen to over 8,000 strong, with still more arriving. The small towns on Yuman Island were deluged. Hilo had heard that hotels were fully occupied and stores were running out of basic necessities such as toilet paper, bottled water, and rain ponchos. Lot stopped the car when it was obvious they couldn't go any farther. The arrival of the Duchesse was causing an enormous stir. People were running over and jostling each other to get closer, shouting that the Pillar of No Peak was here. Hilo got out of the car along with his horn and two other greenbones, Vin Solu, the first fist of John Loon, and Hame Yasu, son of the clan's former rainmaker. "Call Jen! Pillar!" Shouts came from the crowd. Others started to chant, "No Peak! No Peak!" Many of the people here were not clan members. and some were surely loyal to the mountain, but there were enough voices that the noise grew and followed the green bones as they made their way through the encampment. Lot and his well-trained fists ignored the attention, their jade auras humming with alertness, their formidable demeanors serving to keep anyone from approaching too closely. Hilo envied them. It's been a while. A long while since he'd stepped out of the Duchesse with a pack of his warriors, laden with jade and weaponry, prepared to face any enemy. As a young man, he'd lived for the proud adrenaline of those moments. The feeling was still sharp, but bittersweet nostalgia tinted its edges. One figure broke out from the rest of the crowd and approached the pillar directly. Jiruya looked less well put together than he normally did. Instead of his usual custom-fitted shirt and pressed slacks, he was in jeans, boots, and a black track jacket. He wore a colorfully woven traditional abuke sash around his waist and several days' worth of stubble on his jaw. He saluted Hilo respectfully. "Kaul, Jen," Hilo said. "You've had dinner in my house. Don't act as if you barely know me." Jiru's tawny skin flushed to a russet color. "Sorry, Hilo, Jen. It's only that we don't usually see each other in public and without more of the family around. Without Andon around." Hilo put a hand on Jiru's shoulder and smiled to show that he was not really annoyed. The man's awkward reticence was understandable, since the social division between him and his partner's family could not be helped. To be honest, Hilo was surprised Andon and Jiruya's relationship had lasted for so long, although he supposed they were a good match in other ways. "Show us what's happening here," Hilo said. Jiruya led the pillar and his men up a gradual slope at the farthest edge of the encampment. Roughly 600 meters away stood a tall chain-link fence topped with razor wire, surrounding a compound of 3 buildings and a helicopter landing pad. Armed men in fatigues guarded the gates and were spaced at regular intervals all around the fence, holding rifles and eyeing the protesters suspiciously. "GSI soldiers," Lot said. "Yesterday, there were 10 of them. This morning, that number doubled," Jiruya explained. "If anyone gets within a couple hundred meters of the fence, they fire at our feet. We're pretty sure it's because there's a shipment coming in this afternoon." Several people who'd followed behind the green bones muttered angrily and spat on the ground. Anorco's specialized mining vessels collected jade off the seafloor, then sorted the gems on board before transporting them by helicopter to the processing center, where they were packed for distribution. One of those final destinations was less than 2 kilometers away. Shielding his eyes with his hand, Hilo could make out the outline of Yuman Naval Base in the distance, its flags flapping in the stiff wind. Over the course of the standoff, protesters had thrown bricks, paint, and cheap homemade explosives onto Anorco's property, hurled verbal abuse at the guards, and tried to disrupt deliveries of jade into and out of the facility. The company had responded by increasing security, so GSI soldiers now stood watch day and night. The occasionally violent demonstrations were not openly condoned by either the Kekanese government or the Greenbone clans, but they weren't being reined in either. Several members of the Royal Council had expressed sympathy and solidarity with the protesters, and more than a few Greenbones from multiple clans had joined in the demonstration with the tacit permission of their pillars. Kaul Hilo Shudan showing up on Yuman Island in person, however, that was new. It was the most dramatic sign of clan support for the standoff to date. A wave of shifting, murmuring, restless energy was sweeping over the crowd. Thousands of people were gathering on the ridge where Hilo and his men stood. News reporters emerged from trucks along the camp's sidelines, cameras ready, eagerly waiting for something to happen. "What can you tell us, Vin?" Hilo asked. "Some of those GSI mercenaries are definitely wearing jade, but I'd need to get closer to tell you more, Hilo Gen." The First Fist's long-range perception was legendary by now, but even Vin the sniper couldn't be precise at this distance. "Let's get closer then," Hilo suggested. They began to walk down the other side of the slope toward the fence. Before they could get far, half a dozen greenbones pushed through the crowd, running up to the pillar and dropping to their knees in the dirt before him. Not one of them appeared to be over the age of 25.
"Kaul-chen!"
gasped a young woman with dyed orange hair and a jade nose ring.
"We're all fairly worthless members of the clan. My friend and I are junior fingers who used our vacation days to join the protest. My other friend here is a luckbringer, and I don't know about these other two, but we're all ready to obey you."
"No green bone of no peak is worthless," Hilo said, smiling at their youthful enthusiasm. 4 additional strangers stepped forward together out of the crowd and saluted warily. "Kaul-chen," said one of the men. "We're green bones of the mountain, but we're all Kekanese first and foremost. We'll stand with you against the foreigners if you'll allow us. Our pillar hasn't ordered us to do otherwise." Hilo nodded. He wasn't surprised that Aitmata remained silent on the Yuman standoff, since she was secretly in the process of buying a Norco outright. "Bring any weapons you have," he commanded the gathered greenbones. "Your most important task is to protect the people here from harm. Otherwise, obey whatever my horn and fists tell you to do. Understand?" They all saluted Hilo and assured him that they did. Hilo and his warriors approached the fence surrounding the Anorco facility, trailed by the additional greenbones and an enormous crowd of excited people, including many driving slowly in vehicles, waving signs and flags. Summer rain began to fall. The warm, heavy drops struck uncovered heads and splattered the hoods of the cars. Vin's stride slowed, his gaze unfocused. "There are at least 32 people in that facility, Kaul-chen," he said. "I can't perceive all the way to the other side of the property, so I might have missed a few. I think most of them are security personnel, but not all of them are wearing jade. I've picked out 18 jade auras in total." "18's not too bad," Hilo said, "but not too good either, when they all have rifles and body armor, and are already upset." Although his own perception was not as superb as Vin's from this distance, he could sense the crackling apprehension emanating from the GSI soldiers guarding the fence, and he could see them with their R5 rifles held at the ready as the wave of vehicles and bodies flowed toward them. One of the guards shouted at them through a bullhorn, first in Espenian, then in barely understandable Kekanese. "Stop! You're approaching private property. Stay where you are or we will open fire. You've been warned." Lot said to the pillar, with a hint of apprehension, "We don't have enough greenbones with us to take out all those guards, much less capture the facility." "We don't need to do either of those things." Hilo stopped at the point where he could perceive the anxiety of the guards starting to crest, their fingers sliding toward the triggers of their raised rifles as he came near 200 meters of the fence. The pillar turned to face the line of protesters who'd followed him like an army. He spread his arms, throwing a slow, shallow deflection that rippled outward, nudging those in the front row with a firm but gentle pressure. They came to a halt. "What do we do now, Kaul-chen?" asked Tame-Yasu. "We wait. Shouldn't be long." Hilo lifted his gaze to the sky. The wind was picking up. It lashed his face with rain, forcing him to squint as he stared into the clouds. The gathered mass of protesters milled about impatiently, talking among themselves, but they didn't venture past the point where the pillar stood. The sound of a helicopter rose in the distance, then grew louder as it approached. Right on time. The clan's white rats embedded inside GSI had been earning their keep. Hilo motioned Lot and his fists over and explained what he wanted them to do. They nodded, none of them showing any surprise or uncertainty. When Hilo said, "Ame-gen, your father tells me that your lightness is excellent," the fist looked abashed and humbly promised he would do his best. Hilo leapt light to the top of a nearby van, landing in a crouch. When he stood and raised his arms, the large crowd fell silent, and everyone turned toward him, pressing forward expectantly.
"Can you hear me?"
Hilo bellowed.
"Can you hear me?"
An answering tumult rose from the throng. Among the sea of upturned faces, Hilo saw Jiruya, looking up at him with an uncertain expression, but listening to every word along with the others.
"No matter which part of the country you're from, which clan you swear allegiance to, whether you wear jade or not, we are all Kekanese. We defend and avenge our own. You wrong any of us, you wrong us all. You seek to war with us, and we will return it 100-fold.
Hilo was not one for speeches. That had always been Ait's strength. But the words that came to him now sprang to mind, fully formed. He couldn't place where they'd come from, yet they felt strong and correct. The pillar tilted his head back and roared even above the growing noise of the arriving helicopter.
"No one will take from us what is ours!"
The helicopter came out of the sky, thundering toward the landing pad in the fenced compound. As the pilot slowed to a controlled hover, Hilo shouted a signal to his fists. Gathering all of his jade energy like a tide sucking in the ocean, he bent his knees and launched himself light into the air. Gravity seemed to slip its hold on him as he hurled himself away from the ground and the people below. Lot, Vin, and Hame leapt light alongside him, driving themselves upward by bounding off cars or springing from a strength-fueled running start. They couldn't reach the helicopter. It was too far away, and they were only men after all, not birds. But they could get closer. Close enough. At the apex of his leap, for a dramatic heartbeat of time, Hilo hung in the air at the height of a second-story window. He could feel his momentum reversing. He needed to hold on to enough lightness to control his descent, or he would plummet to a bone-shattering landing. The pilot's surprise sparked in his perception like a pulse of light in the corner of his brain before he glimpsed the man's face, leaning over, mouth open, at the remarkable sight of 4 men leaping up as if to grab on to the helicopter's landing skids. Hilo maintained his grip on one discipline while reaching for another. His mind and body strained in painful protest as he flung his arm toward the cockpit of the helicopter with a snarl of exertion and a violent heaving of nearly all the remaining jade energy he possessed. 4 shafts of channeling hit the pilot almost simultaneously. These were not the precise, close-quarters strikes that would deliver a fatal blow to the heart or lungs of a combatant. From such an unwieldy distance away and in midair, the force of channeling was blunt and badly dissipated. Any greenbone could have easily steeled against the ridiculous, unorthodox attack. But the man in the helicopter was not a greenbone. The combined buffeting of jade energy from all 4 assailants did not kill him, but the disruptive shock to his organs and nervous system knocked him unconscious. His body fell back against the seat, then slumped over the controls. Hilo landed harder than he would have liked. After such a powerful burst of channeling, he had barely enough jade energy left to let himself down lightly and to steal against the impact. Pain radiated up his shins and thighs into his hips as he hit the ground and tumbled forward onto hands and knees, all the breath knocked out of his lungs. Hame-yasu dropped down lightly next to him, breathing only slightly harder than normal.
"Kaul-gen, are you all right?"
Damn the young. Hilo nodded that he was fine as he got to his feet, wiping the sweat off his brow and brushing the dirt from his hands and knees. He looked up at the helicopter. Everyone else was staring at it transfixed as well, including the security guards surrounding the landing site,
as if watching a train crash in slow motion. The uncontrolled machine listed in the air, still on course for a landing, but coming down far too fast now. It tilted and began to spin laterally, churning rotors kicking up a tremendous wind that tore at the clumps of grass and sent many people in the crowd running for the cover of their vehicles. Hilo heard the finger, the young woman with the orange hair, let out a shout of astonishment and elation.
Holy fucking shit!
The pilot regained consciousness at the last minute, realized what was happening, and tried valiantly to right the helicopter. He was too late. With the horrifying sound of rending metal, the aircraft missed the landing pad and hit the ground barely inside the perimeter of the fence, bouncing sideways and back into the air off one landing skid and its tail rotor. Guards ran from the out-of-control machine as it spun in a circle, hitting the top of the chain-link barrier and ripping an entire section of the fence apart as it careened back into the ground with a concussive boom and explosive cloud of dirt. The helicopter's rotor blades were torn apart by the impact and went flying in all directions.
Deflect that shit! Now!
Loke bellowed, raising his arms. Vin, Hame, and half a dozen of the younger Greenbones hastily threw up a patchy but adequately effective wall of deflection that veered the shrapnel away from the crowd. When the dust cleared, the helicopter with its cargo of jade was lying on its side 100 meters outside of the ruptured fence, twisted and smoking, the Inorco logo clearly visible on its upward-facing surface. For a prolonged moment, no one made a sound. Then a victorious roar exploded from the crowd. For months, they've been watching the fenced compound hatefully, seeing deliveries of jade enter and leave the processing facility, unable to do anything besides exact minor sabotages and make their unhappiness known. The sight of the crashed helicopter, brought down by only 4 of No Peak's top Greenbones, seemed to light the protesters on fire. Like a flood wave through a broken dam, they ran shouting toward the wreckage and the open fence. GSI soldiers were also sprinting toward the helicopter, on a collision course with the crowd. Other security guards ran to defend the gap in the destroyed fence, rifles raised.
Get in front of those people before they get themselves killed!
Loach shouted to the Greenbones. He was barely heard over the collective clamor. The horn took off running, Vin right behind him. Hame, the youngest, quickly caught up and passed them. With their strength, they outpaced the rest of the crowd, but they couldn't catch up with the bouncing off-road vehicles some people were driving toward the Inorco soldiers like charging cavalry troops. The orange-haired Finger and her companions reached the helicopter first and tore into it triumphantly like wolves on a carcass, pulling out the dead pilot and dumping him in the dirt, then pooling their strength to yank open the damaged doors, hauling out the cargo of sealed metal containers.
Get away from there!
Hollered a running GSI soldier. He skidded to a halt, aimed, and fired his R5. The sound of bullets zinged off the helicopter's metal body. A few people dove for cover behind the machine. Greenbones threw up deflections. One of the men from the Mountain Clan hurled a powerful wave that knocked the soldier to the ground and sent his rifle flying out of his hands. Shouting curses in Espenian, other GSI mercenaries opened fire into the rampaging crowd. Hame, Lot, and the other Greenbones closest to the soldiers tried to deflect the gunfire away from the civilians, but Hilo saw 2 people, an Abuke man and a woman holding a placard, both go down. The man screamed and clutched his leg. The woman didn't move. Greenbones drew handguns and returned fire. Maddened protesters grabbed any weapon they had on hand, knives, sticks, rocks. They continued running heedlessly and throwing abuse and objects at the soldiers, who balked and retreated toward the fence, responding with rifle bursts that sailed into the crowd or struck approaching vehicles, puncturing tires and breaking windshields.
Hilo jogged up to the scene as it turned into a pitched battle. Deflections, bullets, rocks, and profanities were being thrown every which way. Some protesters were charging ahead to fight. Others pushed frantically in the other direction, trying to flee the gunfire. It was a noisy, disordered frenzy, like a fighting pit packed full of gamecocks. The GSI soldiers were panicking in the face of the enraged mob. Gunfire hit one of the young no-peak Greenbones and 3 additional civilians. Lot hurtled forward in a blur of strength and lightness. 2 throwing knives left his hand and sank up to their hilts in the neck of the soldier who'd fired, right above the collar of his bulletproof vest. His companions dragged the body backward, screaming for assistance and still firing. Talon knife in hand, Hilo pushed and deflected his way through the melee. He called out to Vin and pointed back at the helicopter. "Don't let any Jade from there go missing in this shitstorm!" Spotting Jiruya, rumpled and muddy, eyes wide with adrenaline and fear, he seized the artist by the arm and ordered harshly, "Don't you fucking break my little cousin's heart! Get behind something, now! That truck!" Jiruya gaped at the pillar, who'd always seemed tolerant and friendly with him, as if seeing him for the first time. Hilo gave the man a shove towards safety, then continued in the direction of the fighting. "Stop firing!" he demanded, spreading his arms. His perception was jangling discordantly from all the frenetic energy and emotions swirling around him, but he still sensed the nearby murderous intent of the GSI soldier aiming for his head. With a snarl of angry impatience, he shoved the man's aim upward with a snap of deflection and was upon him in an instant, wrenching the handgun away with a surge of strength that unpleasantly tweaked something in his shoulder joint. Hilo smashed the soldier across the temple with the butt of the Corta 9mm and kicked him in the side of the head as he went down into the wet dirt. "I said stop fucking firing!" he roared. Hilo had come to Yumon Island intending to create a dramatic public statement, but perhaps it had worked too well. He'd underestimated the demonstrators' pent-up frustration. They'd certainly been galvanized, but many might soon be dead. In hindsight, Hilo wished he'd brought along more of his warriors, but none could be spared given that the Juen twins and their teams were busy in Lukong. There weren't enough Greenbones here to fight the soldiers and protect so many Jadeless civilians. The GSI soldiers were falling back to Anorco's main building, pulling slain or wounded comrades, still pointing their rifles into the threatening mob. "Let them go!" Hilo ordered. When his words didn't reach far enough, he hurled powerful deflections in both directions, knocking people staggering and forcing the mercenaries and the protesters apart. Lot and Hame followed the pillar's lead and did the same, up and down the line, as the GSI men continued backing away. One foreign soldier shouted frantically into a radio handset, too quickly for Hilo to make out all the words in Espenian, although it was clear he was calling for reinforcements, most likely from the GSI training compound 8 kilometers away. Hilo grinned savagely as he pointed at the man. "Call your boss!" the pillar shouted in Espenian. "Call Jim Sunto and tell him to come." He had no idea if the mercenary with the handset heard him, or if he relayed the message, but the cameramen from the news trucks did. They crouched on the sidelines like war zone correspondents, creeping closer to get a better shot of Hilo and his men standing in front of the crowd as the military contractors retreated. The space where the fence had stood became, by unspoken agreement, a line in the battlefield that neither side crossed. Vin approached, trailed by the young orange-haired Finger and her friends, who staggered under the weight of the metal containers they'd confiscated from the ruins of the helicopter. They dropped them at Hilo's feet and saluted him. "Jade for our pillar!" the woman exclaimed, her face flushed, her eyes bright with the high of battle. "Far do your enemies flee, Kauljen!" Hilo looked past the fence. Summer rain continued to fall,
dripping off his hair into his eyes, turning the trampled dirt and grass to mud. Shouting continued on both sides. Some people had climbed on top of the helicopter and were waving Kekanese flags. The Yuman standoff had turned into a siege.
"Not yet, they haven't," he said. "But they will."
Chapter 58. A Promise Kept. 18 hours later, Jim Sunto arrived in an armored vehicle outside of the Tranquil Suites Hotel. The CEO of Gonlu Solutions International had been at his home near the company's headquarters in Fort Johns Rock when he'd been woken in the pre-dawn hours by a phone call informing him that following a violent clash on Yuman Island, 2 of his employees were dead and another 3 were in the hospital. A helicopter pilot employed by Anorco was also dead. 9 Kekanese civilians had been killed by gunfire, and 30 others had suffered injuries. Sunto had gotten on to the earliest possible flight to Kakon. 2 No-Peak clan fingers intercepted him when he walked into the hotel lobby. They took his sidearm and escorted him into the elevator and up to the top floor, which had been entirely taken over by the Pillar and his men. Sunto was boiling over with fury when he walked into the suite.
"What the fuck have you done, Kaul?"
Hilo was sitting on the sofa, finishing breakfast and watching the news, an ice pack wrapped around his shoulder. Lotjin was standing by the window, talking into a cell phone, pacing around trying to find better reception. Additional green bones of both clans had arrived on Yuman Island along with the army, state police, and more reporters. The protesters had withdrawn to the ridge beside the original encampment, while GSI contractors salvaged the helicopter and repaired the fence around the Anorco property. Lot had left a dozen No-Peak greenbones at the site of the standoff and was coordinating with Aben Soro in the Mountain Clan to establish rotating patrols to maintain peace in the area. The Horn hung up the phone when Sunto came in. He exchanged a glance with the Pillar, then went through a door into an adjoining hotel room. Hilo took a final bite of a meat bun, chewing and swallowing as he picked up the remote control and hit mute to silence the television, which was replaying dramatic images from yesterday. Hilo on top of the van, the smoking ruins of the crashed Anorco helicopter, GSI soldiers firing into the crowd, people being carried away on stretchers. Hilo wiped his mouth with a napkin and looked up at Sunto calmly.
"Do you remember the promise I made to you, Lieutenant?"
The man's aura, normally so subdued and unreadable, was vibrating like a tuning fork.
"This is your twisted idea of vengeance against me? You destroyed a helicopter, killed its pilot, and incited a violent mob to charge Anorco's company property and attack my employees. You're a psychopath. You have the innocent blood of a dozen dead people on your hands."
"Spoken with the true hypocrisy of an Espenian," Hilo said with a slow sneer.
"By a man who created a company of mercenaries to fight for the highest bidder in wars around the world. What blood do you have on your hands, Sunto?"
Sunto bristled.
"Only the unavoidable losses that any commander has to accept. Unavoidable because they didn't follow your religion? Or because the Espenian government was paying you millions of thalers to carry out Operation Firebreak?"
Sunto's jaw tightened. He didn't ask how the Pillar knew about Operation Firebreak. The answer was obvious now that Nico had returned to No Peak. But he wasn't about to be put on the defensive when it was Hilo's actions he had come halfway around the world to confront.
"Don't change the subject to equivocate on morals with me," Sunto growled. "You've set off a diplomatic shitstorm that will backfire on you. I'll see to it that you're charged for the deaths of Anorco and GSI employees, as well as provoking public violence and destroying private property. You'll never travel to the ROE again without being arrested."
At Hilo's expression of utter nonchalance toward these statements, Santo's voice rose and gained vehemence. The founder of Anorco, Art Wiles, is the incoming Secretary of Foreign Trade. You might believe you're untouchable in your own country, but do you think your supporters in the Kekanese government will continue standing behind you when they realize how badly you've jeopardized the relationship with the ROE? Hilo took the ice pack off his shoulder. He stood, rolling out the offending joint and stretching his neck from side to side. You say I've risked Keikon's relationship with the ROE. What have you done to Espenia's standing in Keikon? The pillar's voice was low and calm, a sure sign of danger. For years, your jade-wearing private military contractors have been protecting Anorco's ships as they stripped Keikon's seafloor. Yesterday, your men opened fire on civilians. They could have defended themselves with deflection or steel, but they used their rifles. It's all been captured on video and played on every news channel. GSI soldiers shot first before a single Greenbone or protester even drew a weapon. The glower on Santo's face didn't change, but the cords in his neck tightened and his jade aura swelled. Hilo stalked toward him, head tilted. Espenian soldiers don't know how to use jade abilities on a crowded city street, surrounded by ordinary people. IBJCS doesn't teach Aisho. Santo seethed. Those soldiers wouldn't have fired if their lives hadn't been threatened. No matter how you spin the story in the Kekanese media, the fact is that there wouldn't have been any deaths yesterday if you hadn't gone there to make a spectacle of yourself. You started this, Kaul. Hilo shook his head, his lips parted with scorn. Do you know much Kekanese history? Greenbones alone didn't defeat the Shatarian army in the Many Nations War. They had the support of the people. In Keikon, it's always been Greenbones who inspire the people to fight for themselves. Lotjin walked back into the room with a large cardboard box, which he set on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Hilo walked over to it, speaking to Santo over his shoulder. No matter what happens now, you and your company are done in Keikon. For all his anger and threats, Santo had lived in the country long enough to know that Hilo was correct. The importance the Kekanese placed on Aisho meant that the public outcry over foreign soldiers wearing Kekanese jade while gunning down unarmed Kekanese citizens was already building into a tsunami in the media, in the streets, in the Royal Council. Wen's rapidly deployed campaign with a roster of top movie stars raising money for the families of the slain and injured protesters was only 3 hours old, but had already amassed hundreds of thousands of yen. More people were heading to Yumon Island to shore up the protest, but also gathering in outrage in front of Wisdom Hall. By the end of the week, the Kekanese government would ban GSI and any other foreign private military contractors from ever operating in Keikon again. Santo's large hands closed into fists, and the veins on his forearms stood out. I'll see you in court, you smug asshole. I'm going to make sure the Anorco Corporation and the Espenian government use every tool in the book to bring you and the No Peak clan down. The CEO of GSI turned on his heel and stalked toward the door. There are unavoidable casualties in war, but this isn't a war between our countries as much as you want to make it seem that way. This is your own personal grudge. Why can't those two things be the same? Hilo opened the cardboard box and took out a video cassette. He slid it into the player attached to the room's television, then hit the button on the remote control to unmute the set. Santo reached the door of the hotel room, but stopped as the voice on the video cassette began speaking. GSI's company people didn't say the name Operation Firebreak, but we knew that was what it was. It's what the senior guys all called it. We were ordered not to discuss any of our assignments. The ROE wasn't officially supposed to be in any of those places. 80% of the contractors were ex-Aspenian military, though. The Kekanese recruits, we got spread around because we had more Jade and were better at certain things, like deflection and perception. Sunto turned around. The person speaking on the recording was backlit and darkened, so his face was not visible, and his voice had been electronically altered, but Hilo knew it was Teiji Ino. He wondered with idle curiosity if Sunto could recognize the man, whether he knew his soldiers personally, the way a good horn would know his fists and fingers, whether beneath the corporate pragmatism he felt any sense of personal betrayal. On the screen, Teiji continued to speak. In Udane, our objective was to suppress the Deliverantist rebellion. We trained the Udani government soldiers and secret police, and we helped them to track down and round up suspected rebel leaders. The rebels were mostly farmers, townspeople. Teiji's voice trailed off. When he spoke again, it was more slowly and with a thickness in his voice that could be heard even through the electronic distortion. This one time, we were sent to ambush a rebel scouting party, but the intelligence turned out to be wrong. The people we shot weren't soldiers. 2 of them were children. And to make it all worse, we were wearing Jade and should have perceived they weren't a threat. It all happened too quickly. A long pause on the tape. I heard about another incident where Sunto strode over to the television and jabbed the power button, turning off the video playback. He spun toward Hilo and Lot with naked disgust. Is that your own son on the video? Did you write a script and force him to recite it into a camera? Hilo's face changed with frightening suddenness. I ought to kill you where you stand, he whispered. No, that's not Nico. So you found a former GSI employee, a Kekanese man you could threaten or bribe to slander the company without providing any context, Sunto inferred. Without Operation Firebreak, pro-Egutanian forces would have spread deliverantism around the world. Yes, there were occasionally civilian casualties, but they were isolated incidents, a necessary cost in the fight for truth. Sunto reflexively touched the triangular pendant around his neck, then seemed to remember he was around untruthful non-believers, and turned the gesture into a dismissive wave at the television. Do you think this trash journalism-style tell-all is going to give you some sort of leverage over me? That it'll be newsworthy anywhere outside of KCON? Not by itself, no, Hilo admitted, as Lot reached back into the box and pulled out more video cassettes, audio tapes, sheafs of paper, and photographs in file folders, all of which he stacked on the coffee table in an impressive pile. All of it taken together, though. It'll be interesting to some journalists and politicians in Aspenia, I would think. Sunto stared at the accumulating, damning evidence. How did you? You arrogant fuck, Hilo said quietly. You were so certain the clans were headed to the trash pile of history, as if we haven't been fighting wars ourselves this whole time, on every level and around the world. When I said I'd bring you down, you only ever assumed I'd have you killed. Sunto's face did not betray him, but his aura did. It bulged and churned. It's an election year in your country, isn't it? Hilo asked. Operation Firebreak was a trillion thaler, decade-long initiative that the Aspenian government hid inside the War Department budget while supposedly pulling ROE troops out of foreign proxy wars. I'm sure your superiors must have political enemies who would be happy to turn this information into a major scandal. Hilo smiled, not in amusement, but in appreciation of Shay's unfailingly detailed and persistent briefings. When that happens, someone will have to take the fall.
You've worn an Espenian uniform, and you pray to their god and seer, but your face and blood are Kekanese. They'll turn on you, Sunto. Sunto was quiet for an entire minute. Then he nodded.
All right, Kaul.
His jaw was clenched.
I see how it is. How much am I going to have to pay you?
You spenny piece of shit. Do you think I want your dirty money?
Hilo exclaimed with so much violence in his expression that even the ex-Navy angel took an involuntary step backward. Lot and his fingers near the door tensed, their auras humming.
I'd like to see your company burned to the fucking ground, and you thrown into an Espenian prison by the same politicians who paid you so handsomely, the pillar snarled. Instead, I'm doing what I don't want to do. I'm offering to save you, Sunto.
Hilo pointed to the cassettes and papers on the coffee table, representing countless hours of effort on the part of the clan's white rats.
I'll lock all of this into a vault where it'll never be seen by anyone. All you have to do in exchange is work for No Peak one last time.
Work for you? Sunto exclaimed in bewildered suspicion. To do what?
Bring down your boss, Hilo said. Wiles.
Art Wiles?
Sunto repeated uncomprehendingly.
You heard me, Hilo said. I want Anorko destroyed.
Sunto breathed through his teeth.
GSI is part of the Anorko Global Resources conglomerate. Art Wiles invested in my company from the beginning. He's the reason we landed the War Department contract. I won't turn on a friend and fellow truth-bearer.
Hilo was tempted to remind the man that they had been friends at one time as well.
Espenian friendship, Hilo thought, is worth exactly what you can pay for it.
Instead, he said, Wiles is selling his share of Anorko to a private investor. That private investor is the Mountain Clan. Unless you find a way to extricate GSI from its parent corporation, you'll soon be answering to Ait Madashi. As Sunto's face slackened with disbelief, Hilo could not help but smile at the irony that one of his detested enemies should end up eaten by the other. The company you founded based on supposedly modern, truth-bearing Espenian ideals will be used to protect Mountain Clan assets and advance Mountain Clan interests.
That's not...
Sunto shook his head.
Art's stepping down from Anorko, but he never...
Hilo could see that the man wanted to accuse him of lying, but behind the stare of blistering animosity, confusion was spinning quickly into doubt and grim understanding. Sunto broke eye contact first. He went over to the sofa Hilo had vacated and sat down hard. Hilo stood in front of the man and leaned down to peer into his face. Wiles betrayed you. He's selling his company to protect himself. I know this because I know Ait Madashi. You know Art Wiles. What does the Mountain Clan have that could bring him down? Sunto's jaw worked back and forth.
Proof,
he said reluctantly, but with certainty. Even with Hilo watching him, he touched the Dawn of Ikana pendant to his lips and whispered a prayer in Espenian, perhaps for strength or forgiveness. Hilo could not tell.
Proof of Art's criminal connections to the crews.
Plenty of Port Massey tabloids have brought it up before. Old photos of him with Joran Gasson and other members of the Baker Street crew. But it was always just gossip and rumors. Anything concrete could sink his political career or land him in prison. That's the one and only thing I can think of that could make him sell Anorko. Bitter silence stretched between the two men as they stewed in hatred and grudging regard for each other and their mutual enemies. Hilo nodded and straightened. The sale of Anorco will close in 6 weeks. My weatherman tells me it can't proceed if Wiles is charged with financial crimes and his assets are frozen. She's also told me that if Anorco is broken up, you'll be able to regain control of GSI in a management buyout. Hilo studied Sunto's wretched expression, as if unsure whether he wanted to put a comforting hand on the man's shoulder or snap his neck. You and your mercenaries will never set foot in Kakon again. You'll never recruit another member of No Peak. He looked at the stacks of tapes on the table in unspoken reminder that he could still bring GSI crumbling down. But you can save yourself and your company if you tell me right now that you'll do as I ask. You'll help me to bring down Anorco and the Mountain Clan. From the moment he'd met Jim Sunto, Hilo had judged him to be refreshingly pragmatic, a man with no allegiance to anyone except himself and his foreign god. Sunto put a hand over his eyes for a second. When he looked up at Hilo again, his futile anger had solidified into dignified resignation, the expression of a captive bear coming to the realization that it must debase itself to eat. What do you want me to do? Lote brought over a phone and set it down on the coffee table. You can start, Hilo said, by talking to a woman named Kelly Dowk. Chapter 59. End of a Long Judgment. The 26th year, 10th month. The driver of Shay's cabriolet Sentry inched past rows of cars parked haphazardly all along the shoulder of the winding hilly roads of high ground. The motion of the car became too uncomfortable for Shay to continue reading. She put away her papers as soon as she'd finished perusing the scanned news articles from the Adamant Capita Tribute that the clan's satellite office in AC had faxed to her that morning. Business tycoon and politician Art Wiles had been indicted on charges of corruption and money laundering in connection to the infamous Baker Street crew criminal empire. Kelly Dowk, chair of the National Assembly's Anti-Corruption Panel, was convening a special government hearing on the matter. The pending sale of Wiles's company, Anorco, to foreign investors had been blocked. If the upcoming investigation linked the company's assets to organized crime syndicates, the conglomerate would likely be broken up. According to Hilo, it was the first time Kelly Dowk had ever accepted, even grudgingly, any outreach on the part of the No Peak clan. The woman had an entire case file on Art Wiles and had been trying, along with federal prosecutors, to gather concrete evidence of his crimes for years. The one thing they needed was for Wiles's trusted business partner, Jim Sunto, to meet with the suspect and elicit a confession while wearing a wire. Sunto had confronted Wiles to demand an explanation for the unexpected sale of Anorco, and thus GSI, to a Kekanese entity, no less. After attempts to convince Wiles to halt the sale, threats to tell his wife about his mistresses, and reminders of their joint involvement in Operation Firebreak, Sunto had prevailed on Wiles as a fellow truth-bearer. He'd walked out of the room with a recording of Wiles admitting to his past dealings with the Baker Street crew, but assuring Sunto that once he was installed as Secretary of Foreign Trade, Joran Gasson would help them take care of the Kekanese problem. Men of truth pay their debts, he'd promised. Art Wiles, Shay suspected, would be paying his debt in prison for a while. The cabriolet was finally forced to a stop by the thick throng of people standing in front of the iron gates of the Ite mansion. The driver said, over his shoulder, "This is as far as we can go." Shay opened the door and got out of the car. Her 2 bodyguards got out with her. "Are you sure this is a good idea, Kaul Jen?" one of them asked in an undertone. She hadn't told Hilo, or even Woon, where she was going this afternoon. "I know what I'm doing." Shay approached the mansion's gates. Her bodyguards flanked her, but there was no trouble. People stared and murmured, but stepped aside, and even the news reporters that ran up to try and take photos kept a respectful distance. It seemed everyone present was aware that an event like this had never happened before. Certainly, the gathering in front of the Ait mansion was something Shay could never have imagined. Over 1,000 members of the Mountain Clan, fists and fingers, lantern men, luck-bringers, standing in silent but public condemnation of their own pillar. As Shay reached the front of the crowd, she was forced to duck under a huge, hand-painted white cloth banner that 6 mountain green bones were holding up on wooden poles. It unfurled in long lines of writing. The pillar is the master of the clan, the spine of the body. The pillar must uphold Aisho and never break it. The pillar should not consort with foreign criminals. The pillar knows when it is time for another to lead. To someone who was not Kekanese, the demonstration would seem tame, even oddly respectful. There was no shouting or chanting, nothing like the mob of protesters Hilo had so easily roused to violence on Yuman Island last month. For a Greenbone clan, however, the situation was shocking and unprecedented. Greenbones kept clan issues within the clan, openly demonstrating disapproval and opposition to the pillar in sight of enemies, civilians, and the media. It was outright rebellion. It was national news that eclipsed even the deaths on Yuman Island, and certainly the downfall of some politician in Espenia. A thick wall of tension stood between the Greenbones holding the white banner and the dozen of Ait's loyal fists who guarded the gates of the estate, hands resting on the hilts of their moonblades, watching their fellow clan members with wary venom. Shay could feel the animosity as tangibly as if she could perceive it. Civil war was coming. She walked straight up to the most senior of the fists in sight.
"Tell your pillar that the weatherman of No Peak is here to speak with her."
The guard spat at Shay's feet.
"You Kauls are scheming, opportunistic dogs. None of you are half as green as Aitjen. She should have cut off your heads years ago."
Shay said,
"If you're truly loyal and obedient to your pillar, you'll carry my message to her. Tell her I'm here on my own, and not as an emissary of my brother."
Still glaring hatefully at Shay, the fist barked an order to one of his fingers, who turned and hurried into the mansion. Shay waited patiently. The crowd waited with her in the sweltering late summer heat. Sweat shone on their faces. People fanned themselves and sipped water and shifted their weight, but still they remained. After several minutes, the finger re-emerged, and with great reluctance, the fist ordered that the gate be opened and Shay be allowed inside. She was escorted up the paved path to the stately front double doors, into a spacious wood-floored foyer, and down a hall to a thick, closed door.
"Wait outside,"
she instructed her bodyguards, then pushed open the door to Ait Madashi's office. Shay had never before been in Ait Mada's presence without wearing jade. Seeing Ait without being able to perceive her unmistakably dense, powerful aura was like seeing a photograph of the pillar instead of the real woman. Ait was standing at one of the large windows that spilled sunlight across her overflowing office. She was wearing tan slacks and a draped burgundy tank top, her arms bare as usual and densely encircled with jade. Even in the heat, she had a white silk scarf snugly wrapped around her neck. She did not turn at Shay's entrance. From her office window, Ait couldn't see past her front gates, but she was no doubt perceiving all the members of the clan gathered in rebellion outside the walls of her estate. It was a sight Shay would always remember. The pillar of the mountain in profile, standing straight-backed and silent in the sunlight, arms crossed, her gaze unmoving and slightly off-center. A statue of an old warlord before her final battle. A heavy apprehension gathered and settled in the pit of Shay's stomach.
Every time she'd confronted Aitmata in the past, the consequences had been dramatic and irrevocable, affecting both of their clans and their lives for years afterward. She'd come here counting on a pattern that seemed set by the gods.
"It was cleverly done, Kaul-chan,"
Ait said at last. Shay stepped farther into the room. "I've learned from a clever enemy." 10 days ago, Ailo's interview with KNB news anchor To Kita had aired on national television. In thorough testimony, the imprisoned Barukan smuggler detailed over 2 decades of T. Paswiga's collaboration with the Mountain Clan. Ailo explained that during his employment as Zapunyo's closest aide and bodyguard, he and his cousin Soradio had acted as messengers between the Yuiwan kingpin and the mountain's pillar. The conspiracy to assassinate Kaul Hilo with a car bomb, which had instead killed Make Kane and injured several civilians, had been suggested and encouraged by Aitmata in exchange for promised lenience over jade smuggling. Afterward, Ailo had cleverly cut his boss out of the conversation and conspired directly with the mountain to take over Zapunyo's business and kill his sons. With undisguised self-satisfaction, he told viewers that he agreed to partner with Aitmata in exchange for the promise that the Orticon Conflict Refugee Act would be passed in the Royal Council, which it had, due to the sudden death of former Chancellor Son Tamaro. Ailo gave further detailed information about the ensuing triangle of trade established between T. Paswiga, the Matios, and the Mountain Clan to move smuggled jade and shine from Kaikon to the Yuiwa Islands to the Aureus continent. Aitmata, Ailo explained, controlled the price on the black market by buying back jade for her own clan and bringing it into the country covertly through Lukong, a scheme that had provoked a civil war within the Six Hands Unity clan. She thereafter allowed and even helped T. Paswiga and the Matios Barukan to move jade unmolested into Igutan and East Ortico to supply the Nikolva program and other slow war proxy conflicts in exchange for a cut of the profits, which she funneled back into growing the mountain's legitimate businesses. At times, during the leisurely interview, Ailo spoke of Aitmata with admiration and cautious respect as a business partner. At other times, he expressed sneering disdain for all green bones, and at others still, such as when he lamented the way Ait had abandoned his cousin Soradio to No Peak's vengeance, he was openly bitter and full of resentment. When asked if he feared Ait would kill him for speaking, the fallen kingpin of T. Paswiga chuckled. "Of course she will kill me," he said, with a dismissive wave at the camera. "There's a saying in Shatarian, marry the devil, get the devil's mother. It's the deal you can't escape. The jade business is the devil, and Aitmata is its mother." Ailo's television interview had been immediately amplified by newspaper and radio, and excerpts were being rebroadcast despite outrage from Ait's supporters, who insisted the interview was fiction, a ploy by the No Peak clan to bring down the mountain by bribing a condemned criminal to lie for their benefit. Nevertheless, the damage that Shay and Andon had hoped for was done. Ailo's testimony was too believable. It did not possess any of the rehearsed quality of a canned speech, but instead had the defiant, nostalgic, rambling quality of a man with nothing left to lose, taking the opportunity to get all his thoughts off his chest. At the request of Kaikon National Broadcasting, 2 capable greenbones of the famously neutral Haido Shield clan had accompanied To Kita, and they swore on their jade and their clan's honor that they did not perceive any deception in the prisoner's statements. Ailo's stories validated whispered rumors that had circulated for years within mountain circles. A few days after the news broke, the clan fractures became impossible to hide. Ait Atosho, 35 years old and long the successor in waiting, remained silent, but his relatives spoke for him. Councilwoman Kobin Tin Bet was the first to sound the call for Ait Mada to step down as pillar. 6 high-profile lantern men defected from the mountain clan en masse. 2 of them went so far as to switch allegiance to No Peak. 4 other members of the Royal Council declared they were ending their affiliation with the mountain and were joining the ranks of independent councilmen. They would not accept patronage from the clan until Ait Mada was out of power. And now this, Ait's own warriors standing outside her gate. "Did you have Ailo killed?" Shay asked.
No,
Ait answered bluntly.
Perhaps it was done by someone acting out of service to the mountain, but I didn't whisper his name. Why would I? All the damage he could do was already done. I've told you before, Kaul Shay-Chen, I don't kill out of spite.
It was a remarkable admission. Ait confessing that she no longer possessed an iron grip on the clan, that she was losing control of the people under her. Ailo had been scheduled to be extradited to Kakon, but security in Yuiwan prisons was notoriously poor. Within 48 hours of the interview being aired, Ailo was found dead in his cell, his throat slit by one of the guards, who was himself nowhere to be found. Most people assumed the mountain had done it. Some believed that No Peak had killed the man now that they had no use for him. Yet others said it had been one of Ailo's enemies in the Yuiwa Islands, of which he had many. Shay supposed it didn't matter what the truth was. If Ilo had given the order, he had not informed her. He had, however, kept his word to the man, as he always did. On the afternoon before his death, Ailo had spoken for 2 hours on a long-distance phone call with his wife and children, all of them safely in Port Massey with new identities. Ait turned to face Shay at last. The past several years had not been kind to the pillar. Her spine was unbowed, but gray the color of steel wool showed at the roots of her coarse, chin-length dyed hair, and there were deep grooves between her nose and lips from a lifetime of holding her mouth straight and steady. The 2 women regarded each other across a gulf of long understanding and enmity. Shay wondered if Ait was noticing her decline as well, pitying her jadelessness. When did we get old? Shay wondered. Some believed, with little scientific substantiation, that Jade slowed aging, at least for a while, although no one would suggest the lifestyle of a green bone was conducive to longevity. There was even a saying among green bones, Jade warriors are young, and then they are ancient. It had been true of her grandfather, Shay admitted, and it seemed true of Ait Mada as well.
Would you like some tea?
Ait asked unexpectedly.
I have a fresh pot steeping.
She crossed to one of the leather armchairs and sat down. I would like that. Shay seated herself on the sofa across from Ait. Ait took out 2 cups and poured for her guest first. It occurred to Shay that without any sense of perception, she would have no warning if Ait decided to kill her, nor would she have any chance of defending herself. Ait could snap her neck as easily as pour her tea. Shay took the proffered cup and sipped. Her hands did not shake.
I don't kill out of spite,
Ait had said, and she'd never, in all the years their clans had warred, given Shay reason to believe that was untrue. Despite all the cold-blooded things she had done, all the times she'd broken Aisho for her own aims, Ait Mada followed her own rules.
I'm impressed you moved so many pieces so quickly.
Ait poured her own tea and wrapped her long fingers around the cup.
The Six Hands Unity clan is ruined, and their hold over Lu Kong broken.
Whatever powerful threat or bribe you worked on Ailo, it made him sing beautifully for the press. I'm still working out how you made Santo into your tool after that ridiculous spectacle on Newmon Island. But I'm well aware that Kaul Hilo has a gift for turning even his bitterest enemies to his own purpose. The foreigner Wiles has been brought down, and the sale of Anorco, which I spent years orchestrating, has been forced to a halt.
Ite tapped the edge of her ceramic teacup and lifted it to her lips. She sipped and leaned back in her seat with a slow exhalation.
Any one of these I could have anticipated and overcome, but all together they were too destructive. I couldn't have pulled it off better myself.
You give me too much credit, Shay said. It was a full family effort. Months ago, Shay had been the one most demoralized by Ite's master plan, convinced that the pillar of the mountain had finally solved the long riddle of how to destroy No Peak. The rest of the family had simply gone to work. None of it could have been accomplished if the clan did not have its unique advantages. If Jaya was not a powerful force in Toshan with her little knives, if Andon could not travel covertly to the Uiwa Islands, if successive horns of No Peak had not embedded white rats everywhere the clan needed them, if the weatherman's office in Espenia had not detected the mountain's scheme in the first place and connected it with the right lawyers and politicians, if Hilo had not already spent years determined to ruin GSI. Shay had spent decades admiring Ite Mata as a master strategist. Perhaps Ite, for the sake of her own pride, would prefer to attribute her defeat to the cunning and ability of a younger woman. Shay knew the truth. She was not smarter than Ite Mata. She never had been. The way to defeat a chess master was not with greater genius, but by forcing her to play a different game. The No Peak clan had grown many limbs across the country and around the world to defend itself from attacks by a larger foe. It had raced to become modern and responsive in order to survive. If anyone had tried to win against Ite on her terms, they would have been destroyed. But from the beginning, Hilo had surrounded himself with the people he most needed, and so No Peak was propelled by many strong personalities, pushing and pulling against each other, but somehow, together, carrying the clan. The family had suffered terrible strife and losses that had at times torn them apart, but they were also bound tightly in a way that Ite and the Kobans could never be.
I imagine you think of yourselves as heroes.
Ite's voice was sharp with sudden scorn.
You've roused the common people in a show of strength, brought down the foreign companies, kicked out the mercenaries, and turned my own clan against me in disgrace.
The familiar fire in Ite's eyes flared, and her voice was its old steel.
Yet all you've done is delay the inevitable. There will be others, other foreign powers, other mercenaries, others grasping for our jade and for the soul of our country.
Ite spoke in a hiss.
The struggle between our clans will continue. For what purpose? I would have built an unassailable bulwark. I would have put Kakon firmly in control of its own destiny.
You would have put yourself in control of Kakon's destiny, Shay replied. That's not the same thing. You're one woman, Ite Jen, not a god, no matter how brilliant you are, no matter how much jade you wear. She looked Ite squarely in the face without uncertainty, without fear or doubt. Green bones weren't meant to be gods, not until the day of the return, and so long as we try, that day will never come.
The gods don't care about people or nations.
The sudden roughness in Ait's voice hinted at a depth of pain she never let show.
We're all the same to them. They don't care who lives or dies, who wins or loses, who should lead and who should suffer. I do.
Shay swallowed her sympathy.
It's over, Jen, she said. You've lost your final, masterful gamble, but most importantly, you've lost control of your clan. Your own warriors stand outside of your gates, demanding that you step aside. To remain the pillar, you would have to slaughter all of them.
A cloud passed over the sun, and Ait's spacious office dimmed. Neither of the women moved.
I don't believe you will do that. Even you will not shed the blood of so many of your own green bones.
Quietly, Ait said,
Even now, you don't know what I'm capable of, Kaul Jen.
Shay felt a shiver travel down her spine, but she replied calmly.
I'm perfectly aware that you've always done what you deem necessary, no matter how terrible. But I also believe you when you say you did them not for your own satisfaction, but for the good of your clan and country. What would be good for them now, Jen? For you to resign willingly, to transition power to your nephew, even if you judge him and his family to be lacking, or to unleash bloodshed that'll tear your clan apart and set it back for years to come.
When Ait did not answer, Shay once again wished intensely that she still possessed her sense of perception. The pillar's face was suddenly as unreadable as blank marble. She touched her bare throat, where her jade had once rested.
We've lost so much, all of us.
She and Ait Mada could never escape the rivalry of their clans, but they understood each other as women who were green in a man's world.
Do you remember the story from history about King Eon II? She asked the pillar. He gave up his throne in disgrace. His supporters wanted him to continue to fight, but he laid down his crown to spare the country from further destruction and suffering. Even though the people couldn't understand or appreciate his sacrifice, he ensured the nation could rise in the future without him. Only he, the gods, and those in later generations whom he would never meet, would know he did the right thing. Do the right thing now, Jen. Step down peacefully, and I promise you that I'll prevail upon my brother to forge a lasting truce between the clans. We'll renounce the blood feud that's existed between us ever since Lon died.
Speaking Lon's name seemed to stir something in the room and inside Shay's chest.
No peak will pledge friendship and brotherhood to your nephew, Ait Otto. Together, we'll lay out a plan that will bring the clans together, gradually and equitably.
The corners of Ait's mouth lifted in humorless irony.
So now, after years of war, when you finally hold the advantage, you'd have me believe you're in favor of bringing the clans together. Do you expect me not to see that you mean the No-Peak clan will conquer the mountain?
Shay shook her head.
The time for conquest is past us. Our clans are too large to merge unwillingly. The younger greenbones on both sides have fought alongside each other against clanless and foreigners more often than they've fought each other, and the older ones have seen enough war. If you pass the position of pillar down to your nephew, Hilo and I will retire within 5 years, and all the old grudges can finally leave with us.
Ait was silent for a long minute. She did not look at Shay, but instead stared out the large windows. A slight curve to her shoulders suggested a dragging, unseen weight. At last, she asked,
"Your pillar will agree to this?"
"He will." As it had become apparent No Peak would not only survive Ite's scheming, but emerge ahead of its rivals in the public eye, the conversations she'd had with Hilo on the patio had turned toward talk of the future and how to secure the clan's strength. "I can't swear on my jade anymore, but I would." Ite closed her eyes, then opened them again. They glittered from within a nest of hard wrinkles.
"Many years ago, Kaul Shay-Jen, I sought you out. I wished to persuade you to join me, to chart a stronger course for our clans and the country. You refused. Ever since then, I have hated and admired you for that choice. Surely, you see the irony of this moment as you sit here trying to convince me to accept your vision instead of mine. Look at us, Ite-Jen."
Shay sighed from deep within her core. "We're old women now. We've tried to kill each other for so long, and instead, by some cruel luck, we owe each other our lives. Maybe it's time we stepped away and let the next generation try to do better than we did." Ite finished her tea and stood. Without looking at Shay again, she crossed to the window and became an outward-gazing statue once more. But now, the reddening light struck her differently, turning her from the still figure of a waiting general to that of a lone survivor on the empty battlefield.
"Perhaps you were right, Kaul-Jen, on that day in the Temple of Divine Return. The cruelest thing you ever did to me was not slit my throat."
The pillar said,
"Leave me. You've said and done enough."
Shay sat in the cabriolet. The sun was slowly descending behind the trees. She had been in the car for over an hour. One of her bodyguards stayed in the car with her, and the others stood around nearby, but they did not interrupt her thoughts. Her phone rang.
"Hi, Ma,"
Tia said when Shay picked up.
"I know you said not to call your cell phone unless it's really important, but your secretary said you left the office hours ago, and Dawn wants to know if you're planning to be home for dinner."
Shay looked at the mountain green bones still standing at the gates of the Ite mansion. Some had left, and others had arrived, but many had been there the entire time, standing from dawn to dusk, and perhaps through the night as well. As stoic as students in a martial school training in the sun and the rain, hardening themselves to the physical and mental hardship that went along with becoming green bone warriors.
"I don't think so, Tia Say,"
Shay told her daughter.
"Don't wait for me." "Can you take me to the mall on 6th Day?"
Tia asked.
"Maybe. Finish your homework before I get home, and we'll talk about it."
Shay hung up and stared at the phone in her hand. Let her stay this way for as long as possible. Just an ordinary, soon-to-be teenage girl. Shay prayed to no one god in particular, simply offering up a wish to the universe. She knew it could not last forever. Tia already struggled with the cruelty of her mother's world. As she grew older and understood even more, it would drive her apart from the family. Unless, starting today, that world could be different than the one Shay had known. Let it be possible. Let this be a world where I can keep her. Something about the crowd changed. Shay's bodyguards perceived it and turned alertly toward the gates. Shay got out of the cabriolet and stood in front of the car. She could not see anything different at first, but then a faint ripple of backward movement opened a gap in the crowd. Ite Mata came down the path from the front of her mansion, her loyal fists and fingers flanking her on all sides. The great iron gates opened with smooth electronic silence, unbroken by any other sound. The pillar walked out among the dissidents, and even the ones holding the white banner condemning their leader murmured warily and touched their foreheads. Even the biggest tigers grow old, Hilo had once said. But even the oldest tiger was still a tiger. Ait's gaze did not seek out her longtime enemy standing across the street, but Shay knew the pillar of the mountain could perceive her, waiting and watching with everyone else. Ait Mata adjusted the coils of jade on her arms. She raised her chin and spoke in the firm, clear voice she'd become known for over the years, the one that Shay had heard in person and on television, and that needed no amplification because it silenced those around it. "The pillar is the master of the clan, the spine of the body," Ait declared. "But the clan is more than the pillar, and a body cannot be at war with itself. I will not justify all the actions I've taken for the ultimate benefit of my clan and my country. However, it's clear that too much doubt has been cast on my past decisions for the Mountain Clan to remain strong and united under my leadership. I hereby step down immediately as Pillar of the Mountain. I name my nephew, Ait Atosho, as my successor. I give him my blessing. I ask all the members of the clan, green bones and non-green bones alike, fists and fingers, luck-bringers and lantern men, to pledge their allegiance to him as you've done for me, under heaven and on Jade." The momentous announcement was met with powerful silence. Then voices rose, reporters shouted questions, and Ait Madashi turned and walked back into the house. Chapter 60. Final Debts. Ait Atosho's first act as pillar of the Mountain Clan was to throw the city of Jonloon an enormous autumn festival celebration. The Koban family, eager to rehabilitate the clan's damaged image, spared no effort connecting the clan's change in leadership to the public's good feelings about the popular holiday. Streets in mountain districts were lined with glowing lanterns in alternating colors, the traditional festive autumn red and the pale green of the Mountain Clan. Vans full of Fingers and Wylon Temple students drove around town, handing out yellow cakes decorated with the clan's insignia. Ait Atto's handsome face was seen all over town, as well as on television talk shows and in full-page newspaper announcements. The No Peak clan held more subdued holiday celebrations, in which members whispered cautious optimism and wide-ranging speculation about the future. The clan's oldest and most formidable enemy was out of power. It seemed impossible to believe. An entire generation of No Peak Greenbones had grown up thinking of Ait Mata and the Mountain Clan in the same breath, as one constant, hateful threat. No one yet knew what to think of her replacement, or what to expect from the Kobans. Hilo called the entire family and its closest friends together for dinner. After a leisurely meal consisting of all the traditional seasonal favorites, gingery seafood soup, thrice-glazed smoked pork, spicy pickled vegetables, and sticky fruit paste cakes, the pillar said, "It's a nice evening, still warm outside. You should all stay as long as you want." A gentle signal to those not in the inner circle of the clan's leadership to take their leave. They did so promptly, knowing the pillar and his advisors would be talking for hours to come. Sulima helped Hilo's mother back to her room. Kaul Ria was 85 years old now, the longest-lived member of the family, though mentally and physically feeble. Woon Poppy, Juen Nu, Juen's grown sons, and Make Cam went out into the courtyard with a bottle of hoji, decks of cards, and a relay ball. Kane's widow, Lena, and Juen's wife, Imri, took their conversation into the garden. Tia wanted to play a movie in the home theater. When Jiruya offered to join her, Andon looked relieved and a little surprised. Ever since the violence on Yuman Island, Jiru had behaved more nervously around the family than usual. Hilo suspected it had caused some friction between him and Andon, but what did they expect? If they intended to stay together, Jiru would eventually see his partner's relatives for the green bones they were, no matter how much distance he tried to maintain from the clan. Hilo looked around at those who remained at the dinner table. Shay and Wen together on one side, Lot and Nico on the other, Andon at the far end. He wrapped a hand tightly around the armrest of his chair, warding against the familiar but undiminished pain that closed over his heart every time he felt Rue's absence. One peach cake remained on the plate in the middle of the table, and Hilo imagined, as clearly as if it were really happening, his son jumping up out of his chair to claim it. The only other person missing was Jaya, who'd returned to Toshan. Everyone else was gazing at him expectantly. For a few seconds, he didn't speak, overcome by a sense of poignant pride. Then he said, "Ait Atosho has asked for a meeting between our clans." He let Shay explain further.
"The mountain wants to discuss a pledge of friendship," the weatherman said. "They made the request properly and with all the expected assurances, although they want it to happen soon and privately, with only the pillar and 2 attendants from each side. We would choose the time and place."
No one was entirely surprised by the news, although Lot noted, "That happened quickly." Aitmata had resigned only 3 weeks ago. For her successor to so quickly reach out to his aunt's enemies might be regarded as hasty and weak, signaling a lack of savvy on the part of the new pillar. If Hilo were to offer counsel to the Kobans, which he assuredly would not, he would say it was a bad idea to meet with one's enemies before being sure of one's friends, something he doubted the Kobans could claim with confidence. Wen poured tea for everyone out of a fresh pot.
"They must feel they don't have a choice. Stepping into the shadow of Aitmata, the Kobans have to move as quickly as possible to prove they're in charge."
Many in the mountain were still loyal to Aitmata and considered the Kobans to be a second-rate Greenbone family, undeservedly rising to the top because of their size, traditionalist zeal, and media-darling scion as opposed to any real merit. Ait Otto, no doubt aware of his detractors, had already cleaned house. Aben Soro and Iwe Kalundo, Aitmata's horn and weatherman, had both been asked to follow their pillar's lead and resign from their positions, which they had done immediately. Aben had been horn for so long that retirement was no surprise. Iwe was also an old-timer, too closely connected to Aitmata and too deeply embroiled in the years of activities that Ailo had detailed in his interview. Shay accepted the cup of tea her sister-in-law placed in front of her and eyed the remaining cakes, but resisted taking one.
"Right now, the only people Ait Otto can trust are the members of the Koban family."
The new pillar had named his second cousin, Sando Kin, as his horn, and one of his uncles, an experienced but relatively unknown lantern man named Koben Opan, as weatherman.
Everyone knows Aitmata passed the leadership onto her nephew reluctantly and doesn't truly support him, so that might leave the door open for potential challengers.
"He's afraid we'll take advantage of his inexperience as pillar and the disunity in his clan," Lot reasoned. "We have the public on our side right now, and the Kobans are afraid more of the mountain's lantern men will defect to No Peak." Wen said,
"Ait Otto's the pretty face of his family, but I think he understands his position and is more shrewd than most people give him credit for. If he's learned from his aunt Koban Bet, he'll try diplomacy before blades."
He married a woman in the Tem family to cement their support. Now he wants to secure a peace agreement with us so he has time to sort out his own house.
Hilo's mouth tilted ironically. An alliance with the Koban family is what that old snake Yoon Dorupan pushed for decades ago.
Back then, Aitmata was determined to annex No Peak and send us all to our graves, Shay said. Any alliance would have been on unequal footing with the threat of destruction hanging over us. The Kobans have grown in power since then, but we've grown more. They can't conquer us.
Andon nodded from the other end of the table.
We've changed a lot as a clan. Now, maybe for the first time, we're in a stronger position than the mountain. The question is whether friendship with the Kobans will keep it that way.
Hilo could feel Shay's eyes drilling into him. She was the one who'd gone to Aitmata's mansion to convince their old enemy to yield.
I swore on behalf of the family that the grudges would end, Hilo, she'd told him when she returned. I promised we'd begin to bring the clans together, without bloodshed.
Hilo cut one of the remaining sticky cakes in half. Where's Aitmata now? She's left the Ait estate and moved into another of the mountain's properties, a townhouse in the commons, Lot said. She hasn't gone out or spoken to the media, but it seems she's been cooperative in peacefully transitioning power to her nephew. How many people does she have with her? Hilo asked. A handful of fists are guarding her. All of them are her own loyalists. Lot paused, looking straight at the pillar before answering the question that was truly being asked. It wouldn't be easy to get to her, but it can be done. The townhouse is far less secure than the Ait estate.
Hilo, Shay objected, the mountain is reaching out to make peace.
Aitmata is no longer the pillar of the mountain, Hilo reminded her tersely. Any peace we make with the Koban family doesn't extend to that old bitch. As long as Aitmata breathes, she's a threat to us. She'll find a way to control the mountain without being pillar. We haven't fought her for 30 years only to buy some act of her stepping down. She has to die sooner or later. Better sooner. Wen agreed.
As long as Aitmata lives, we can't trust in any alliance with the mountain.
A cheer and laughter broke out from somewhere outside. Hilo could hear raised voices and something that sounded like a relay ball hitting the side of the house.
Now isn't the time, Shay argued. Ait's been judged in the court of public opinion and lost the support of her own clan. I agree with you that it would be just like her to try to come back, to exert power from behind the scenes, but she won't be able to do that right away. She'll let her nephew have his moment in the spotlight and allow everyone to believe she's out of the picture. We should do the same. If we kill Aitmata now, the new pillar will be honor-bound to respond to us as enemies. It'll sabotage all chance of a lasting peace.
Sparing Aitmata's life has become a bad habit of yours, Shay. His sister gave him a scathing look.
Once Aitato's position as pillar is secure and peace has been established between the clans, public attention will fade from Aitmata. Then we can find a way to whisper her name quietly. But first, we have to get to that point.
The weatherman's made her opinion clear, Hilo said, taking half of the divided fruit paste cake and putting the other half on Wen's plate. What about the rest of you? Lot looked down, his bow-shaped mouth curved into a pensive frown. I've hated the Mountain Clan for a long time, but in the years I've been first Fist and then Horn, we've had to work alongside them as much as we have against them. Even if we don't see eye to eye with the new leaders, they're not the same as Aitmata. They haven't done anything that makes them our blood enemies. I don't believe anyone, not even our foes, should be condemned because of their relatives or forced down a path they had no say in.
The rest of the table was silent. Lotjin was the only one in the room who was not a Kaul, but no one could deny he'd been devoted to the clan for decades, overcoming a lot of struggle and doubt in his own life to become a capable Horn for the past 7 years.
Sometimes it seems like violence is a destiny that's impossible to deny, Lode added. But once in a while, there are small windows of time when that can change. I agree with the weatherman. With Aitmata gone, we should set aside our feud.
Hilo looked to Andon, who glanced at Lot with a curious expression of muted admiration before taking off his glasses and wiping them on the hem of his shirt as he thought about his reply. The Koban family is large, but they're nowhere near as green or cunning as Aitmata or the people around this table. They're outspoken and capable in the moment, but they aren't clever enough to seek out new opportunities to really gain advantage. Andon put his glasses back on and said to the table, I think we should agree to friendship with the Kobans and do our best to keep them in the leadership of the Mountain Clan. That way, over time, our clan will do better than theirs. If and when the clans do come together, no peak will be dominant, with the Kaul family and not the Kobans leading the country, and all green bones. Hilo smiled at his cousin's cold and far-sighted assessment. He recalled that when they were young, he used to tease Andon for his careful and polite demeanor, trying to get him to lighten up. Now he could not imagine wanting Andon to be any other way, as it only made the green in his soul more apparent at times like this.
What do you say, Nico?
Hilo asked his nephew, who had been quiet so far.
You should have a say in this decision as well, since you and Jaya and your green bones will be living with it more than us. Could you work with Aitato? Would you trust the Koban family's pledge of friendship?
Nico looked up at his uncle.
I wouldn't trust anyone, he said, but I'd still work with them. I don't have to like or agree with the Koban family, but I've met Aitato and watched him over the years, and I think I understand him in some ways. He needs something from us, and I agree with Uncle Andon that it'll be to our advantage in the long run to give it to him. It's decided then. As Pillar, I've relied on all of you for so many years and won't stop now.
Hilo turned to his weatherman.
You're right, Shay. The next generation shouldn't be burdened by our vendettas. Tell the mountain we agree to meet.
He glanced back at his nephew.
I want you at this meeting, Nico. You'll come in place of the Horn.
Lot's head jerked backward in surprise.
The Horn should be in the room, he protested. I'm not saying this in disrespect. Any discussion of an alliance has to include the greener side of the clan.
Hilo said,
It's more important that Nico be there. When I retire as Pillar, Nico will be the one to deal with Aitato. So really, this alliance will impact him more than me. He should be involved in whatever agreement we come to. I'll discuss all the issues on the military side with you beforehand and bring them to the meeting.
Koljen!
Lode objected once more, but Hilo's stern look silenced him. Hilo spoke again to Nico. You'll be sitting at the table. Everyone looked surprised at this, even Wen. For 4 years, Nico had been learning every aspect of the clan's operations under the tutelage of the Horn and the Weatherman and other leaders on both sides of the clan. By all accounts, he was contributing in useful ways. He'd proposed a new IT system on the military side of the clan that would better optimize deployment of fingers across multiple regions. He resolved a dispute between 2 lantern men by having one man's son work for the other as restitution. And he'd done sensitive work for Shay, gathering evidence against the Espenians. Yet, so far, Hilo had given no indication as to if and when he expected his nephew to start taking on any responsibilities from him directly. After all, Nico was still young, only 27, and many in the clan wondered if the pillar harbored anger or doubts over his nephew's years away from the family. Now, however, he was saying that Nico would have the authority to speak for the clan in an important meeting with their former enemies. It was the first time he'd made it unequivocal, even around the privacy of the family dinner table, that Nico was his intended heir. If Nico was surprised, he didn't show it.
"I understand, Uncle,"
he said solemnly, but everyone saw the cautious way he glanced at Wen for her reaction.
"You'll do fine,"
Wen said.
"Your uncle and aunt will be with you after all."
She said it more matter-of-factly than kindly, but Hilo was glad she'd voiced some encouragement, even if her smile seemed reserved.
"I'll be ready,"
Nico promised. Good. Hilo turned to Andon. What's going on, Andy? You've gone quiet, and you have that expression on your face that you get when something's on your mind. Andon's head came up, and he looked around the table at the sudden attention of his family members. He said with a touch of chagrin,
"I'm sorry I seem distracted, Hilo-Gen. I've been meaning to ask you something, but it can wait until some other time."
Hilo said, Just say it. There's no better time, and we're all family here, except for Lotgen, but it's impossible to be Horn of No Peak and not be an honorary Kaul. Andon hesitated, then cleared his throat and sat up straight in his chair.
"I want to run for political office, to become a member of the Royal Council."
Everyone stared at him until Andon fidgeted and said,
"I know it would mean giving up my jade, but I've thought long and hard about it, and I'm prepared to do that. Treating people in the clan one at a time is worthwhile work, but as an elected official, I could affect many people at once. I ask for your blessing, Hilo-Gen, and for the patronage of the clan."
No one said anything for a moment. Then Nico said,
"Uncle Andon, I'd say you're too honest to be a politician, but come to think about it, you've already been a statesman for the clan for so many years, so there's no one who'd be better suited to the job."
Wen smiled knowingly at Andon from across the table.
"In this family, you can be honest and still shrewd, jadeless and still a warrior."
Andon said, "Most members of the Royal Council who are affiliated with the major clans have never worn jade themselves, so they don't always understand how to do things the Green Bone way. The rest are independents who have no allegiance to the Green Bone way of life at all. As for our influence there, even after Jaya broke the hold that Six Hands Unity has on Liu Kang, the election is going to be close, and the mountain might even get a boost from the Kobans ascending to power. There are things that need to be done, standing up to the Espenians and demanding the withdrawal of troops, combating harmful superstitions, military reform, that needs someone who can speak as a greenbone without being green. Look at how the widow Koban Tin Bet has risen in government, coming from a greenbone family and advocating their views in national politics, even though she's never been a greenbone herself. I think I could do that for us. I could represent the clan, but also sit apart from it and think of the greater good." Wen said, still smiling,
"Did Jiruya give you this idea?"
Andon's face reddened a little. "No, but he encouraged me. I don't think I would have hung on to the idea if he hadn't kept pushing me to take it seriously." He averted his gaze self-consciously, but there was a slight smile on his face. "I used to worry that maybe we couldn't stay together because he's so far outside of the clan, but now I think it's a good thing that he always gives me a different perspective." Hilo spoke, and everyone else became quiet. No member of the Kaul family has ever held political office. We've always been Jade warriors who've never given up our green for anything, not even the right to rule. The side of the pillar's mouth rose in a lopsided grin. One thing I can say about my little cousin is that he always does things his own way, even if it's never been done before.
Of course you have my blessing, Andy, and the support of the clan. Andon rose from his seat and touched his clasped hands to his forehead in deep salute.
Thank you, Hilo Jen. I'll do my best to win and not let everyone down.
Hilo stood as well, and the cousins embraced. Hilo said, "Let's all go to bed on this good news. Shay will set up the meeting with the Kobans, and then we'll talk more. There's still a lot to do, there always is, but I'm sure you're all tired." After everyone else had departed and the house was quiet, Hilo went upstairs. Wen was already in bed and waiting up for him. When he got under the covers, she set aside the book she was reading and came into his arms. He kissed her brow and stroked her hair. They lay together in silence for a few minutes.
When will you do it?
Wen asked. During the meeting, Hilo said. Bringing Nico in gave me the excuse to keep Lot out. Not because I want to exclude him, but so he can be doing other things. Wen nodded.
It'll take a few weeks for the weathermen to negotiate all the details of the meeting, the location, the penitents, the security, and so on. Hopefully by then, Aitmata will have faded from everyone's attention. Most of her small group of loyal guards are older greenbones, no match for our best fists.
I'll give Lot instructions tomorrow when no one else is around. He cupped Wen's chin and tilted it up toward him. Sternly, you have to be careful not to let it slip to Shay. You might forget. I know how you two talk when I'm not around. Shay and Nico can't know anything until it's done. They can swear truthfully for everyone to perceive that they had nothing to do with killing Aitmata, that I whispered her name to Lot alone. Wen pulled away in indignation.
I wouldn't forget something so important, she said. Didn't I agree with you at the table tonight? Shay says it's risky to act right now, but it's even more risky not to act. We can never be careless when it comes to Aitmata. She and her supporters have to die.
Hilo nodded. It'll be a tricky thing, talking the new pillar into friendship while sending his aunt to finally feed the worms. Wen leaned her cheek against her husband's shoulder and traced the jade studs on his collarbone and chest with the tenderness of long familiarity.
Aitmata will have to make a fuss over it for the sake of appearances, but he won't go to war over it, she said. Like I said, I think he's smarter than people assume, and he has that cunning old widow Koban Tin Bet advising him. He knows Aitmata will be trouble to him so long as she remains in the wings of the clan. He'll never have the full support of the mountain if she's still alive and pulling strings. She never favored him as the heir, and her terrible shadow will loom over him as long as she lives. The Kobans will be secretly grateful when we take the old pillar out of their way.
Especially if I give them an easy way out of having to pretend to be angry, Hilo said. Which I will. As soon as this is over, I'll step down as pillar. Wen's fingers stopped moving. She breathed out, her long exhalation warm against his skin.
Nico's not ready.
It would be better if he had a few more years, that's true. But this has to be the way it's done. He's about the same age I was when I became pillar, Hilo said. And no one thought much of my chances, not even you, my kitten, if we're going to be honest here. Wen said,
You were the horn. You had the loyalty of the clan's fists and fingers in a time of war. You knew how to lead people in a crisis because you care about them. Nico's not like you.
Hilo wrapped one of her hands in his own and sighed. I know how hard it is to forgive someone when they don't turn out the way you expect. I'm not very good at it myself. But you can see how Nico's changed and how hard he's been working. You should be nicer to him and show him some affection, even when he doesn't ask for it or seem to want it.
Wen was quiet for a moment.
Of course I love him, but he's like a closed book, even more so than when he was a boy. Can someone with a personality like that ever inspire others as a leader? I think he needs a girlfriend, but he doesn't seem to want any of my suggestions.
Hilo laughed. Young people put romance off these days. You shouldn't worry too much about that. And remember that I was different from Lon, and all the men who've been the Horn were different from me and from each other. As long as Nico knows himself, he'll learn to be his own sort of pillar. Also, these are better times, and he'll have all of us standing behind him. I didn't have any advantage like that, so I know how important it is. I won't be like Granda, dragging other people down because of his own regrets. I have you, and I'll be glad that we can finally relax a little after all these years, won't you?
Yes.
Wen turned his face toward her and kissed him. Whatever agreement we come to with the mountain will be between Nico and the Kobans. I'll abide by it happily, so long as I've avenged Lon and Kane and all our fists and fingers that Aitmata put in the ground. Hilo reached over to turn off the bedside lamp before settling down and pulling Wen close. Shay's right. Our clans should put the blood feud in the past. The younger generation should start fresh with a real chance at peace. But our generation, we still have our debts to pay. The phone rang in the home of Iwe Kalundo, where the former weatherman of the mountain had isolated himself ever since his disgraceful forced resignation. Iwe answered the call and listened in silence to the informer on the other end of the line. Then he hung up and placed a phone call of his own. "Aitjen," he said, "I have the information we need. Everything will be arranged as we discussed." Chapter 61. Old Tigers. The 26th year, 12th month. The secret meeting between the leaders of the No Peak and Mountain clans, the first such occurrence in 25 years, was held on a seventh-day morning in the headquarters of the Kakon Jade Alliance in the perennially neutral Temple District. The original KJA building had been a square, squat, utilitarian government building. Its replacement, built with national and joint clan funds after the Janloon bombing, was a far grander structure. 10 defiant stories of steel and green marble, overshadowing even the ancient stone pillars and clay roof of the nearby Temple of Divine Return. An enduring fuck you to anyone who might imagine that the clans had been destroyed or diminished by the attacks against them. When Hilo, Shay, and Nico arrived at the appointed time, Aitmata and his retinue were already in the room, as were 4 penitents from the Temple of Divine Return, standing against the back wall with their hands folded inside their long green robes. The mountain Green Bone stood, and Aitmata touched his forehead in wary salute. "Call Jen?" "Ato Jen," Hilo said, returning the informal gesture. "I hope you won't take offense if I call you by your personal name. Ait isn't a name I'm able to say in a friendly way, so I prefer not to use it for you if we're to start off on good terms." Ato said, "I don't mind. It's what most people call me anyway." Hilo had seen Aitmata's image many times, but had never directly faced the man in person before. Ato was indeed as handsome as he appeared on television, nearly as camera-worthy as the movie star Danny Sinjo. The distinctive rows of tiny jade studs in his eyebrows accentuated his large eyes, although a rigidity in his face spoke to the enormous pressure that the young pillar had been under for the past 2 months. His jade aura felt closely held and tightly stretched, frayed at the edges. Ato introduced a stout, bearded man as his weatherman, Koben Opan, and a muscular greenbone with a flat nose as his cousin and horn, Sando Kin. I was raised to fear and hate you, Kaul Hiloshudan, Atto admitted. And now I'm speaking to you as one pillar to another. You've harmed the mountain in so many ways over the years. You've also stood with us at times and fought fiercely against criminals and clanless and greedy foreigners. You brought down my Aunt Mata as pillar, but now you're here, willing to discuss friendship. So in truth, I don't know what to think of you, whether you're an enemy or an ally. I hope to be neither, Atto-Gen. Hilo was honestly not sure what to make of Atto either. It seemed incredible that a man could be in the public eye for so much of his life and still be so unknown when it came to whether he had any true capability. Hilo said, You asked me here to discuss the future between our clans. I'm not the future of my clan. I've been Pillar of No Peak for 27 years, and I intend to step down soon and hand the position to my nephew. I've asked him to sit at the table and lead this meeting for our side. That way, any agreement today will be made looking forward and not behind. Atto was surprised by this unexpected announcement, but he turned toward Nico with a cautious, pleased expression. It's been a long time since we last crossed paths, Kaul Nico-Jan. We've both been through a lot since then, I think. I'm sorry if I came across as an insufferably arrogant buffoon in the past, but I did say I hoped we could work together and not have to follow the examples of our elders. I hope that's still true. For the past several evenings, Nico had been sitting in long consultation with his aunts and uncles, preparing for what would be expected of him, being briefed on everything that might come up in the discussion with the mountain. Now, he stepped forward next to Hilo and said humbly but with assurance, I'm not the pillar yet, Atto-Gen, and I still have to prove that I'm worthy of my family's confidence. So my aunt and uncle will sit at the table with me, and the final decisions are theirs. But I want to say that I don't hold any grudge against you or the Koban family, not even over the death of my brother. I truly hope we can end this long war. Nico's mention of Rue caught Hilo off guard. It caught Atto off guard as well. Hilo perceived the beat of startled uncertainty in the other man's jade aura. Shade darted a glance at both of them. Nico's aura didn't change. Hilo couldn't tell if his inscrutable nephew had spoken sincerely about his hopes, or if he'd invoked Rue's death as a way to gain the subtle mental advantage over Atto and the Kobans, as if to say, I could hate you, but I choose not to. Since before I was born, my whole life has been defined by the clan war that killed my father, Nico said. That's one thing we have in common, Atto-Gen. Our lives were shaped by the deaths of men we never knew. Maybe we can break that legacy. Atto studied Nico with guarded, optimistic respect. I hope so, Kaul-Jan. The 6 green bones sat down together at the table. As they did so, Sando Kin noticed something amiss. He leaned over to Atto. Where's the Horn of No Peak? I asked Lokjin not to come, so Nico could attend without making our sides unequal, Hilo answered. As a former Horn myself, I'll speak for the military side of the clan. None of that was a lie. Even green bones with better perception than these men would not perceive it as such. Hilo waited until their attention was elsewhere before putting his hand into his pocket and depressing the button to send the preloaded message on his phone. Lokjin sat in the front passenger seat of a black ZT Bravo in the Commons district, watching the townhouse at the end of the street through a pair of high-powered binoculars. 2 green-bone guards walked circuits around the building, but they looked bored. Lot had the townhouse under constant surveillance, keeping his own green bones well out of perception range and relying on jadeless white rats to pass by and get closer looks. Mata had met her former weatherman, Iwe Kalundo, for dinner at a nearby mountain-owned restaurant the previous evening. She had returned to the townhouse afterward, and no one had seen her emerge so far today. Lot estimated there were 2 other bodyguards inside, but that was all. This was mountain territory, after all. Ait's people were not overly concerned. Lot and Vin were alone in the inconspicuous ZT Bravo. Lot's red Lumeza FT Scorpion would be far too recognizable, and Vin could reliably perceive patrols before the patrols could perceive them. Lot's pager buzzed, and he looked down at it. It was the signal he'd been waiting for. A short numeric code that he and the Pillar had agreed would mean Hilo, Shay, and Nico were in the KJA building with Ait Otto and his people, and Lot was to proceed. He made a cell phone call. Hame Yasu picked up at once. "It's time," Lot said. "We'll be there in 5 minutes," said the Fist. 2 cars full of No Peak's best Greenbone warriors were waiting in a parking lot across the district border in Old Town. As soon as they arrived, they would storm the townhouse from all sides, kill Ait Mata and her bodyguards, and steal back across into No Peak territory. If all went according to plan, they would catch Ait unawares, and it would take no more than a few minutes. Lot fingered the sheathed moonblade lying across his lap. On the surface, the task should not be difficult. 4 mountain bodyguards plus Ait Mata against 10 of No Peak's greenest fighters. Ait Mata was still the most heavily jaded woman in Kacon, but she was in her mid-60s. Jade did not stop a person from getting old, and it didn't matter how much green someone wore if they didn't have the physical stamina and reflexes to employ it, particularly against men 40 years younger. Nevertheless, Lot was worried. Ait had survived assassination attempts before. She'd won a duel against Kaul Shay. She'd had a knife plunged into her neck and fallen out a window. She seemed legendary, unkillable. It was possible that other mountain greenbones would be alerted and rush to her aid. Bystanders might get in the way. There might be other guards inside that they didn't know about, as they were parked too far away for even Vin to perceive how many people were inside. Lot sent up a silent prayer to the gods. By nature, he was a risk-averse person. He knew he was not unusually talented, but he'd reached the position of Horn as a result of being lucky, hard-working, and dependable, giving others no reason to doubt him or his ability to deliver on his responsibilities. Now the Pillar was counting on him, had left this final mission in his hands. Vin started the car engine. A minute later, 2 Victor STX SUVs roared past them up the street. "That's them, let's go," Lot said. Vin hit the gas, and they tore down the length of the block to the townhouse, squealing to a stop behind the other vehicles. Lot threw open the door and dove out. The 2 guards patrolling the building perceived the murderous rush and raced to defend the entrance. They drew Ankev pistols, but they were badly outgunned. Shotgun muzzles aimed out the open windows of the lead SUV, sprayed them with ammunition. The mountain greenbones threw up a surge of deflection that sent the pellets flying into the townhouse's windows, peppering the siding and shattering windows. One man's steel was not quick or strong enough. He took lead to the knees and went down screaming and clutching his legs. In the brief pause after the first volley of gunfire, No Peak greenbones exploded out of the cars with guns and blades and were upon the sentries in an instant. Suyo and Hame shot the man on the ground several times at close range, his body jumping on the lawn as if from hammer blows as his steel collapsed under the barrage. Juen Din flew light at the other guard, Moonblade descending in a lethal overhead chop. When the guard raised his own blade to meet the high attack, Juen Rito rushed into the opening in a blur of strength and disemboweled the man in the time it took to blink.
Lot and Vin were already flying past the fighting on the lawn. Wary of traps, Vin blew the lockout on the front door with a shotgun blast, and Lot deflected the door inward. They braced to steel themselves, but the door slammed open on its hinges, revealing an empty hall. No tripwires were snagged, nothing exploded. Lot was about to rush inside when Vin shouted, "Wait!" Lot turned to his first fist with alarm. Vin tapped the side of his head and pointed to the house.
"Can you perceive that? Nothing. There's no one inside."
The Horn took a wary step closer, throwing knives in hand, stretching out his perception to take in as much of the building as he could. Vin was right. He couldn't sense a single jade aura in the house.
"That's impossible!" he exclaimed. "We saw Ite go inside the house yesterday, and we've had eyes on the building all night and this morning. No one came in or out."
No one doubted Vin's perception, but they searched the house anyway. It was empty. There were signs that Ite Mata had been here recently. Dishes in the kitchen, food in the fridge, clothes in the bedroom, but no one in the house. The back door was still locked. No peak green bones had surrounded the townhouse, and they were certain no one had left through the windows. Ite and her bodyguards had vanished. Vibrating with furious disbelief, Lot walked back out to the front lawn and crouched beside the guard lying on the ground with his entrails spilled out, still alive, but only for a short while longer.
"Ite was here," he said. "How did she leave?"
The guard didn't answer. His face was waxen and sweaty, and he was gazing far away. Lot stood and ground a foot on the man's open abdomen, eliciting a scream. The sound made Lot wince, but there were times cruelty couldn't be avoided. He waited until the dying man's eyes focused on him.
"Suyo here is excellent at channeling," Lot said, motioning the fist over. "Tell me how Ite Mata got away and where she went, and I'll have him end your pain in an instant. Otherwise, I'll throw you in one of our cars and ask him to stop the bleeding enough to keep you alive and suffering for hours." "Tunnel," the man moaned. "I don't know where she went, but this building used to be a safe house for the clanless future movement. There's a tunnel under the laundry room."
"God damn it," Lot breathed. He pointed to the guard. "Save him if you can, kill him if you can't," he told Suyo. He gave instructions to Vin and half the other Greenbones to find and follow Ite's escape route. He ordered the other half to get in one of the cars and follow him.
"We need to get to the Kakon Jade Alliance building."
Ite Otto leaned over to consult quietly with his weatherman before turning back to the table. "We're amenable to the idea of Yuman Island being officially declared clan-neutral territory, and we agree that there should be no more jade mining there, offshore or otherwise. A national park ought to be established to protect that area from further exploitation. But how do you propose to deal with the foreigners?" Nico took a moment to confer with Shay before answering.
"From what we know about how the criminal investigation into the company's CEO is unfolding, it seems likely that Anorco will be broken up and sold. Its assets include a sizable amount of jade inventory. I'm sure we can all agree that we want that jade back in Kakon and not in the hands of other foreign companies or criminal organizations."
When Otto and his people nodded, Nico said,
"The weatherman has a proposal."
Hilo had told his nephew, "When in doubt, get your aunt to do some talking. She'll say something smart, and meanwhile, you can watch them and have time to think ahead." Shay leaned forward.
"If the mountain and No Peak both try to acquire Anorco's jade, we'll end up in a bidding contest, one that could turn violent and have us at each other's throats again." We propose that our clans form a joint venture company under the auspices of the Kakon-Jade Alliance to acquire Anorko's reserves and allocate them in the same way as Jade produced from the mines, equitably between the Green Bone clans, as well as to schools, temples, doctors, and the national treasury. Hilo was finding it difficult to pay attention to what was arguably the most significant and far-ranging negotiation that had ever happened between the mountain and No Peak. He glanced surreptitiously at his watch. At this moment, the Horn was leading a team of the clan's strongest fists in an attack on Aitmata's residence. "That seems reasonable," Otto replied. "But can we expect any trouble from the Espenian government after what happened this summer with the GSI soldiers?" Otto glanced at Hilo. "To be clear, I admire what you did, Kaul Jen, making a public statement like that. It played so well on television. I wish I'd thought of it myself, honestly. Although, of course, I wasn't in a position to say so at the time." Hilo brought his attention back to the conversation. "Don't worry about GSI," he said. "As for the Espenian government, they'll gladly pretend it didn't happen." Shay said, "The ROE is already lagging in its diplomatic commitments to reduce its military presence, and the protests and deaths of unarmed civilians hardly plays to their advantage. If the clans stand together, we can put even greater pressure on them." Ait Otto said, "We have a common interest in cooperating against overreaching foreigners, but we also need to discuss how we'll treat our clan's overseas markets." Hilo's phone vibrated. He waited until he had an opportunity to discreetly take it out of his pocket, flip it open, and sneak a glance at the small green screen, which displayed 2 lines of text from Lotjin. "Escaped before we arrived." Hilo closed the phone and slid it back into his pocket. Slowly, he leaned back in the chair and breathed in and out, calming himself, not wanting to betray his fury and agitation. Nico was focused on the conversation with the Kobans, as he should be, and didn't notice any change in his uncle's aura. His nephew's perception had never been any better than average. Shay, however, was glancing at Hilo suspiciously, questioningly. Even without any Jade senses, his sister could tell something was amiss. A dull roar began to fill Hilo's head. Fuck the gods! Aitmata, always one step ahead, even now, publicly disgraced, unpopular, old, and ousted from power. She was not yet defeated, not yet dead, which meant that the bitch was still going to make a play, still going to find some way to get what she wanted, to bring down everyone who stood in her way. Wherever she was now, she was still a threat to No Peak, to the family. Nico and Otto, in consultation with their respective weathermen, had agreed that the clans would no longer block each other's expansion overseas. No Peak would allow the mountain to enter Espenia and set up businesses there without attacking their operations or their people, directly or through allies. In exchange, the mountain would extend the same courtesy to No Peak, allowing it to expand into Shatar, Igutan, and the Uiwa Islands, where the mountain had been dominant for decades. At last, they turned to the heart of the negotiation, the decision that would seal peace between the clans, a pledge of friendship between the Koban and Kaul families. As the petitioners of the meeting, the Kobans were expected to make the overture. Hilo could tell, however, that Otto was still uncertain. He wanted greater assurance from the Kauls, whom he had no reason to trust. Otto cleared his throat. "You don't have a girlfriend you're planning to marry, do you, Kaul Nico Jen?" The question surprised Hilo, but Nico answered without so much as blinking. "No," he said. "Not yet." Otto said,
Since our families hope to be friends, I hope you won't consider it too forward that I offer to introduce you to some of my younger cousins who are about your age. He glanced cautiously at Hilo. With your uncle's permission, of course. Hilo's eyes narrowed. I know the Cobans are an admirably traditional family, but a man's heart is his own. Nevertheless, I would be happy to meet your cousins, Nico said to Otto without smiling or hesitating. My uncle is concerned for my happiness, but my heart's more sensible and less picky than a lot of other men. I'm glad you're willing to consider it, Otto said. After all, words, money, and even Jade, they don't bind people together the same way family does. That's something that hasn't changed even in modern times. Wouldn't you agree? Otto stood, and his horn and weatherman stood with him. With ceremonial deliberation, the young pillar placed his moonblade on the table in front of Nico. The weapon was a fine 33 inches in a beautifully carved scabbard and with small inset jade stones running down the length of its black hilt. Call gens, Otto said, speaking formally to all of them. As pillar of the mountain, I pledge to you my friendship, the honor of my family, and the strength of my clan. I give my blade to you in service. Nico, Hilo, and Shay stood as well. The sheathed 34-inch Da Tenori moonblade that Nico set on the table in front of Otto was made of 22 inches of tempered white carbon steel with 5 jade stones in the hilt. It had once belonged to his father. Lon, are you watching? Hilo wondered, with a tight feeling in his chest. This was what his brother had wanted so many years ago. No peak strong enough to stand against any foe. True peace between the clans as equals. Bullshit. Something was wrong. Hilo could sense it like a ghostly flickering in the periphery of his perception, or perhaps it was simply the terrible knowledge of being outmaneuvered by Aitmata yet again, even after everything he'd done, every sacrifice his family had made, every last drop of his clan's strength, cunning, and resolve given over the years. Shay was glancing at him frequently now. Despite his efforts to appear unperturbed, the other green bones in the room could not fail to perceive the disquiet in Hilo's jade aura. Nico looked over at him. Uncle? Hilo forced a smile. This is a difficult and emotional moment for me. I hope you all understand. I fought the Mountain Clan all my life, so it's hard for me to accept this is happening, even if I agree. I'm glad I made the decision to have Nico speak. His sincere explanation satisfied everyone, except for Shay, whose gaze lingered on him another moment before turning back to the matter at hand. Hilo stretched his perception out through the building and onto the street. Both clans had green bones standing guard outside, but nothing was out of the ordinary. Hilo brought his focus back, rested his perception carefully on every person in the room in turn. Nico echoed Otto's words. As the Pillar's son, I pledge to you my friendship, the honor of my family, and the strength of my clan. I give my blade to you in service. A pledge of friendship, sealed with a personal exchange of moonblades, was not made lightly between Greenbones. It meant they could not go to war with each other, at least not before failing at other means of resolution and formally breaking the friendship by symbolically returning the other's blade, since it was unthinkable to take a warrior's weapon and use his own jade to strike him down, tantamount to theft. From now on, anyone who attacked the Kobans would be an enemy of the Kauls, and vice versa. Each would come to the aid of the other if asked. The practical implication of this promise in the short term was that no peak would help the Kobans to put down any mutinous challenge by Aitmata loyalists or anyone else, and to support them as the rightful ruling family of the mountain clan. It was what Otto needed more than anything at the moment, even if it meant appearing to lower himself to the calls. Otto smiled a movie star bright smile that did not quite reach his eyes. "I'm not like my aunt," he said. "I'm not ashamed to admit that. I don't believe that one clan has to prevail over the other, and I promise I'll do everything I can to put the long grudges behind us. Under heaven and on Jade." Nico inclined his head. "When I was a boy, I felt a lot of pressure to one day match you, Otto-gen," he said. "Now I welcome you giving me a good reason to feel that way. I'm still a pillar in training, so I can speak for my clan only with the final blessing of my uncle." He turned to Hilo. Hilo's eyes focused on Otto, and he nodded. "Under heaven and on Jade," he declared, then drew his pistol and fired twice. The shots went over Otto's shoulder and hit the penitent behind him. Shay saw the man's brains spray out across the wall. The Fullerton carbine he'd begun to raise to waist height beneath his voluminous green robes fell from his hands and clattered to the floor. As everyone else in the room spun in alarm, Shay glimpsed the baleful, fiery vindication in her brother's eyes, his expression twisted with savage understanding. The other penitents opened fire. Sando-kin threw himself onto his cousin, pushing Otto under the table. The bullets meant for the young pillar tore through Sando's back. Hilo fired again and hit another penitent in the chest, then began to raise a deflection as the remaining two guns turned on him. A split-second realization as his jade energy swelled. In the tight quarters of the meeting room, the deflected bullets would swerve into Nico and Shay. Hilo twisted and sent the deflection straight into his nephew's chest. The force of it knocked Nico to the ground. Bullets chopped through the air above him and stitched into Hilo's side. Shay saw her brother fall as if in slow motion. Later, she wouldn't remember anything else. She wouldn't recall throwing herself to the ground under the desk. She would have no memory of the Green Bone guards outside charging into the room with drawn weapons, Koban Opan shouting for them to cut down the remaining two penitents who were not penitents at all. She would remember only the jerk of Hilo's body and the pistol falling from his hands, the way her brother's shoulders struck the wall before he slid to the floor. The next sound to break into Shay's awareness was a ragged cry next to her, underneath the desk. Otto had pushed himself out from underneath Sando-kin and was holding his cousin's limp body, clutching his face and keening. "No, no, no, no!" Shay scrambled over to Hilo on hands and knees. He was slumped against the wall, his legs straight out in front of him, as if he were slouched lazily after a hard workout. His face was contorted with pain. Shay watched in horror as blood spread across his shirt and pants, pooled around her knees on the hardwood floor. "Hilo!" She could not say anything else. Nico crawled over to them. He stared down at his uncle and went completely, terrifyingly still. In that moment, Shay saw another face emerge beneath that of the coolly determined young man her nephew had become. She saw unmistakably the face of the frightened toddler in the airport, the one who would follow her around the house and clutch her legs, full of confusion and loss. "Nico!" When he didn't answer, she shouted, "Nico!" He looked at her, eyes blank with fear. She seized his hands and pressed them over Hilo's wounds. "Do you remember emergency medical channeling? Try to stop the bleeding. I'll call an ambulance."
She grabbed her bag and fumbled for her cell phone with shaking hands. Where was it? Gods, please, please, please. Her thoughts turned into an unthinking litany of pleading. She found it, began to punch in the emergency number. Hilo shook his head vehemently and grabbed her by the front of her shirt, his hands twisted in the fabric. "Get me home, Shay," he said, his voice strained.
"We need to get you to a hospital."
Hilo shook his head again.
"I'm not dying in a fucking hospital."
"You're not going to die," she told him.
"Shay,"
Hilo said gently,
"I can't feel my legs. I want to go home. I want to see when. Please, Shay."
She began to cry. There was no warning, only the abrupt, hot blurring of vision, the strangling pressure in her chest. Hilo gripped her tighter, more impatiently.
"Are you my weatherman or not?"
All of a sudden, they were surrounded by no-peak greenbones. Lotjin was there. When had he arrived? How had he gotten here? Shay did not know. The Horn stared down at them, ashen-faced. Then he shoved Nico aside roughly and shouted, "Suyo!" One of his senior fists rushed over, dropped to his knees, and began channeling, while Lot and several others applied pressure to the wounds. Hilo screamed in pain and frustration.
"Get me home, goddammit! That is a fucking order from your fucking pillar!"
"Do as he says,"
Shay whispered. Then she shouted,
"Do as he says!"
Several fists together lifted Hilo and took him outside. He sagged between them, his legs limp, trailing blood, as they carried him to the ZT Bravo parked beside the building. They placed him across the back seat, where he lay breathing raggedly, eyes closed. Nico got in with him, cradling Hilo's head and shoulders in his lap. Shay got into the front passenger seat and hung on to the door of the car, her head pressed against the window glass as if the vehicle were a life raft. Lot rushed them home. The only thing Shay remembered from the journey was Nico's voice, almost too quiet to be heard.
"Duh,"
he begged.
"Don't leave me."
Hilo did not answer. When the car stopped and the doors opened in front of the main house, Andon was there. Someone must have called him to tell him what happened and warn him to be prepared. Even so, when he saw his cousin, Andon swayed violently, as if he'd been struck across the face. He put a hand against the ZT's doorframe to steady himself. Then he went to work. Before they even had Hilo out of the vehicle, Andon was channeling for all he was worth, forcing blood to clot, raising the pillar's body temperature, forcing energy into his heart and lungs. By now, Hilo was barely conscious, his eyes were closed, and his face waxen. Wen ran to the front door, saw her husband, and collapsed to the ground with a wail of pure animal pain.
"I'm not a goddamned surgeon,"
Andon cried at Shay.
"Would it make a difference?"
she asked numbly.
"Just do what he wants."
Hilo was laid out on his bed, and Andon worked feverishly to keep him alive and dull the pain. At times, he barked orders and others ran to help him or bring him supplies. During that time, word of what happened spread through No Peak, and members of the clan began to gather silently in front of the Kaul estate. Fists and fingers, luck-bringers, lantern men. Cars began to arrive, packing the road around the house. Makeshift deitist shrines went up along the gate, dozens of cups of incense trailing smoke. Lotjin went out and came back again to report that the entire city was in shock. The Mountain Clan was in turmoil. Ait Otto was alive, but his horn was dead, and his weatherman was in critical condition from a gunshot wound to the chest. 4 penitents from the Temple of Divine Return had been found tied and gagged, locked inside the stairwell of a parking garage near the Kakon Jade Alliance building. The 4 gunmen who'd taken their robes in their place inside the meeting were former employees of GSI, all recently out of work. One of the 4 mercenaries had survived long enough to confess that they'd been hired by Iwe Kalundo and promised an enormous sum of money by Ait Madashi for the murder of everyone in the room.
They were told to wait until the pledge of friendship had been made and moonblades exchanged, Lot said. Then they were supposed to kill Ait Otto first.
Shay sat in the kitchen, hugging her arms, folded in on herself and staring at nothing. Ait Mada had whispered the name of her own nephew. She'd never intended to pass the leadership of the clan to Otto, only to lure them all into the belief that she had. That afternoon, after she'd sat across from Shay, serving her tea, after they'd talked of sacrifice and vision, of ending feuds and doing the right thing for the country, Ait had resigned her position in anticipation of one final opportunity. The Kauls and the Kobans in the same room, discussing what the future would be without her. When they were all dead, she'd claim that the Kobans had betrayed the clan by pledging friendship to the Kauls. She would install her preferred successor, Iwe Kalundo, and rule from behind him. The phone in the study rang, and Lot answered it. After he hung up, he said, "They have her." Vin and his men had followed the tunnel under Ait's townhouse into John Loon's subway system. By then, the Koban family was on the hunt as well. Every green bone in the city was looking for Ait Mada, but within an hour, she showed up back on the Ait estate. She walked onto the grounds and into her office as if it were an ordinary day. That was where the mountains people had found her.
They say she didn't try to run or fight, Lot said.
No, Shay said. Ait Mada would never flee John Loon like a criminal, nor waste energy toward no purpose. As soon as she'd learned her nephew and the Kauls were still alive, she'd surrendered, knowing her final murderous gambit was over. Because of Hilo, Shay thought. Because old tigers understand each other. Andon came down the stairs. His eyes were ringed with exhaustion, and he looked pale and aged. "I've done all I can. I stopped the bleeding, put him on an IV line, stabilized his temperature and blood pressure for now. He's loaded with painkillers." Andon rubbed a hand over his face, then looked up at the family, tearful. "All it buys him is a few more hours, maybe the rest of night. A bullet went through his spine, and the others tore up his insides. He's conscious right now, but it might not be for long." Andon sat down next to Jiruya on the sofa and put his face in his hands. Shay went up to see her brother. Wen and Nico were on either side of his bed. Gauze and sheets covered Hilo's torso. The jade studs across his bare collarbone stood out stark against unnaturally pale skin. When Shay touched Hilo's shoulder, she nearly drew back at the shocking change in his jade aura. The smooth, bright river was a dim trickle. His eyes were open and focused, however, and he said to his wife and nephew, "Let me talk to my weatherman. Alone. Just for a minute." After Wen and Nico had stepped out of the room, Shay crouched down near the head of the bed. 1,000 things came into her throat and closed it completely. The pillar asked, "Is Otto alive?" Shay nodded and told him everything she knew. "Ait whispered all of our names. She only resigned and handed power to the Kobans to mislead them. To mislead me." A weak smile crawled up Hilo's face. "But she failed. She's done. This was her last shot, and she got me in the end. But she didn't get us. That's what's important.
He licked his lips. His eyes were glassy but bright, and he turned them on her with insistence.
Shay, you have to help Nico. You have to make him better. A better pillar. A better person. Help him. The way you helped me. You know that I will, Shay said.
Hilo closed his eyes. Shay pressed her hand over his heart and listened to his labored breathing. He asked her,
Is there anything you want me to say to Lon?
Shay bowed her head over him.
Please, don't talk like this, Hilo, she whispered. I can't handle it. I can't stand to think I'll be the last one left. You're not.
A noise rose from outside. Shay did not at first recognize it as the rumble of a huge crowd. She went to the window and drew back the curtain. Lotjin had opened the gates of the Kaul estate and let in the clan's greenbones. Hundreds of them were standing in the driveway. Shay saw the entire Juen family, Hame Tuma and his son Yasu, and Make Cam. She saw Terran Bin and Luckbringers from her office standing alongside Vin the Sniper and Heijo, the first fist of white rats. She saw her own husband and daughter, Woon's arm around Tia's shoulders, both of them looking up at Lotjin, who stood on top of the Duchesse Imperia in front of the house. When the horn raised his arm, all the clan's warriors shouted, and the sound of their combined voices thundered. The clan is our blood, and the pillar is its master. The crowd stayed for the rest of the night. Every once in a while, their voices rose up in spontaneous chorus, proclaiming their allegiance. Wen and Nico and Andon came back into the room, and Hilo said, Stop looking so goddamned glum, everyone. Andy did a great job. It doesn't even hurt anymore. He talked with them for a while, and he dictated a letter to Shay for their mother, insisting that they shouldn't wake the frail old woman only to put her through more pain. He joked that it was true the closer you got to the afterlife, the more you believed in it, and personally, he couldn't wait to see Rue again. He reminded them of all the times they'd persevered despite the odds, and all the things they'd done. I'm lucky, really. He said he would try to hang on until Jaya got home, but at some point, he slipped into unconsciousness with Wen holding his hand. The rest of the family left the two of them together in the end. Shay sat with Andon, her head on his shoulder, gripping his left hand and wrist in her own, both of them using his jade, Shay unflinchingly for the first time in years to keep Hilo in their perception as long as they could. In the early hours of the morning, as dawn broke over the skyline of Janloon, Shay felt her brother's irrepressible jade aura fade out of her mind. Hours later, Wen emerged from the bedroom, dressed in white from head to toe. She said nothing, but went out into the garden where she had been married and sat under the cherry tree in the courtyard to mourn from the bottom of her soul. Chapter 62. Pillar of Kakon. The First Weeks. When word reached Jaya in Toshan that her father had been shot and would not survive for long, she got onto a motorcycle and drove through the night up the KI-1 freeway at top speed for 10 straight hours. She arrived too late. Her cousin Cam and her uncle Andon met her at the gates of the estate and told her that her father had died from his injuries 2 hours ago. Jaya stormed into the house, shrieking with grief and rage. She found Nico sitting in the living room,
his head bowed in solemn conference with the Horn and Weatherman.
"Why haven't you done anything?" she demanded. "I'm gonna call 20 of my little knives up here and go after Ite and Iwe myself. I'll cut them into pieces."
"You won't do anything," Nico said to his younger sister. "The mountain is already in an uproar. We'll wait to see how the Kobans handle it first."
Jaya said to Lot,
"So we're gonna sit back and leave it to those fools?"
"Nico-Gen is the pillar now," the Horn reminded her. "It's his call."
Shay said,
"Nico exchanged a pledge of friendship with Otto, so we won't act until we've heard from the leaders of the mountain. Ite Mata intended to murder all of us, but her most serious offense is betraying her own nephew after naming him her successor. If there's anything we need you to do, you'll get your orders from the Horn."
When Jaya opened her mouth to argue again, Shay said sternly,
"You're a first-rank fist. Show respect."
Jaya wheeled on her aunt with tears spilling from her eyes.
"My Da is dead, and it's your fault. You convinced him to go to that meeting. You could have killed Ite years ago when you had the chance. You always had a soft spot for that evil hag, but you never showed love to your own brother, you cold-hearted bitch."
Shay slapped her niece hard in the face, twice, across one cheek and then the other. Jaya ran from the house and was not seen for days. The Horn sent 2 of his green bones to follow her and make sure she didn't do anything rash, but he needn't have worried. Jaya's base of command was in the south, and without her own people in the city, she could not do much. Nevertheless, in a haze of vengeful anguish, Jaya made her way to Iwe Kulundo's residence in Cherry Grove, only to find it already surrounded by Mountain Clan members calling for the former weatherman's execution. As Shay predicted, the consequences of the assassination plot were rapidly unspooling. The backlash against Ite and Iwe was surprisingly swift and strong. Public tolerance for Green Bone leaders murdering their way into power was lower than it had been 30 years ago. Ite's violent choices had once been accepted as those of a legitimate ruler defeating less worthy rivals. Now, they were viewed as the treachery of an old tyrant desperate to hold on to power. Many in the Mountain Clan had continued to regard Ite Mata favorably even after her resignation, but for the crime of grotesquely violating the sacred peacekeeping role of deitist penitents, everyone, except her most committed followers, denounced her. No one, it seemed, could find out where Ite Mata was now being held by the Kobans, but outside Iwe Kulundo's house, Jaya watched along with dozens of spectators as Fists of the Mountain arrived to demand the traitor surrender himself. Iwe asked for 3 hours to prepare himself for death. The former weatherman composed a letter explaining that he'd only ever wanted to prevent the clan he loved from falling to incompetent leadership and eventual destruction by its enemies. He thanked his former pillar, Ite Madashi, apologized to his family, and gave instructions as to the distribution of his jade upon his death. Then he dressed in his best suit, walked into the courtyard of his house, and shot himself in the head. All over John Loon and across Keikon, spirit-guiding lamps went up to recognize the passing of Kaul Hiloshudan, a man as dramatic in death as he had been in life. Let the gods recognize him. The televised public vigil and funeral were enormous. It seemed every green bone in the country, whether they were grieving friends or celebratory enemies, had a story to tell about their personal encounters with Kaul Hilo, his exploits as a young man, his cunning as a horn, and his determination as a pillar, his famous generosity and fearsomeness. The Kaul house was draped in white. A steady stream of clan faithful left incense, fruit, and flowers at the gate. On the day of the funeral, Andon walked near the front of the massive, snaking procession to Widow's Park as if he were drifting through a waking dream swept up like a single fish in a swift river of collective sorrow. The day was dry but overcast, the sky streaked with purple clouds. The gongs and funeral drums seemed to reverberate through the streets of a city leached of color. All these people around him, Andon thought, felt as if they knew Hilo in some way, no matter how small. When Andon looked out at the sea of faces, he felt strangely, ungenerously resentful of all of them, savagely jealous of their sadness, as if there was only so much of it for him, and they were not entitled to it. They were not Hilo's brothers. They did not truly know him. They had not channeled their own energy into his body in his final hours. Andon left the funeral reception early and found Nico alone in the study, the room that had belonged to Lon, and then to Hilo, and that now belonged to him. Nico's, Andon began, then caught himself. His little nephew, who he'd pushed on the swing set and taken to relay ball games, who used to curl up quietly next to him on the sofa, holding out storybook after storybook asking to be read to, was now the pillar of the clan. Andon touched clasped hands to his forehead and bent into a properly respectful salute. "You wanted to talk to me, Kaul Jen?" Nico looked up from the armchair where he'd been sitting with his elbows on his knees, as if studying the carpet. "Don't do that," he pleaded, his face stricken. "When we're around other people, it's okay. But when it's just the two of us, don't treat me any differently. Please, Uncle Andon. It's hard enough being in this room." The young man's voice was calm, yet unspeakably desolate, full of a quiet, private panic. "I'm sorry, Nico. That was thoughtless of me." Andon took the seat next to his nephew and looked around the study, taking in the cluttered desk, flat-screen television, family photographs, wall-mounted moon blades, mini-fridge, children's artwork from decades ago that Hilo had put up and never taken down. "I miss him," Nico whispered. "I loved him, and sometimes I think I hated him. I'm nothing like him, and don't want to be. Yet somehow, all I want is to live up to him." Andon understood how Nico felt, although he also knew his own grief had not yet fully arrived. Rather than shut down entirely, he'd thrown himself headlong into the things he could do, helping Shay to make the funeral arrangements, working on his election campaign, handling questions from the media and condolences from all parts of the clan, including tributaries and overseas offices. On some level, he did not yet believe that Hilo was gone, and expected his cousin to walk through the door at any minute. The mind cannot adjust quickly to a fundamental change in reality without breaking. If the moon vanished from the sky, people would not believe it. They would think it was a trick of light or clouds. Andon felt it would be a long time before he accepted the truth. Nico turned to him. "Is there any way, any chance at all, that I can persuade you not to run for the Royal Council? If there is, I would ask you to be my pillarman." His expression was almost childlike in its hopefulness. "I trust you more than anyone, Uncle Andon. You've always been a greenbone in your own way. You've never held any official position or lost yourself to the clan, yet everyone knows you're a man of no peak. You're always honest with me. I'm going to need your advice now, more than ever." Andon looked down at his hands. In the silence, he could hear the mingled strains of harp music and the muted noise of people from the enormous gathering outside, too large to fit in the courtyard and spilling all over the estate grounds. "I've thought about suspending my campaign," he admitted. "I'm not sure I can handle it right now, and it seems selfish. But then Jiru asked me what I thought Hilo Gen would want me to do, and of course, I know the answer to that." He raised his eyes back to his nephew. I'm sorry, Nico say. As you said, I've always made my own way in the clan without any official position. It's been the right thing for everyone, I think. It should stay that way. Nico's face fell, but he nodded as if it was the answer he'd been expecting. Andon added firmly, You can always come to me, no matter what. I don't have to be your pillarman for that. And I'm not the only one, of course. Your Aunt Shay says she'll remain weatherman for another year, and Taryn Bin will be a worthy successor. Lot is a strong and prudent horn, and there are the Juens, and your sister is the sort of greenbone every clan needs. And your ma. She knows the clan best. She hasn't spoken to me. Nico's voice was quiet. I think she blames me. Again. Andon shook his head. Wen had not spoken to anyone, as she kept vigil day and night for her husband's spirit. If his presence were to appear to anyone, it would be to her. It's only because she loved Hilo so much that it seems that way to you. She's too green in the soul to leave us for very long. Andon stood. If you're willing to take my advice right now, I'd say you should choose Make Cam to be your pillarman. Your cousin has a lot of common sense and is an old friend that you can count on to care about you and always tell the truth. Nico was silent for a time. Thank you, Uncle Andon, he said at last, and stood as well. If there's anything else you need from the clan that would help your campaign, money, volunteers, anything at all, you only have to ask and it's yours. The tentativeness and vulnerability slid away, and he spoke like a pillar. The sense of grave burden was still there, but there was also, Andon saw with relief, composure and acceptance. Andon felt a heavy weight lift off his chest, one that he hadn't known had been sitting there until now. He'll be okay. As Andon left the study, he saw Wen come silently into the hall, walking slowly and with care, a white-clad vision of sorrow and dignity. She seemed unspeakably delicate yet enduring, like a finely wrought vessel, broken and hollowed out, but too strongly tempered to crumble off its pedestal. Andon stepped aside as the widow and matriarch of No Peak walked past him toward Nico, her immaculately powdered face held as still as a ceramic mask. She stopped in front of her son. The pillar's fragile new confidence wavered and slipped off his shoulders. Andon saw his throat bob, twice, and his mouth trembled as he looked into her eyes. Ma, he said. Wen did not speak, but her quiet strength seemed to fold in on itself like the petals of a flower in the cold. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms tightly around Nico with a whisper that Andon couldn't hear. Like a child, Nico buried his face in her shoulder, and Andon, heart aching, quietly shut the door of the study. A steady stream of people, lantern men, politicians, emissaries from tributary clans, and No Peak's overseas offices arrived over the following weeks to pay respect and allegiance to Kaul Nikoyan. Some in the clan didn't take well to the pledge of friendship with their old enemies, or were skeptical of Nico's youth, inexperience, personal demeanor, and past failings, but the sentiments never rose to anything above grumbling. No one could dispute that Kaul Hilo had chosen his nephew as his successor, and with Hilo's longtime weatherman and horn both standing behind the new pillar, the clan soon fell into line. 10 days after the funeral, Ait Otto appeared at the Kaul estate, accompanied only by a pair of bodyguards, and asked to speak with the pillar of No Peak. This was a remarkable occurrence. Ordinarily, a meeting between two pillars of comparable status would be formally arranged on neutral ground by the clan's weathermen. For one pillar to present himself at another's home and request an audience like any ordinary petitioner was a sign of debasement. Shay watched her nephew greet the other pillar in the foyer.
Ait Otto, Jen? Kaul, Jen.
Otto's handsome face was worn down. The tiny jade studs over his eyebrows accentuated not his eyes, but the dark hollows underneath them. He cleared his throat uncomfortably.
I've decided to reclaim my maternal family name of Kobin.
It's the name I grew up with. When I was positioned as the future leader of the clan, I was never consulted on the choice to go by the name of Ait. In truth, I've never felt any personal connection to that name. Nico nodded. He glanced toward the study, but Shay could see his reluctance to go into that room. Hilo had been the same way at first, when it had still felt wrong to sit in lawn space.
Would you like to walk outside, Kobin, Jen?
Out in the garden, the damp chill of approaching winter was in the air, and the late-season chrysanthemums were in full bloom. Slim, wind-plucked petals of white, red, and gold floated atop the still pond. Nico glanced at Shay, wordlessly asking his weatherman to accompany him as they took Kobin Otto along the pebbled path around the grounds. She did so at a slight distance, close enough to hear the conversation, but not so close as to join it. She didn't feel capable of talking to anyone, not yet. At times, she felt Nico was doing a better job of shouldering his new role as pillar than she was in occupying her old one as weatherman.
I must be the first person in the mountain clan to receive a personal tour of the Kaul estate, Otto said. It's as nice as I imagined. I haven't been to the Ait residence myself, Nico said, but I've heard it's equally impressive.
It was a strange sight, the two young pillars strolling through the garden together, Nico casually pointing out this and that about the houses and the landscaping, as Otto nodded in appreciation. It was nothing like a proper meeting of clan leaders, but perhaps it was what was needed in the moment. Their first attempt had ended in unfathomable tragedy. This was something else. At last, they circled back to where they had begun, in the courtyard of the main house. Otto turned to face the other pillar.
Kaul, Jen, he said. I'm sincerely sorry for your loss. Your uncle was always a ruthless enemy of my clan, but no one can dispute that he was a great Greenbone warrior. That day, he saved my life and lost his own. I'm sorry for the losses on your side as well.
Nico didn't say more. Shay thought perhaps he should have, but either he couldn't make himself talk about that day more than necessary, or he was deliberately holding back, waiting to hear what the other man had to say. Perhaps both. His expression gave nothing away, and Shay suspected that his jade aura didn't either. Otto said, I'm sure you already know that Iwe Kalundo took his own life. Ait Mata has been stripped of jade and confined in a secret location, under guard by greenbones loyal to my family, for her protection as well as ours. Otto's face moved in a brief, involuntary contortion. The mountain is in a state of shock and disarray. I'm afraid it's broken somewhere deep inside. At this point, I'm not sure what will become of the clan, and whether it's even worth saving. It was an astonishing statement to make. Who could ever recall any pillar uttering such a thing? What Greenbone leader would admit he'd lost control of his own warriors, failed to maintain authority over his clan? Perhaps, however, Kobin Otto was simply tired of denying what was becoming increasingly obvious to everyone. The mountain clan was riven. Although most of its members condemned Ait Mata's shocking attempted coup, they did not necessarily flock enthusiastically to support the Kobins, who were seen by some as imprudent and divisive. Otto, for all his years in the public eye, had not been given much latitude by his pillar, and thus did not have many personal accomplishments to suggest he was a strong and visionary enough leader to command widespread loyalty and rebuild the clan's tarnished image in the wake of so much accumulated shame and carnage. Many of the mountain's lantern men and tributary minor clans, disenchanted by the constant infighting and no longer fearful of Aitmata or the Kobans, were continuing to steadily defect to No Peak. A few families in the mountain were breaking off entirely and forming their own independent minor clans. Local offshoots of the Barukan gangs were recruiting the mountain's Keko-Shatarian members. A faction of Aitmata's most die-hard loyalists had left Janloon and regrouped in Gohai, where they were reportedly forming their own small clan, the Spear Carrier clan, claiming spiritual lineage to Ait-Yu and his daughter Mata. Koban Ato's face tightened in a weary grimace. Ever since I was a boy, I've been used like a chess piece. My relatives expected me to be the shining heir to Ait-Uganten, to lift up the whole family. My Aunt Mata named me her ward to secure their support and to keep her detractors in line, but she never showed me love or considered me worthy. The media and the public were always watching. I was told what to say, how to dress, who to marry, who to be friends and enemies with, and sometimes even those demands were conflicting. Otto made no attempt to hide his envy as he looked into Nico's face. I know you felt the pressure of a similar position, and I was jealous when you rebelled and left the country. But I'm not sure you saw what seemed apparent to me. For all his faults, your uncle did his best to surround you with his strength, rather than pushing you out front like a sacrifice. All of my greatest suffering has come from within my own clan. Otto turned his face away, and silence stretched between the two men. They carried a long and terrible legacy between them, but they were young and trying to change things. Otto said, I can't execute my own aunt. She whispered my name, and she deserves to die, but she sponsored and trained me. If I have her killed, I'll be continuing the cycle she began when she murdered her brother, my father, who I barely remember. She sent a message to the entire clan that personal ties mean nothing. Strength is all that matters, and any action can be justified. Under her rule, the mountain grew ever larger and more powerful, but vicious and dysfunctional. Nico said, Maybe you can take what's left and build something better. Maybe, Otto conceded. It'll take time, but I'll try. Seeing the two pillars standing together, lines already stamped across their young features, Shay tilted her face toward the sun, closing her eyes for a moment against the burning tightness in her chest. Sadness and pity jumbled with pride and hope. She wasn't done yet. She had to help Nico, as she'd promised she would. But with that final step, she could lay down the burden she and her brothers had carried across a canyon that had so often seemed impassable. Hilo. Lon, Shay whispered in her mind. Can you see this from wherever you are? We did it at last. We kept our clan. We made it stronger and passed it on. I miss you both. Otto turned back to Nico, but his eyes settled upon Shay. Your family has suffered more from Aitmata than mine. Whatever justice she gets should come from you, not from me. Kaul Hilo Shudon was my enemy, but I owe him my life, so it's only right that I repay that debt. I'm handing Aitmata over to the Kaul family. I beg that you accept this as a gesture of repentance and goodwill. Nico did not respond at first. Then he nodded slowly. Otto said, In return, I ask that no peak consider its blood debt paid, and that you not take any additional vengeance on the Mountain Clan. It seems clear by now that Ait and Iwe acted alone in their scheme. Reigniting hostilities between our clans would empower the small faction of Ait's old guard that remains. Nico exchanged a mute glance with Shay. Then, he turned back to Otto. You have my word as pillar, under heaven and on Jade. The old hatreds, they're over with. Koben Otto nodded in gratitude. My aunt was right all along. I'm not a strong pillar and could never be her heir. But maybe we've had enough of those types of people. Whatever happens after this, whether the mountain survives, whether I remain pillar, no peak will be the largest and most powerful Green Bone clan in the country. It will be up to you to be a pillar for all of Kakon. I know I should feel defeated, but mostly I feel relieved. He touched his clasped hands to his forehead and tilted forward in salute. Far do your enemies flee, Kaul Jen, and may the gods shine favor on no peak. Chapter 63 Remembrance. The third month. Dr. Emery Andon won the seat in the Royal Council for Jonloon Central, including Sogin, Old Town, Soto Village, and North Soto, by a comfortable margin. Much commentary was made of the fact that he was the first known queer candidate elected to national government, only the third councilman of mixed race, and the first member of the Kaul family to ever serve in public office. Although the victory was celebrated, it was not surprising given his advantages. He had the sponsorship of the No Peak clan, credentials as an accomplished doctor with international experience, and a reputation as a clan loyalist and a man who was green in the soul. Andon found it ironic that what had once been a disgraceful blemish on his past, refusing Jade at his graduation from Kaul Dusharan Academy and leaving the country in exile for some time as a consequence, was now cited as evidence of his upstanding moral character at a young age. Voters apparently admired the way that, given his mother's tragic death from the itches, he'd turned away from violence and shine use despite prodigious Jade abilities and severe pressure from family and society. Andon sometimes wished he could travel back in time to reassure his 18-year-old self that he would find his own way after all. But then again, it would have been cruel at that age to learn of all the other struggles and sorrows that were still to come. Early on a cool but sunny seventh-day morning, the day before he was to be sworn into office, Andon walked into a small second-story apartment in an unremarkable building in Littlehammer. He passed 3 guards along the way, mountain greenbones loyal to the Koben family, one posted at the building's entrance, one outside the door to the apartment, one inside the small unit itself. They recognized Andon, of course. Who else could he be? And when he produced the letter from Kaul Nikoyan, pillar of no peak, bearing the insignia of the clan, the guard at the door grumbled, "About time," and let him enter. Ait Madashi sat cross-legged on the only sofa in the apartment, watching the news on a small television. Andon was shocked by her appearance. Ait's undyed hair was coarse and gray, and she was hunched as if she were very cold inside a baggy turtleneck sweater with long sleeves that drooped all the way to her fingers. Andon had never seen Ait with her arms covered. He knew that beneath the bulky fabric, they were bare. The silver coils of mounted jade that Ait had worn and proudly displayed for so many years were gone. After surrendering herself to Koben's people and ordering her loyalists not to fight, she'd been stripped of her jade and confined under house arrest in this unknown safe house. Although she'd made it through the ordeal of jade withdrawal, Andon could not help but marvel at how much less she seemed to be. One of the most formidable green bones of her generation, now a weary, thin, jadeless 66-year-old woman. Ite switched off the television and turned her head toward Andon. Seeing the pity in his expression, her mouth flattened into a line, and some of the old fire flared in her eyes, a flash of the ruthless iron will that had been the bane of the No Peak clan for decades.
"Are you surprised to find me still here, Emery Andon?"
Ite asked, a touch sardonically.
"Perhaps you thought I'd follow Iwei's example."
The thought occurred to me, Andon admitted.
"As it did to me."
Ite's shoulders slackened.
"But I seem incapable of taking the easy route in anything. Survival is a habit, it seems, one that's hard to break."
"So is Jade," Andon said, looking steadily at her. "So is power." Ite uncrossed her legs and set her feet down, but didn't rise from her seat.
"Koben Atto hasn't come. Not that I expected him to. He always was a coward who shrank from tough decisions, letting others make choices for him. Even knowing that I whispered his name, he would rather avoid the distasteful problem of executing his own aunt by foisting the task onto No Peak."
She sounded disappointed and regretful, as if she wished she'd been proven wrong in her assessment of the young man, who she'd attempted to have killed. Ite narrowed her eyes at Andon.
"However, I'm surprised your nephew waited so long. It's been 3 very dull months. I would have thought the new pillar of No Peak was greener than that."
"If it were up to some members of the clan, you would have already been publicly executed, beheaded, and buried without a grave," Andon said. But Kaul Nico wanted to wait until after the dust settled, after the elections and the holiday season, when people would have stopped thinking about you. Ite looked past Andon, as if expecting to see other people behind him, but there was no one else.
"And then he sends you alone. He won't even face me,"
Andon said. "You're nothing to him, just a defeated enemy. He's not like other green bones in that way. You're responsible for the death of his father, fathers, the one by blood, and the one who raised him. But he doesn't care for personal vengeance and won't let it determine his decisions. He doesn't want to see you or speak to you. He only wants you gone."
"So you're here,"
Ite said.
"Dr. Emery. I should say Councilman Emery, to speak for the No Peak clan and deliver the justice of the Kaul family."
"I am," Andon said. Ite's face twitched.
"What about Kaul Shaylin-san? After all her efforts, I deceived her. I put both of her brothers in the ground. Why isn't she here?"
"She told me she has nothing else to say to you," Andon answered. "She spared your life once, and she says that's all the gods can ask of her in this lifetime." Andon handed Ite the letter he had brought with him, written in Nico's hand. Having read it, he knew it was short and impersonal, explaining the details of the decision without any personal comment. A copy of it had been sent to Koben Atto. "You're to be exiled from Keikon," Andon explained to Ite. "You'll live out the rest of your days in Igutan. Arrangements have been made to transport you to a small oil town in the north that's supposed to be quite dull. Jade is still illegal in that country, and there's none of it within hundreds of kilometers of that place." Color rose slowly in Ait's face, and the pages of the letter trembled in her tightening grip.
"Why?"
she demanded.
"Why the pointless mercy? Why not execute me properly?"
"There's no gain in it," Andon explained. "You're a jadeless old woman now. Killing you would look bad, no matter how much you deserve it. You are a powerful leader not only of the Mountain Clan, but the country. Surely, there are people out there who are still sympathetic toward you. Why make you into a martyr? Why give you that last satisfaction and risk more strife when we're turning over a new leaf with the Kobans and taking the remnants of the mountain as tributaries?" Andon opened his hands. "At least, that's what the pillar thinks." It was the first real decision that Kaul Nikoyan had made as pillar, after talking to Andon, Shay, and Lot, then quietly considering the issue himself for several weeks. If the careful, dispassionate way he had come to his conclusion was indicative of the type of pillar he would be, Andon was certain his nephew would turn out to be a formidable Green Bone leader in his own way. Ait's sneer pulled back the corners of her eyes and seemed almost physically painful. She looked as if she wanted to laugh or kill someone, and for a moment she was frightening again.
"I can't believe I would ever miss Kaul Hiloshudan,"
Andon said. "You'll have 2 more days in Janloon to pack the personal belongings you need, and to visit your family's grave if you wish. Should you change your mind during that time and decide to follow Iwei's path after all, none of the guards will stand in your way. If you accept your exile and never make another attempt to gain Jade, return to Janloon, or affect the course of Greenbone matters, after your death, you'll be brought back to Kakon and buried in the Ait family plot. If you break the terms, your name will be quietly whispered by every clan, and your bones will never touch Kekani's soil." Ait's proud bearing crumpled bit by bit as Andon spoke. The indignant scorn she'd mustered for a few minutes dissolved into exhaustion, as if a mask she'd worn for her entire life was slipping off, revealing a person underneath that Andon had never seen before, not even when she'd lain near death in his apartment. Ait looked sad, more deeply sad than Andon could have imagined.
"Tell your pillar that he has nothing more to worry about from me,"
she said when he was done. There was no more anger or vindictiveness in her voice, only a factual defeat. Dignity, if not grace.
"I've given everything I have, and I have nothing left. I know my time has passed."
Ait turned to gaze out the narrow window of the tiny apartment, over the bit of the city she could see. The sunlight slanting into the room cut a line across the carpet and lit dancing motes of dust in the air. Noises from the street below, the rumble of a bus, a bicycle horn, something heavy being tossed into a garbage bin, intruded faintly. None of the people going about their day outside had any idea that the woman who'd been pillar of the mountain sat in a small room above them, listening.
"Many years ago, when I saw what was happening around us, I imagined a bold and necessary future," Ait said. "Green Bones united into a single powerful clan, wielding control over our Jade and standing strong over Kakon, preserving our traditions and protecting us from enemies across the ocean, as well as those here at home. It was up to us, as Jade warriors, to meet all the threats and opportunities that time would inevitably bring to our door."
Ait pulled her sweater close, but lifted her chin, as if facing a crowd, waiting for her to speak.
Everything I've done, every great and terrible choice I've made over many years, every bit of normal human happiness I sacrificed from my own life, I did willingly and purposefully to see this future. And I can see it now, finally, only not in the way I imagined, not with my clan, and not with me. Yet maybe, by some terrible irony only the gods can understand, because of me.
She placed her hands inside her sleeves, holding her bare arms.
That's the one satisfaction I will take with me to my death.
They remained in silence for what seemed like a very long time. I've heard a saying before, Andon said, that great warriors are remembered with awe by their enemies. Ait stood in one slow but smooth motion that hinted at her once peerless poise and strength.
Then I ask you to remember me, Kaul Jan.
Kaul Jan. At his academy graduation ceremony, the crowd had shouted the name at him. How astonished and mortified he'd been back then to be hailed as someone he was not. Andon touched his clasped hands to his head and bent into a salute. Goodbye, Ait Jen. He turned away, walked out of the room, and left the building. Outside, Andon buttoned up his coat and walked, letting the brisk air fill his lungs and clear his head. People were sweeping the burnt remnants of firecrackers off the streets and standing on ladders, taking down New Year's decorations. Some businesses in Littlehammer still had pale green lanterns in their front windows, but others had changed over to white, and a few windows were empty, their owners undecided, waiting to see how territorial jurisdictions would shake out. When he crossed into the armpit, two of the clan's fingers posted along the district border touched their foreheads and dipped into shallow salutes of recognition as he passed. Andon stopped on the street corner and raised his face to the sky. He felt heavy and light at the same time, and the world seemed sharp and beautiful, even in a way that Jade's senses could not improve. There was an ache in his chest, some of the grief that had been arriving in pieces, but also relief and love. Love for the life pumping through his heart and veins, love for those dear to him, the ones who were gone and the ones who remained, and love also for his city, for John Loon, a place as fierce and honest, as messy and proud and enduring as its Green Bone warriors. Andon hailed a taxi. When it pulled up to the curb, he got into the back seat and said, "The Twice Lucky Restaurant." The driver looked at Andon in the rearview mirror. He was a sallow, unsmiling man with a crooked face that made the skin around one of his eyes sag.
That old place in the docks?
That's the one, Andon said. The driver hesitated. He looked as if he wanted to say something. Then he pulled the cab away from the sidewalk and into traffic.
I can't believe that place is still around, he grumbled, flicking another glance back at Andon. There are better spots, you know.
It's an old favorite, Andon said.
The only reason it's still there is because it's been around so long, sniffed the cab driver. I heard it was headed downhill, but then the Une family hired some young, internationally renowned chef up from Lukong to change things, so it's got a new look. It's survived enough wars by now that I guess nothing can take it down.
The light turned red. The driver stopped the cab and turned over his shoulder.
I used to work there once, you know, as a dishwasher, a long time ago. I was just a kid back then. A dumb kid with big dreams,
Andon said. We were all like that once.
Yeah, well, my life could have been different. Real different.
The light turned green, and the driver turned back around and took his foot off the brake.
Of course, I could be dead, so there's that.
He laughed. It was an unpleasant sound. They pulled up in front of the Twice Lucky, and the man hit the meter.
Did you know that the Twice Lucky is a spot for no-peak clan greenbones? The Kauls come here, even the Pillar himself. The old one, that is. Who knows about the new one?
He took Andon's money, and Andon motioned for him to keep the change.
The shit I've seen, KK. I sure could tell you some stories, the driver said. Stories about the clan.
I'm sure you could, Andon said. There are a lot of them. He got out of the taxi and walked through the double doors of the restaurant to have brunch with his family. This has been a Hachette audio production of Jade Legacy, The Green Bone Saga, Book 3. Written by Fonda Lee. Read by Andrew Kishino. Production supervised by Jen Patton-Sanchez. Produced and directed by Dennis Kao. Post-production by Sean Bolter. Mixing and mastering, Jeremy Wesley. Jade Legacy is also available in print and digital formats from Orbit, a division of Hachette Book Group. For more Hachette audio productions, visit us at hachetteaudio.com. Thank you for listening. Text copyright 2021 by Fonda Lee. Audio production copyright 2021 Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. Hachette Book Group supports the right to free expression and the value of copyright. The purpose of copyright is to encourage writers and artists to produce the creative works that enrich our culture. The duplicating, uploading, and distribution of this book without permission is a theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like permission to use material from the book, other than for review purposes, please contact permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales is entirely coincidental.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.